Chapter 311. Oh, who is it? The black devil howled in rage. His voice trembled slightly as a powerful surge of energy gushed forth from him. His eyes swept over, and when he saw Su Yan's silhouette, his eyes narrowed. "It's you, isn't it you?" The black devil looked at Su Yan and muttered. Killing intent immediately gushed out from his eyes. Su Yan looked at the powerful force erupting from Black Devil and couldn't help but be shocked. He was just thinking about how to stop them from absorbing the spiritual energy here. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan understood that his meager strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of them. Looking at Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. However, looking at his angry expression, he quickly guessed the reason for his anger, which surprised Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was also very suspicious in his heart. Who exactly had absorbed all the spirit ores here? There were hundreds of millions of spiritual stones here. Even if Su Yan wanted to absorb them all, it would probably take him a year. How could it be so fast? This was what puzzled Su Yan the most. Who on earth absorbed all the spiritual energy here? Su Yan muttered to himself as he furrowed his brows. However, Black Devil completely ignored Su Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger as he stared at Su Yan. The cold light emitted from his eyes made Su Yan tremble. Not only that, but at this moment, Uncle Jiao also looked at Su Yan and a powerful soul force attacked him. Su Yan had just regained his strength and recovered from his injuries. Under the influence of these two forces, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a spluttering sound. Su Yan wanted to defend, but under the power of the two, Su Yan truly realized how small he was. In front of them he had no defense at all. He could only watch his life slowly fade away. Su Yan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. These two forces were too powerful. They were so powerful that Su Yan's cultivation method condensed together and the power in his body was completely suppressed. At this time, Su Yan also understood the terror of these three people in front of him. Go to hell. Go to hell. Uncle Jiao and Black Devil roared at the same time. They waved their hands and a powerful soul force surged. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of horror. Death. Death was always the most terrifying. Not to mention Su Yan had experienced death, so he knew how terrifying it was. Death represented the end. With death, everything would disappear. Everything would be gone. Bang! Just as Su Yan was in despair, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Su Yan's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw a black shadow blocking in front of him, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Medicine King. Su Yan looked at the figure in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, the Medicine King, who he didn't know, would save him. The Medicine King glanced at Su Yan but didn't say anything. Instead, he coldly looked at Uncle Jiao and Black Devil. Black Devil and Uncle Jiao also didn't expect that the Medicine King would help this kid. Looking at the Medicine King, Black Devil angrily shouted, "Medicine King, what do you mean by this?" Uncle Jiao was even more furious. He pointed at the Medicine King and shouted, "Medicine King, this kid has absorbed all the spiritual energy here. It's the same as cutting off the three of us. You actually helped him." When the Medicine King heard their words, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Uncle Jiao, Black Devil, you've lived for so long. Do you think that he, a mere 8-star celestial phenomenon realm, can absorb all the spiritual stones here?" What? When Uncle Jiao and Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Only now did they realize that with Su Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to absorb all the spiritual stones here in such a short period of time. Other than this kid, who else could it be? Black Devil was slightly stunned. Thinking about the sudden disappearance of the spiritual energy, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He coldly snorted and said, "I don't care. If it wasn't for this kid, none of this would have happened. So this kid will definitely die." When Uncle Jiao heard Black Devil's words, he also snorted and said, "That's right. It's because of this kid that so many things happened tonight. So this kid must die." Ah! When the Medicine King heard their words, he suddenly laughed out loud. "It's all because of this kid. Have you ever thought that if it wasn't for this kid, I'm afraid that the three of us would continue to play here and be imprisoned here?" When Black Devil and Uncle Jiao heard the Medicine King's words, their old faces couldn't help but turn red. Su Yan stood at the side, but he didn't understand what was going on. However, Su Yan didn't have the mood to think about this. He still had lingering fear when he thought about the scene just now. The terror of that power was not something he could withstand at all. Su Yan was now thinking about how to escape from here. Su Yan wanted to escape just like that, but this thought was quickly interrupted. Just as Black Devil had said, he was only an 8-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How could he be faster than these 3 old ghosts who had existed for who knew how many years? Could it be that I'm going to die here today? Su Yin said unwillingly. At this moment, Black Devil, Uncle Gio, and the Medicine King said something and began to quarrel again. Black Devil looked at Uncle Gio sinisterly and said, "Uncle Gio, if the 2 of us work together and kill the Medicine King first, won't our chances of survival increase by a lot?" When Uncle Gio heard Black Devil's words, his eyes turned and he said excitedly, "That's true. Haha, the Medicine King's soul force is the strongest among the 3 of us. If we successfully devour his soul, then even if we don't have the spirit stones here, we should be able to survive until we leave." Hearing their words, the Medicine King's body suddenly trembled. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shameless people, don't forget that the reason you were able to survive until now was because I taught you the spirit chi soul nurturing technique. Otherwise, how could the 2 of you survive until now?" "So what?" Uncle Gio and Black Devil sneered at the same time. They didn't take the Medicine King's words to heart. "What?" Hearing their words, the Medicine King couldn't help but be furious. He shouted sternly, "As expected, ungrateful people. Since that's the case, let's see how the 2 of you can defeat me today." As the Medicine King spoke, his tiger-like eyes suddenly glared. He wasn't angry, but a terrifying power erupted from his body. Seeing this, Uncle Gio and Black Devil didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly jumped to avoid the Medicine King's attack. In an instant, the 3 of them were tangled together again. But this time, it wasn't a 3-way confrontation. Instead, Uncle Gio and Black Devil were dealing with the Medicine King together. Su Yin didn't understand the grudges between the 3 of them. He didn't want to understand either. Looking at the 3 of them fighting, he licked his lips and said, "This is a good chance for me to escape." After saying that, Su Yin rode the sword dragon and was about to leave. But when he saw the Medicine King's figure, he was clearly at a disadvantage against the pincer attack of the Black Devil and Uncle Gio. Looking at him, Su Yin suddenly felt a wave of pain in his heart. Although Su Yin didn't know who the Medicine King was, the reason why Su Yin was still alive today was all thanks to the Medicine King. In other words, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Medicine King had saved Su Yan's life. Now that the person who saved my life is in danger, I, Su, will not leave just like this, Su Yin thought. His eyes flickered as he dispelled the thought of escaping. Clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, his eyes emitted a wisp of light as he looked at Black Devil and Uncle Gio. The cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated, ready to help at any time. But before Su Yin could go forward to help, Pudong, suddenly there was a loud explosion. Facing the pincer attack of Uncle Gio and Black Devil, the Medicine King's figure slowed down and was directly sent flying by the 2. The Medicine King's body directly flew in the direction of Su Yin. "Haha, Medicine King, although you are the strongest among the 3 of us, you are not a match for the 2 of us." Uncle Gio looked at the Medicine King, who was repelled, and laughed loudly. Black Devil also sneered and said, "Medicine King, be obedient and surrender lest we attack again. Humph, don't be complacent. Without the spirit stones here, you won't be able to hold on for long. Since I, the Medicine King, am destined to die today, do you think I will give you the chance to devour my soul?" Ha ha ha. The Medicine King laughed loudly as a powerful force suddenly surged from his body. Not good. Uncle Gio and Black Devil were shocked. They hurriedly jumped up and besieged the Medicine King. "Today, even if I, the Medicine King, die here, I will take you down with me." The Medicine King sneered. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked the 2. Uncle Gio and Black Devil's figures were not slow either. "Humph, Medicine King, with your strength, do you think you have the chance to be a match for the 2 of us?" Uncle Gio sneered. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from his body. Bang. Suddenly the 2 collided. A burst of black fog burst out, and the powerful force swept out. Su Yin, who was standing in the distance, could not help but take a few steps back. "Black Devil, what are you waiting for?" Uncle Gio suddenly felt a pressure under the powerful force of the Medicine King and shouted at Black Devil. Black Devil's figure did not move an inch as he coldly looked at the 2. Uncle Gio saw Black Devil's appearance and immediately reacted. He shouted emotionally, "Black Devil, you despicable and shameless person, how dare you frame me?" "Ah, ha ha." When the Black Devil heard Uncle Gio's words, he suddenly laughed. "Uncle Gio, oh Uncle Gio, I have always been despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? Now that you and the Medicine King have been seriously injured and are on your last breath, I want to see how you 2 will resist me." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 312. Black Devil, I'm going to kill you. Uncle Gio roared and wanted to attack the Black Devil. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all his strength in the fight with the Medicine King. Now he was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. How could he be the Black Devil's opponent? The Black Devil waved his hand and Uncle Gio's body suddenly retreated hundreds of steps. Black Devil, you shameless and despicable person. Uncle Gio couldn't attack and could only curse. He was also regretting it in his heart. The Medicine King looked at the agitated Uncle Gio and said with a wry smile, Uncle Gio, you brought this upon yourself. Uncle Gio was heartbroken. How could he have thought that the Black Devil would make such a move? Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Ha ha. The Black Devil completely ignored the two. Thinking that he would be reborn soon, he laughed excitedly. He looked at Uncle Gio and the Medicine King and said with a proud smile, Uncle Gio, Medicine King, if I devour your souls and use that kid's body to be reborn, will I be able to return to my peak state? The Black Devil sneered and walked step by step towards the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. Just as the Black Devil was feeling proud, a force suddenly attacked. The Black Devil frowned and turned his head. Seeing that it was Su Yin, his heart immediately surged with anger and he shouted, a mere heaven stage kid wants to attack me? You're courting death. Black Devil snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several hundred meters away. The Medicine King and Uncle Gio were shocked when they saw this scene. The two of them never thought that Su Yan would actually save them, and that she would only rely on the strength of the celestial phenomenon stage. If it was anyone else, they would probably only care about running for their lives, and would not dare to make a move. The Medicine King also realized something and hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, run. Uncle Gio was stunned and hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, run kid, run quickly, run as far as you can. Run. When the Black Demon heard the conversation between the Medicine King and Uncle Gio, he sneered, Medicine King, Uncle Gio, do you think that this kid can escape? Just as Black Devil finished speaking, Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Black Devil. His eyes were like torches without a trace of fear. A sneer appeared on his face as he pointed at Black Devil and said, I never thought of running. Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, filled with unswerving determination. Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, and the Medicine King were stunned when they heard this. Uncle Gio and the Medicine King were both impressed by Su Yan's perseverance. However, the Black Devil was furious. A mere 8-star heaven phase brat actually dares to speak to this sovereign in such a manner. You're courting death. In his fury, the Black Devil was about to attack Su Yan. However, when he thought about how he was going to use Su Yan's body to be reborn, he decided to attack Su Yan. In the end, he restrained himself and sneered, Kid, don't be too complacent. Wait until I devour the Medicine King and Uncle Gio's souls before I devour you. Do you think I'll give you that chance? Su Yan sneered and attacked the Black Devil again. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand was replaced by the Buddha sword. After leaving the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan also understood the dangers of the Jianghu and what the pagoda sword represented. Therefore, Su Yan rarely used the Buddha sword under normal circumstances. At this critical juncture, Su Yan also took out the Buddha sword. Although the Buddha sword was not a divine weapon, Su Yan knew that it had a unique suppressive effect on the soul. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to use the Buddha sword to take a gamble. When the three of them saw the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand, they were stunned. The Buddha sword, it's actually the Buddha sword. Then this kid is. The three of them looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Success or failure depends on this move. Su Yan did not care about their expressions. He gripped the pagoda sword tightly and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the Vairocana glaze sword manual in his body surged, and the majestic spiritual chi continuously surged into the pagoda sword. Rumble. The Buddha sword emitted a dazzling light and a deafening sword cry. The moment it attacked, it was like a ferocious beast. 9 dragons seizing soul. Su Yan roared and directly attacked the Black Demon. He was using the strongest attack he could muster at the moment. In fact, Su Yan had already thought it through. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not. He could not just watch his savior die here without doing anything. Death? Although it was scary, Su Yan feared death more than anyone else. However, Su Yan knew that there were some things that a man had to do, even if it meant death. As Su Yan roared, the Buddha sword, which was emitting a brilliant light, seemed to explode at that moment. It transformed into 9 different colored lights that revolved around the Buddha sword and attacked the Black Devil. The Black Devil was shocked when he saw Su Yan's powerful attack. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment. He sneered, I did not expect a mere 8-star realm cultivator to be able to muster such a powerful attack. Kit, you are indeed something. You are indeed worthy of being from the Buddha Sword sect. But do you think it will work? The Black Devil sneered. He thought that Su Yan was from the Buddha Sword sect, but he did not know that the Buddha Sword sect had already been destroyed. He waved his hand and a dense fog condensed in front of him, blocking Su Yan's attack. When the ninth uncle and the Medicine King saw this, they glanced at the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand. The two of them looked at each other as if they had thought of something. The two of them shouted at the same time and used the last of their strength to fly towards Su Yan. The Black Devil frowned when he saw this. Then, his face filled with anger as he shouted, "Ninth Uncle Medicine King, what a plan the two of you have. Do you still want to increase this kid's strength? Do you think I will give you this chance?" The Black Devil roared angrily. He waved his hand and a powerful force surged. Su Yan's body suddenly flew out. The Medicine King and Ninth Uncle's bodies also swayed. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they rushed towards Su Yan. "Haha, Medicine King, Ninth Uncle, do you think this will work?" The Black Devil laughed when he saw this. "The two of you only left the last of your strength. Even if you increase this kid's strength, do you think he can stop me?" The Medicine King and Ninth Uncle ignored the Black Devil's words and rushed towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not help but frown when he saw the actions of the two old men. However, he quickly understood that the two old men wanted to use their last bit of strength to enlighten him and increase his strength. The Black Devil kept saying that it was useless. However, when he saw that the Medicine King and Ninth Uncle ignored him, he was shocked. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Medicine King, Ninth Uncle, don't you want to enlighten this kid? Then I will devour you first and see how you can help this kid." The Black Devil roared and suddenly flew towards the Medicine King and Ninth Uncle. "Just one more step, one more step." The King of Medicine and Uncle Jiu also clenched their teeth and turned into a force that surged towards Su Yan. Su Yan looked at this scene and his pupils suddenly shrank. It was not the first time Su Yan had received this kind of enlightenment. In the Monster Palace's ice-cold pool, Su Yan had received enlightenment from the former palace master of the Monster Palace. Therefore, Su Yan knew what this enlightenment was. It was to use the last of the condensed strength to increase one's strength. The Medicine King and Ninth Uncle could be said to have no resistance now because the last of their souls had turned into strength. If the Black Devil wanted to devour them, he would not have to waste any strength and could directly devour them. Su Yan's eyebrows furrowed tighter as he watched Ninth Uncle and the Medicine King transform into two streams of energy that surged toward him at the same time, with the Black Demon's figure following closely behind. He anxiously shouted in his heart, "Just one step, just one step." Unfortunately, the Medicine King and Ninth Uncle had just suffered heavy injuries. How could they be faster than the Black Devil? Seeing the Black Devil open his mouth wide and about to devour the Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, Su Yan, Medicine King and Ninth Uncle felt a sense of regret. Especially Su Yan, he smiled bitterly. After all, he knew very well that if the Black Devil successfully devoured the two Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, he would be next. The devoured soul would face true death. Ninth Uncle and Medicine King felt the surge of the Black Devil's power and felt regret. After all, if the two of them had not fought just now, the Black Devil would not have taken advantage of them. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everything was already too late. The three of them could only watch as the powerful Black Devil attacked without any strength to fight back. Ha 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 ha. The Black Devil looked at the three of them and laughed complacently. His face was also filled with excitement because he knew very well that as long as he devoured the two Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, he would be reborn. He, the Black Devil, would once again stand at the peak. I, the Black Devil, will be reborn. Reborn? The Black Devil shouted excitedly and opened his mouth to devour Ninth Uncle and Medicine King. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. However, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion, and the entire ground began to tremble. This is... Whether it was the Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, Medicine King or Su Yan, they were all shocked when they saw the strange scene in front of them. Especially when the Black Devil was about to devour Ninth Uncle and Medicine King. This sudden change made his brows knit together. Looking at the trembling ground, two words came out of his teeth that were trembling because of anger. He shouted, "Who is it?" Asterisk rumble, asterisk. Chapter 313. Who the hell is it? The Black Devil looked at the trembling ground and growled angrily. The King of Medicine, Uncle Jiu and Su Yan frowned when they saw this scene. However, compared to the Black Devil's anger, the three of them were much calmer. After all, no matter what kind of danger there was underground, they all felt that it was much better than dying in the hands of a despicable villain like the Black Devil. Looking at the Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yan ridiculed, "Ha, Black Devil, didn't you want to devour me? Why don't you come?" The Black Devil was already angry, but when he heard Su Yan's words, he became even more furious. "Humph, a mere child dares to speak such arrogant words. I'll kill you first." The Black Devil roared, his eyes suddenly emitting killing intent. He leaped and attacked Su Yan. Bang. At this moment, the ground was directly blown up and countless stones exploded. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as flying sand and stones. The Black Devil was shocked. Woo. However, before he could react, a huge flame soared into the sky. The Black Devil was shocked and wanted to retreat. At this moment, another growl was heard. The flame rushed up, and a huge fire Qilin demon beast surged up from the ground. The huge body emerged from the ground, and with a shake, countless sand and stones flew out. Woo. The moment the fire Qilin came out, it roared towards the sky. The roar was loud and clear, and the prestige of a sacred beast was fully displayed. The huge body stood still, and it was even more awe-inspiring. Its bell-like eyes looked at the Black Devil in front of it with disdain. It even naughtily scratched the whiskers at the corner of its mouth with its front claws. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin in front of him, and all the doubts in his heart were solved. Looking at the naughty fire Qilin, he couldn't help but smile. "How could I forget about this little guy? This little guy has eaten many of my spirit stones. This spirit mine is naturally his favorite. How could it not steal food?" Su Yan smiled. When he saw the astonished expression on Black Devil's face, he couldn't help but feel smug. "Kid," he called out, "destroy that guy in front of you." Roar. The moment Su Yan finished speaking, the fire Qilin immediately let out a low roar. However, it remained where it was, licking its lips in an unbridled manner, completely ignoring Su Yan's words. This caused Su Yan to be extremely embarrassed. Looking at the fire Qilin's disdainful gaze, he laughed bitterly without end. "Little fellow, aren't you giving me too little face?" When the Black Devil saw the fire Qilin, he was also startled. Especially after hearing Su Yan's words, he was even more astonished and scared half to death. He had lived for so long, so he naturally knew that the demonic beast in front of him was the fire Qilin sacred beast. Although the fire Qilin was still underage, the Black Devil knew that it was impossible for him to be its opponent. After all, a sacred beast like the fire Qilin had an innate suppression of soul power. Because of the battle with the Medicine King and Uncle Gio, the Black Devil's strength had decreased. Facing the fire Qilin, he definitely didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Su Yan could control the fire Qilin, then the one who would die today would be him, the Black Devil. Seeing that the fire Qilin ignored Su Yan, the Black Devil was relieved. He looked at Su Yan coldly and said, "Kid, you are too arrogant. You want the fire Qilin to listen to you with the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage?" When Uncle Gio and the Medicine King saw the fire Qilin's indifferent expression, they were also disappointed. When they heard Su Yan's words just now, they thought that the fire Qilin would be Su Yan's pet beast, which made them excited. Now that the fire Qilin didn't pay attention to Su Yan, the astonishment in their hearts settled down. After all, Su Yan was only a celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. How could he make the fire Qilin his pet beast? If that was really the case, it would be enough to shock them. However, although their hearts settled down, they were also disappointed. After all, if the fire Qilin wasn't Su Yan's pet beast, then they were afraid that they would all die here today. Of course, the proudest one was still the Black Devil. He carefully glanced at the fire Qilin. Seeing that the fire Qilin had no intention of attacking, he was relieved. He then looked at Su Yan and smiled. "Kid, I will devour you now." As the Black Devil spoke, his body suddenly rushed towards Su Yan. Not good. Uncle Gio and the Medicine King were shocked when they saw this scene. Seeing the Black Devil's fast figure, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to defend himself, but in the face of the Black Devil's powerful strength, Su Yan didn't have the strength to fight back. The Black Devil looked at Su Yan, his eyes shining. This time he also gave up on devouring the Medicine King and Uncle Gio's souls. This was because he knew very well that as long as he devoured Su Yan's soul and succeeded in seizing his body, even if he couldn't recover his previous peak strength, he would be able to fight against the fire Qilin. At that time he would take the fire Qilin as his pet beast. The day of returning to his previous peak was just around the corner. The more the Black Devil thought about it, the more excited he became. He really didn't expect that he would have such good luck. Not only could he be reborn, but he could also subdue an underage pet beast. Haha, this is destined to let me, the Black Devil, set foot on the peak again. The black devil couldn't help but shout excitedly. A powerful force surged towards Su Yan. Asterisk bang. Asterisk unfortunately before his excitement could fade, a huge force surged over and sent the black devil flying. Ah! The black devil also screamed and looked at the fire Qilin sacred beast in surprise. This? Su Yan also came back to his senses. He looked at the fire Qilin sacred beast and laughed. Little guy, I thought you really didn't want to save me. When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it turned its head proudly and ignored Su Yan. Su Yan's hot face was stuck to the cold but and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little guy, do you really think you can control the fire Qilin? When the black devil heard Su Yan's intimate call, a burst of anger surged in his chest. He roared and attacked Su Yan again. Bang! But this time the fire Qilin didn't give him a chance at all. With a wave of its huge claw, it blocked the black devil. Beast, there are so many people who don't attack, why do you attack me? The black devil was blocked by the fire Qilin again and again. He couldn't help but burst into anger and pointed at the fire Qilin. Haha, because you are despicable. You are shameless. You are despicable. Hearing the black devil's words, Su Yan, Yaowang and Uncle Gio said at the same time, which made the black devil even angrier. You are about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant. The black devil was so angry that his 2 rows of teeth were constantly clattering. The more he wanted to clench his teeth, the more violently they trembled. Looking at the fire Qilin's arrogant appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. Beast, it seems that today bang, before Black Devil could finish speaking, the fire Qilin suddenly jumped up. Without waiting for Black Devil to react, the fire Qilin jumped up. With a loud bang, the fire Qilin's huge body directly sat on Black Devil. Ah! A blood-curdling shriek rang out as the insufferably arrogant Black Devil was instantly obliterated. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin sitting on the ground with a lazy appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, little guy, good job. Let that brat be arrogant and directly sat him to death. Uncle Gio looked at the place where the fire Qilin sat and couldn't help but sneered. Black Devil, you certainly didn't expect that you would be sat to death by a demon beast in the end, right? Yaowang also smiled and said, this is the result of the Black Devil's own fault. No one else can be blamed. Uncle Gio nodded, looked at Yaowang and then looked at Su Yan. Suddenly he turned into a force and rushed towards Su Yan. At the same time, Yaowang also jumped up and turned into a force that rushed towards Su Yan. The two of them had experienced so much and could be considered indifferent. They no longer pursued rebirth and only hoped to entrust their last strength to Su Yan. It could also be considered as an inheritance of their strength. Su Yan originally saw that the Black Devil was dead and wanted to take Yaowang and Uncle Gio out of here. In the future he would find an opportunity to let them be reborn. Seeing them suddenly turn into power and rush towards his body, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned and hurriedly shouted, "Two seniors don't." Unfortunately, it was already too late. Su Yan only felt a powerful force surging in his body. He directly broke through his own blood vessels and condensed it. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture quickly rotated, and the countless spirit energy rushed into the blood vessels all over his body. The spirit energy in his body was also constantly rising. Peak of the 8-star celestial phase, 9-star, was he going to break through to the 9-star celestial phase? Su Yan licked his lips and felt a burst of excitement in his heart. With a bang, a powerful force surged from all over his body and directly broke through the 8-star celestial phase realm and jumped into the 9-star celestial phase realm. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that his strength was still increasing. He couldn't help but lick his lips and his eyes revealed a ray of desire. Spirit Sea Realm, is this going to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? Unfortunately, the moment his strength surged, it stopped at the peak of the 9-star celestial phase realm. Su Yan couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It seems that although the two seniors are strong, it's still impossible for them to break through in one go. After all, after entering the celestial phase realm, the amount of spirit energy required was no longer something that Su Yan's previous Saint Vane realm could compare to. From the 8-star celestial phase realm to the peak of the 9-star celestial phase realm, it was already the peak. However, after being disappointed, Su Yan discovered that there was still a lot of spirit energy hidden in his body. This made Su Yan puzzled. I still have so much spirit energy hidden in my body, then why can't I break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? However, Su Yan quickly understood. After all, the Spirit Sea Realm and the Celestial Phase Realm were different levels. If he wanted to enter the Spirit Sea Realm, he had to fuse the power of heaven and earth with his own Dantian to form the Spirit Sea. It seems that I only need to find the power of heaven and earth to fuse with it. Although Su Yin was a little disappointed that he did not break through to the Spirit Sea realm, he was still somewhat gratified when he thought about how there was still spirit energy in his body. Chapter 3:14. These two memories were left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Joe. Su Yin quickly combed through the memories of the two. After learning of their identities, Su Yin was flabbergasted. I never thought that the two seniors would have reached such a pinnacle when they were alive. It is truly awe-inspiring. Su Yin muttered to himself. At the same time, his eyes emitted a resplendent light. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, I will definitely reach such a pinnacle one day. While speaking, Su Yin once again combed through the memories of the Medicine King and Uncle Joe. The more he combed through, the more Su Yin was shocked. The Medicine King not only had his strength reached such a terrifying level, he was also an alchemy grandmaster. This identity made Su Yin feel endless admiration. Su Yin was very clear about the strength of an alchemist and the harsh requirements to become one. If one wanted to become an alchemist, not only did they need to have a strong soul, they also needed to have subtle control over flames. Only then could one become a true alchemist. After becoming an alchemist, wanting to become an alchemy grandmaster was even more difficult. Alchemists were divided into 9 ranks. Every rank was more difficult than the cultivation of strength. For the Medicine King to become an alchemy grandmaster, how could Su Yin not feel admiration? Alchemy grandmaster. Su Yin clearly remembered that there was not a single alchemist grandmaster in the entire 5 counties. The best alchemist was only a tier 4 alchemist. This was also the reason why there was a shortage of high-grade elixirs in the 5 counties. Su Yin had once thought of refining pills himself, but as the saying goes, one should not bite off more than one can chew. Thus, Su Yin did not think of refining pills. Of course, more importantly, Su Yin felt that it was impossible for him to become an alchemist. Now that he felt the glory of being an alchemist from the Medicine King's memories, Su Yin could not help but feel a rush of excitement. At the same time, Su Yin also saw the alchemy notes left behind by the Medicine King. This made Su Yin very excited. At the very end, the Medicine King's final words appeared in his mind. Brat, although we have only met once, we can be considered to have fought side by side. This book contains my lifetime of experience in alchemy. I hope you can study it well so that in the future, you can kill your way into the medicine tower and help me regain my glory. The medical tower. When Su Yin heard this, he couldn't help but slightly frown. He didn't understand where this alchemy tower was. However, Su Yin could feel the resentment in the Medicine King's heart. Recalling his memories, Su Yin couldn't help but clench his fists and say, Senior Medicine King, don't worry. I will definitely help you regain this honor. As Su Yin spoke, his eyes glowed brightly. He had originally not wanted to learn alchemy, but he had decided to embark on this path. This was not for himself. It was for the Medicine King's final promise. A man must spit a nail in his heart. Su Yin would do what he promised. Next, Su Yin began to comb through Uncle Joe's memories. The memories left behind by Uncle Joe were much simpler than those of the Medicine King. He only left behind his identity and asked Su Yin to take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization when he met them in the future. The Heaven and Earth Organization. I didn't expect Uncle Joe to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Su Yin couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he learned about Uncle Joe's memories. He really didn't expect Uncle Joe to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Thinking about how the Heaven and Earth Organization was even stronger than the Monster Palace. Su Yin found it funny that Uncle Joe would entrust him to take care of the Heaven and Earth Organization. After all, his current strength was too weak. Su Yin finished combing through the memories of the two. The first ray of morning light slowly rose from the horizon, making the night after the heavy rain a little warmer. Su Yin looked at the morning light and thought about the experience of this night. He was still a little shocked. In particular, the memories left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Joe made Su Yin sigh. Who is imprisoning such powerful people here? This was what confused Su Yin the most. Unfortunately, there was no information about this in the memories of the two. They didn't even explain why they and the Black Devil were imprisoned here. Not to mention the person who imprisoned them here. Thinking about the strength of the three and the fact that someone could imprison them here for thousands of years, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. To be able to imprison such powerful people here, the strength of that person. Su Yan didn't dare think about it. Forget it. Anyway, I can't come into contact with people of this level now. The most important thing now is to leave this place. After dawn, there will definitely be a lot of people coming here. Su Yan knew that from today onwards, there would not be any more spirit stones in this spirit mine. But Su Yan knew that didn't mean that others knew, so when dawn came, there would be a lot of people coming up the mountain to look for spirit stones. Su Yan didn't want to be seen as a monster, and he didn't want to expose his whereabouts last night. If that was the case, then wouldn't the haunting incident be over? Then, there would definitely be a lot of people looking for him to understand the truth of the matter. Su Yan didn't want to suddenly become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yan prepared to leave, but when he saw the Fire Qilin's huge body, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. This guy's body is so big. How am I going to take it away? If I go with it, I'll definitely become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yan knew very well that if the Fire Qilin went out, no matter where he went, he would become the focus of attention. He might even be hunted down by a lot of powerhouses. After all, the Fire Qilin was a holy beast and it was still in its infancy. There would be a lot of people who wanted to take it as a pet beast. Looking at the Fire Qilin's huge body, Su Yan had a headache, especially when he saw the Fire Qilin still licking its lips with a lazy look. Obviously, it was still not satisfied after absorbing so many spirit stones yesterday. Su Yan gritted his teeth. He wanted to take it as his pet beast. That way it could coexist with his body and save him the trouble. Of course, that was only Su Yan's thought. Ignoring the fact that he didn't have the strength to take in the Fire Qilin as his pet beast, even if he had the strength, he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to, he would have taken it in as his pet beast the moment he met it. He wouldn't wait until he didn't have the strength to take it in as his pet beast before thinking about it. However, looking at the Fire Qilin, Su Yan was secretly impressed by the huge fellow's ability to absorb spirit stones. In just a short while, it had absorbed the entire spirit mine. While admiring its speed of absorbing spirit qi, Su Yan was also secretly amazed at the fellow's cultivation speed. When Su Yan encountered the Fire Qilin, it was probably only at the life-soul realm. But now it was at least at the spirit sea realm. Its cultivation speed was something that even Su Yan felt ashamed of. Of course, the stronger the Fire Qilin was, the happier Su Yan was. However, looking at its huge body, Su Yan frowned. After thinking for a while, Su Yan still couldn't think of a way. With such a huge body, he couldn't hide it anywhere. "Sigh, you little guy. No, you should be a big guy now. Sigh, but I still like you when you're small." Su Yan sighed helplessly, but he didn't dwell on it. He waved and said, "Little guy, let's go. Follow me down the mountain." Just as Su Yan said this, the Fire Qilin's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the Fire Qilin suddenly became the size of a mouse. This. Su Yan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the Fire Qilin to be able to shrink. He thought that since the Fire Qilin had swallowed so many spirit stones last night, it was impossible for it to shrink. When the Fire Qilin saw Su Yan's dumbfounded look, it smiled smugly and proudly extended its claws to grab its whiskers. However, because it had shrunk, it no longer had the majestic domineering aura it had when it was big. Its arrogance also became extremely cute. Su Yan, who had been silent all night, couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw this. "Haha, little guy. Let's go down the mountain." When the Fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it jumped into Su Yan's arms. Not bad. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, thud. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Su Yan turned around and saw a few figures walking towards him. He frowned. Why are these people here so early? Su Yan looked around and saw an ancient tree beside him. It was so big that it would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was perfect for hiding. After a glance, Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly hid behind the ancient tree. There were a total of 4 people, all wearing the same uniform. They were obviously from the same sect. "Senior brother, do you think we'll find the spirit mine today?" "Who knows? This spirit stone mountain is a little strange. Even if a spirit mine appears, it's still running around. It's hard to predict." When Su Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew that the spirit mine that appeared in the Spirit Stone Mountain caused people to run around was because of the Medicine King and the other 2. The Medicine King and the other 2 just wanted to use the spirit mine to attract more people to come up the mountain and then break their gambling array. But they never thought that their actions would cause the entire Spirit Stone Mountain to be haunted. If he hadn't foolishly come up, they might not have been able to break their gambling array even after thousands of years. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a little regretful. After all, if he hadn't gone up the mountain last night, the 3 of them wouldn't have really fallen because of this. Su Yan sighed helplessly and was about to leave. All of a sudden, Su Yan's attention was attracted by a few words that were exchanged between them. "I don't think there will be many people coming today. Everyone is rushing to the Guyu sect to watch the show. And we can take advantage of this opportunity to search. If we can find a spirit mine, then we'll be rich this time. Maybe we can use this spirit mine to surpass the Guyu sect. Yes, I hope the Guyu sect is destroyed by that kid. Chapter 315. Guyu sect. If these people were talking about other sects, Su Yan wouldn't care. However, they happened to mention the Guyu sect, which attracted Su Yan's attention. After all, Su Yan had once vowed that one day he would definitely flatten the Guyu sect and wash away his shame. He didn't expect that before he even set foot in the Guyu sect, someone would walk ahead of him. Although it had been a long time, Su Yan had never forgotten the shame that the Guyu sect had brought to him. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a bounty, but they also issued a warrant to hunt him down, putting him in danger many times. Su Yan had always engraved this hatred and enmity in his heart and had always been looking for an opportunity. Now, Su Yan didn't expect that someone would walk ahead of him. Of course, Su Yan wasn't surprised by this. After all, with the shameless conduct of the Guyu sect, it was normal for them to provoke some enemies. However, when he heard that this person dared to challenge the Guyu sect alone, Su Yan also appreciated his courage and was a little more interested in his identity. Hearing that these people were still talking, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave. "Sai, you don't say. That brat really does have some skills. In the past, he was just a trash existence in this hidden devil region. Now, he has actually risen to the celestial phenomenon stage and even dared to challenge the Guyu sect alone. This boldness is truly admirable," a slightly younger brat said. However, as soon as he said this, he was immediately scolded by a person next to him. "Courage, my ass. A mere heaven-phase stage cultivator dares to challenge the Guyu sect. This is simply arrogant. He deserves to live at the bottom for his whole life. Otherwise, with his strength, he can enter any sect and get a good position." When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. For some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Butt face. When Su Yan thought of this, his whole body suddenly froze. He didn't care about hiding himself and jumped out from behind the ancient tree, blocking in front of them, and asked, "Who is the person you just mentioned who challenged the Guyu sect alone?" The four of them were shocked by the sudden appearance of Su Yan. When they saw Su Yan clearly, they calmed down. However, when they saw Su Yan's impolite behavior, the slightly older of the four said unhappily, "Who are you? Why do I have to tell you this? Hurry up and tell me who is that person." Because of his impatience, Su Yan did not have the time to be polite with these people. His face darkened as he activated the cultivation technique in his body. The strength of the peak of the 9 stars celestial phenomenon suddenly surged out, directly pressing towards the four of them. The strongest of these four was only at the 3-star celestial phenomenon realm. Under the pressure of Su Yan's strength at the peak of the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, the four of them couldn't help but be stunned. Especially the slightly older young man. His entire body trembled as he said, "Senior, please spare my life. I'll speak, I'll speak." When Su Yan heard what this brat wanted to say, he slowly retracted his pressure. The young man was obviously still in a state of shock. He said in a trembling voice, That kid is called Buttface. He is our..." Swish. Before he could finish speaking, Su Yan suddenly turned into a ray of white light and disappeared, leaving behind the few people who were still in a state of shock. When they came back to their senses, they saw that they had already jumped hundreds of meters away. The four of them were even more astonished. What a fast speed. The few of them were frightened by Su Yan, but they did not expect Su Yan to appear here so early. They stood there in a daze, and only after a while did they regain their senses and continue their search for the spirit mine. However, this time, the few of them became much quieter, and did not dare to say any more nonsense. Moreover, he would occasionally pay attention to the side, afraid that another person would suddenly appear. It really is this brat. If Su Yan had no other choice, he wouldn't bully the weak. When he heard what these people said just now, he couldn't help but think of Buttface. In his anxiety, he didn't care so much. At that time, Su Yan was still secretly praying in his heart that this reckless person was not Buttface. However, he did not expect this person to be Buttface. Su Yan thought of Buttface and could not help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Just now, he had some admiration for this person's courage, but now it all turned into curses. He cursed Buttface's recklessness, and overestimation of his own abilities. Of course, Su Yan was even more furious as he cursed. He stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards the Guyu sect. At the same time, he clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "Guyu sect, if you dare to harm a single hair on my brother's head, I will definitely bury all the disciples of your Guyu sect with him." The Guyu sect was not a powerful sect in the 5 counties. However, because the Guyu sect was in the vicinity of the demon-subduing sect, they took advantage of the terrain to earn spirit stones. Although it could not be compared to the three major forces, the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Monster Palace, and the Black Demon Cave, it was still considered a top sect in the 5 counties. At least, it was stronger than the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, such a sect was now littered with corpses, and the light of blood filled the sky. The initiator of all this was the thin young man standing on the Guyu sect's martial arts field. The young man was the same as many years ago. The clothes on his body were still shabby, but there was no trace of the compassion from back then on his face. That pair of red eyes emitted a murderous intent. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, there was no sympathy. Because he knew very well that these people were the ones who killed his seniors. It was these people who ruined his only friend in this world. Buttface, I didn't expect you to become so strong in just half a year. As the young man swung his sword to kill, a loud voice surged from the horizon. That's right, this person was Buttface, who had seen Su Yin being forced to jump off the cliff by the Guyu sect. At this moment he was no longer the Buttface of the past. Instead he was a 6-star celestial phase expert. In the entire demon-subduing sect he was considered a top powerhouse. Hearing this voice, Buttface's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, it became gloomier, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. This was because he could tell that the owner of this voice was Elder Gujin, who had forced Su Yin to jump off the cliff. As the voice fell, Elder Gujin, who was dressed in a black robe, had already arrived in front of Buttface. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Elder Gujin's face suddenly surged with anger. What a good-for-nothing. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you've actually cultivated to such a level. You have some skills, but do you think that the Guyu sect is something you can bully at will? Elder Gujin looked at Buttface and shouted angrily. That 8-handed man's beard twitched because of his agitation. Buttface did not move in the slightest in the face of his words. His eyes turned and he gripped the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a burst of sword cries shook the air, emitting bursts of bright light. This sword was the thrilling sword that Su Yin had given him that day. It was forged by a master craftsman of the generation, Ugly Uncle. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was still a treasured sword. When Elder Gujin saw Buttface's actions, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Buttface, seeing your qualifications, if you surrender now, ha. Buttface did not wait for Elder Gujin to finish his words and burst out laughing. He pointed at Elder Gujin and shouted, Gujin, you forced my senior and now you want me to surrender. Go to hell. Buttface shouted and his eyes suddenly shrank. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he quickly attacked. Wherever the long sword went, a powerful force surged, and the surrounding disciples of the Guyu sect could not help but take a few steps back. Arrogant brat, I originally wanted to pull you into the Guyu sect because of your qualifications, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. Don't blame me for being impolite. As Elder Gujin spoke, his eyebrows suddenly raised and a powerful aura was emitted. Ever since he suffered at the hands of Su Yin, Elder Gujin had exhausted all his efforts to cultivate in seclusion. At this moment he was no longer the same as before. He was at the 8-star celestial stage, and at the moment his body surged, a powerful energy suddenly burst out. Unappreciative brat, do you really think that a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator can break into my Guyu sect? Elder Gujin shouted angrily and looked at Buttface's attack. With a bang, he turned into a white light and rushed towards Buttface. Elder Gujin was not a swordsman, but he was holding a treasure called the Spirit Summoning Banner in his hand. When he waved it, bursts of black fog burst out, condensing and turning into a black dragon with amazing power. 8-star celestial stage. Buttface did not expect Elder Gujin's strength to be so strong in such a short time. Looking at the black fog, he frowned slightly but did not avoid it. Because before Buttface came he had already thought it through. If he did not succeed today he would die trying. Spirit shaking the world. Buttface shouted angrily and suddenly, a burst of bright light burst out from the shocking celestial sword, as if countless sharp swords were flying up. Bang! Suddenly, it collided with Elder Gujin's black dragon, and the powerful aftershock of the energy spread out. All the surrounding disciples took a few steps back, including some other elders of the Guyu sect. Die! Elder Gujin did not retreat in the slightest. He waved the Spirit Summoning Banner, and in an instant, another black fog spread out. Although it was not much different from before, at this moment, it was much more powerful and faster than before. With a bang it was already in front of Buttface. Not good. Buttface was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but unfortunately he was still a step too slow. His body was hit by the black fog. Which he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body suddenly retreated a few steps away. Elder Gujin followed up, holding the spirit summoning banner in his hand and slapping it on Buttface's head. There was an evil smile in his eyes. Buttface, you asked for it. Just as the spirit summoning banner was about to hit Buttface's head. Chapter 316. What? Elder Gujin was taken aback by Buttface's swift counterattack. However, it was too late for him to dodge Buttface's attack. The shocking celestial sword swept out horizontally. It shone brightly, and with a swoosh, a gash was cut open in Elder Gujin's abdomen. Blood spurted out like brilliant fireworks. Buttface! Elder Gujin roared in pain. He never thought that he, an 8-star celestial stage cultivator, would be injured by a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator. Although it was only a difference of 2 stages, the difference in strength between the two was indeed hundreds of meters. A 6-star celestial stage cultivator couldn't be compared to an 8-star celestial stage cultivator. But he was injured by a 6-star celestial stage cultivator just like that. Buttface, you must die. Elder Gujin's voice burst out from the roots of his teeth in anger. At the same time he activated his cultivation method, and a powerful force surged out with a bang. The soul summoning banner in his hand kept surging with a black fog. The black fog condensed into a huge ghost head. Howl, a mournful ghost howl was heard. Elder Gujin waved the soul summoning banner in his hand, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soul summoning vengeful ghost, die. Bang, with this shout, a loud bang suddenly exploded in the sky. The huge ghost head directly attacked Buttface. Buttface saw this and couldn't help but be startled. Clenching the awakening celestial sword in his hand, he gritted his teeth and charged forward instead of retreating. He waved the awakening celestial sword in his hand and rushed toward the huge ghost head. Bang, when the two collided there was a loud explosion. Unfortunately, Buttface's strength was ultimately weaker than Elder Gujin's. Under this powerful attack, Buttface's clothes became more and more tattered, and blood gushed out of the corner of his mouth at this moment. Although Buttface was still holding on, more and more wounds appeared on his body. The soul-summoning vengeful ghost and the black fog were like little ghosts that bit people, leaving wounds on Buttface's body. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. Elder Gujin snorted when he saw Buttface's stubbornness. He waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand, and suddenly, another surge of power surged out. Bang! Buttface, who was already unable to withstand the attack, was sent flying by the force of the collision. Boom! With a loud bang, Buttface fell to the ground, followed by Elder Gujin. He pointed the soul-summoning banner at Buttface's throat and shouted, "Buttface, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Ah! Buttface didn't care about what Elder Gujin said. Instead he laughed loudly. Elder Gujin, you're over 100 years old, but you're only at the 8-star celestial stage. What's there to be happy about defeating me today? You? Anger flashed in Elder Gujin's eyes when he heard Buttface's words. He nodded, all right. Buttface, I wanted to pull you into my Guyu sect, but it seems that you don't know how to repent. I'll fulfill your wish today. As he spoke, Elder Gujin suddenly raised the soul-summoning banner in his hand and smashed it at Buttface's head. Buttface looked at the descending soul-summoning banner and slowly closed his eyes. He shouted, "Senior, I'm here. Buttface, I won't allow you to die." At this moment, a domineering voice suddenly came from the horizon, followed by a whoosh. A white light flashed in midair. Bang! Just as Elder Gujin's soul-summoning banner was about to land on Buttface's head, there was a loud explosion, and his soul-summoning banner couldn't hit it anymore. What? Elder Gujin couldn't help but be stunned. Not only him but Buttface was also stunned. Looking at the flying sword in front of him, there was a look of confusion in his eyes. The people who came to the Guyu sect to watch the show were also stunned. However, they weren't directly involved, so they quickly reacted. In their astonishment, they all looked in the direction of the white light. They saw a young man in a white robe with a flying sword on his feet, slowly descending from the sky. Suyen, it's Suyen. Soon someone recognized Suyen. After all, at that time, Suyen was considered a celebrity in the Hidden Demon region. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a reward of 1 million spirit stones for Suyen's capture, they also issued a red wanted notice, causing a craze to surge in the entire Hidden Demon region to catch Suyen. However, the Guyu sect later announced that Suyen was dead. As time went by, this craze slowly disappeared. Now, seeing this white figure with that handsome face, Suyen's face once again appeared in their minds. Su Yan. Senior. When Elder Gujin and Buttface heard the shouts of the people next to them, both of them were stunned at the same time. Impossible. Elder Gujin shook his head and muttered to himself, that kid is already dead, how could he appear? Senior. Buttface came back to his senses and his eyes flashed with excitement. He wanted to find Su Yan's figure again. Su Yan had already appeared in front of him. Buttface. Su Yan was quite happy to reunite with an old friend, and he looked at Buttface with a smile. Senior, is it really you? You're not dead. Buttface looked at Su Yan's figure in front of him, and there was still some disbelief in his eyes. After all, he saw Su Yan fall off the cliff that day with his own eyes. In the end, he tried to check the cliff at one point. However, at that time he couldn't get down the cliff at all with his strength. After a while, he suddenly found that the cliff had disappeared into thin air, which made Buttface even more certain that Su Yan was dead. Now, although Su Yan was standing in front of him, he still couldn't believe it. He was afraid that if he believed it, all of this would turn into bubbles. He was afraid that all of this would be a dream again. Su Yan looked at Buttface's excited expression and smiled, patted him on the shoulder and said, Buttface, it's me. It's really you. Buttface only dared to believe it when he heard Su Yan's words, and he jumped up excitedly. Unfortunately, his injuries were too serious, and this excited jump immediately affected his wounds, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. When Su Yan heard Buttface's voice, he immediately recovered from the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Looking at the injuries on Buttface's body, his face darkened, and a burst of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. The moment he turned around to look at Elder Gujin, a ray of red light suddenly rushed towards him. Su Yan, you're not dead. When Elder Gujin saw Su Yan's red eyes, he didn't know why but his heart couldn't help but tremble, and he staggered a few steps back. He looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise, and he simply couldn't accept the news that Su Yan was not dead. When Su Yan heard Elder Gujin's words, the corners of his mouth rose into a cold smile. Gujin, I, Su Yan, haven't destroyed your Guiyue sect. How can I die like this? You? When Elder Gujin heard Elder Su Yan's words, the muscles on his face twitched and he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, don't be arrogant, you're just a mere Saint Vane realm cultivator. Even after half a year, how strong can you be? Although Elder Gujin said so, he didn't know why. When he saw the red light surging in Su Yan's eyes, he felt that he didn't have much confidence. When he looked at Su Yan, there was even some fear. Is that so? When Su Yan heard Elder Gujin's words, he sneered and slowly pulled out the ghost howl sword that he had shot down to save Buttface. He looked at Elder Gujin with a gloomy expression, thinking of the humiliation that Elder Gujin had brought to him that day. He thought of how the Guiyue sect had forced him to jump off the cliff. He thought of how he had almost lost his life. The murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He looked at Elder Gujin and said word by word, a Saint Vane realm cultivator is enough to destroy your Guiyue sect. What an arrogant kid. Just as Su Yan finished speaking, several people jumped out from the surroundings. These were also elders of the Guiyue sect, but their strength was not as high as Elder Gujin's. In fact, when they saw Buttface just now, they wanted to make a move. But when they saw Elder Gujin make a move himself, they knew Elder Gujin's strength, so they didn't help. But now, when they heard that Su Yan was just a mere Saint Vane realm cultivator, they couldn't stand it and surrounded him. Senior. Buttface saw those people surrounding him and looked at Su Yan with worry in his eyes. He took a step forward to help Su Yan. Su Yan saw Buttface's action and felt touched. He took out a healing pill from his storage bag and handed it to Buttface, saying, I don't care about these people. You just heal by the side. Buttface wanted to say something, but when he looked at Su Yan's determined eyes, he didn't know why, but there was a numbing trust in his heart. He nodded and retreated to the side. Su Yan's actions showed that he didn't care about the elders of the Guiyue sect at all. The elders were furious and each of them took out their own weapons and shouted, Arrogant brat, if we don't kill you today, how can we show the Guiyue sect's might? It wasn't just them. Even those who came to watch the show today had a look of doubt on their faces. Hey, you said that when Su Yan disappeared he was only a Saint Vane realm cultivator. Even if half a year has passed, he's at most a Saint Vane realm cultivator. What strength does he have to be so arrogant? That's right, even a monster like Buttface wasn't a match for Elder Gujin, let alone him. Although they knew about Su Yan, they weren't familiar with Su Yan at all. Instead, they were familiar with Buttface, who had grown up in the Hidden Demon region, and Buttface's monstrous cultivation speed. All of them were amazed. They wouldn't have thought that Su Yan's cultivation speed was even more monstrous than Buttface. In half a year's time, they thought that he would at most go from a Saint Vain Realm cultivator to a Saint Vain Realm cultivator to a Saint Vain Realm cultivator. If his cultivation speed was faster, he would only be able to reach the Saint Vain Realm. Chapter 317. Arrogant brat, I'll let you experience the power of our Guyu sect today. An elder of the Guyu sect looked at the disdain in Su Yan's eyes and flew into a rage. With a cold shout, he circulated the cultivation method in his body, causing a burst of bright light to erupt. The strength of a 4-star heaven stage cultivator surged all of a sudden. A 4-star heaven stage cultivator was more than enough to deal with a Saint Vain stage cultivator. When the other elders saw him take action, they couldn't help but look at Su Yan with a mocking smile as if to say, "Humph, stinking brat, a mere Saint Vain stage cultivator dares to break into our Guyu sect, courting death." Su Yan saw their expressions, but his expression remained the same. Especially when he saw their mocking smiles, the disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. Everyone attacked together. At this moment, Elder Gu Jian suddenly shouted. He raised his chi and waved the spirit beckoning banner in his hand to attack Su Yan. When the other elders heard Gu Jian's words, they couldn't help but be startled. After all, in their hearts, Su Yan was just a Saint Vain stage cultivator, while the elders of their Guyu sect were all above the celestial stage. They were more than enough to deal with Su Yan. The elders of the Guyu sect who didn't take action looked at Gu Jian with puzzled expressions. However, because Elder Gu Jian was currently the strongest in the Guyu sect, they didn't dare to disobey him. They all took out their weapons and surrounded Su Yan. However, although they moved, they were absent-minded. Even those who didn't get along with Gu Jian in the Guyu sect sneered, "Gu Jian, do you need all the elders of our Guyu sect to deal with a Saint Vain stage cultivator? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Just as Elder Gu Jian was about to answer, he heard the surrounding cultivators sigh, "Ha, what a great Guyu sect. To deal with a mere Saint Vain stage cultivator, they actually dispatched so many celestial stage experts. How ridiculous." That's right. I wonder if Gu Jian was scared by Su Yan's attacks. The noise below grew louder and louder. Hearing these words, Elder Gu Jian couldn't help but blush. He didn't know why he was afraid of a mere Saint Bloodline Realm cultivator. That's right. In his eyes, Su Yan was only a Saint Bloodline expert. Although he knew that Su Yan's cultivation speed was very fast, according to his estimation, no matter how fast Su Yan's cultivation speed was, he would at most stop at the peak of the Saint Bloodline Realm. But even so, the peak of the Saint Bloodline was only the Saint Bloodline Realm. It was not on the same level as the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. A Saint Bloodline Realm cultivator was definitely not a match for a Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivator. But for some reason, when Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan's cold face, he felt a sense of panic in his heart. Especially when he looked at the faint smile on Su Yan's face, Elder Gu Jian's heart trembled even more. "Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's deal with this brat first." Hearing the other elders still talking, Elder Gu Jian gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. Immediately, his subordinates waved the spirit summoning banner and attacked Su Yan. Although the other elders were unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey Elder Gu Jian's strength. They casually waved the weapons in their hands and flew towards Su Yan. "Die, brat." The first elder to attack was the first to arrive in front of Su Yan. He waved the weapon in his hand and directly chopped towards Su Yan's head. Seeing that Su Yan didn't dodge, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a cold smile. "Arrogant brat, you still dare to be so arrogant when you're about to die." The crowd couldn't help but be secretly shocked by the sharp attack of the elder. Seeing that Su Yan was unmoved, mocking laughter sounded from the crowd. "Hey, look at that brat. He's just a Saint Bloodline Realm cultivator, but he's still so calm when facing a Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivator. He's simply courting death." "He's not courting death, he's dead meat." That's right. Look at the speed of that elder's attack. Even if Su Yan is a Celestial Emperor, it's too late to dodge now. Not only them, but even Buttface was nervous when he saw Su Yan's unmoving body. Although he believed in Su Yan and trusted Su Yan, seeing that the weapon was about to hit Su Yan's head, Buttface finally couldn't hold it in and shouted, "Senior, be careful." As he spoke, Buttface was about to attack, but just as he was about to attack, bang, there was a loud explosion. "Senior?" Buttface's heart suddenly sank and he growled. The people around heard the loud noise and sneered. "Let's go, there's nothing to see. Su Yan is dead and Buttface is so seriously injured. He's dead for sure." Indeed. After all, the Guyu sect is also a powerful sect. How can a Celestial Emperor and a holy bloodline cause trouble? Let's go, let's go." Everyone was talking in twos and threes as they prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the crowd. No, the person who fell is not Su Yan. What? Everyone heard this shout and was stunned. They hurriedly looked in the direction where Su Yan had been. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone's eyes widened, and their mouths opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. How is this possible? How did he do it? Yeah, just now that elder clearly hit him. Everyone was stunned. Even Buttface was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. They all saw that Su Yan had been hit, but now Su Yan was unscathed. On the other hand, the elder spat out blood and stopped in midair. He looked at Su Yan in surprise. You, before he finished speaking, his whole body had fallen from the void. Junior brother. After a while, the elders of the Guyu sect suddenly came to their senses and looked at Su Yan in surprise. Although they still couldn't see through Su Yan's strength, they were not as calm as before. One by one they roared angrily. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. Su Yan, I'm going to break you into pieces. At this time they didn't care about bullying, let alone being ridiculed. They all waved their weapons and attacked Su Yan. Elder Gujin directly used his strongest move. More than a dozen elders of the Guyu sect in the celestial phase stage attacked Su Yan separately. The momentum was vast, the spiritual energy vibrated, and the light flickered. The condensed energy exploded into a powerful hurricane, like the stormy waves of the East Sea, and directly attacked Su Yan. The martial artists who were watching by the side saw such a powerful attack and took a few steps back. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan with a little more worry in their eyes. Seeing this, Buttface couldn't help but growl, "Don't forget, there's still me, Buttface." However, just as Buttface took a step forward, he was stopped by Su Yan. "Senior." Buttface was about to explain something. Su Yan smiled, and then a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the power that was constantly surging, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. "Guyu sect, half a year ago, you forced me to the edge of the world and humiliated me. Now it's time for you to pay back." As Su Yan spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly began to operate. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion and a powerful force soared into the sky. At the same time, countless rays of light burst out from his body. The light was so bright that it seemed to cover up the sunlight. What? When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. Soon, someone reacted and shouted in horror, No, this Su Yan is not in the holy bloodline realm, he's in the celestial phase realm. Yes, he's in the celestial phase realm, and he's in the 9-star celestial phase realm. How is this possible? Everyone looked at the spiritual power that was surging in Su Yan's body and couldn't help but feel a little crazy. When Elder Gujin and the other elders of the Guyu sect saw this scene, there was a look of horror in their eyes. In particular, Elder Gujin's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a deep fear. When he saw the red light emitted from Su Yan's eyes, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone retreat, retreat, this kid is not in the holy bloodline realm, retreat, retreat." When Su Yan heard Elder Gujin's words, he smiled coldly. Suddenly, he waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and jumped up. With a whoosh, followed by a scream, an elder of the Guyu sect died. That speed was always beyond the imagination of humans. Many people didn't even see when Su Yan made his move. They only saw a bloody mist explode in the void, which made them suddenly realize that someone had died. Su Yan had killed someone. Each and every one of them looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real. Many people thought that they were dreaming and kept rubbing their eyes, wanting to tell themselves that this was a dream. However, every time they rubbed their eyes, they would still see this shocking scene when they opened their eyes. This made them even more astonished and shocked. Not only that, in their shock, they saw flashes of light constantly in the void, and bursts of bloody mist filled the air. More than a dozen elders of the Guyu sect, died just like that. How is this possible, this speed? Everyone was almost going crazy. Although they were shocked by Su Yan's 9-star celestial phase realm strength, even if they accepted that Su Yan was at the 9-star celestial phase realm, it was impossible for a 9-star celestial phase realm cultivator to have such abnormal speed. Under the encirclement of so many experts, it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. When Elder Gujin saw the corpses of his fellow disciples falling down, his eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't until Su Yan's body descended in front of him that he suddenly woke up. In the past, Su Yan was just an ant-like existence in the eyes of Elder Gujin. Chapter 318. Su Yan looked down from above, his majestic aura directly suppressing Elder Gujin. In terms of aura, he had already surpassed him forever. At this moment, Elder Gu Jian finally understood that Su Yan was no longer the person he could casually need in the past. The surrounding spectators looked at Su Yan, their hearts also filled with shock. This was especially true for those who had wanted to capture Su Yan for the sake of 1,000,000 spirit stones. At this moment they finally understood that Su Yan was not someone they could compare to. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Su Yan. Of course, other than astonishment there was even more shock. They could not imagine that in just half a year, Su Yan was actually able to step into the stage 9 from the Saint Vein realm. That cultivation speed. Using this word was probably unable to estimate Su Yan's cultivation speed, because it was so fast that they did not dare to believe it. Gu Jian, that day when you forced me to jump off the cliff, did you ever think that such a day would come? Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian and shouted angrily. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes, only a cold killing intent surging out. For the humiliation that day, the hatred that day. Su Yan had never forgotten it, not to mention that today, Gu Jian had even injured his only friend in this hidden devil region. This Gu Jian had already committed a capital crime. However, Su Yan was not in a hurry to kill Gu Jian because he wanted to let the entire hidden devil region know that he, Su Yan, was a king, a divine dragon, and was not something that ants like them could compare to. No, senior, please be magnanimous and spare me. Elder Gu Jian no longer had the slightest bit of his usual arrogance. Looking at Su Yan, his entire body was trembling. He was afraid of death. He didn't even care about his reputation and knelt in front of Su Yan, calling him Senior Su Yan. I'll spare you. Perhaps if it were someone else begging for mercy, Su Yan would not be willing to bicker with them. However, Gu Jian was different. This was because Gu Jian had almost caused him to fall into a desperate situation, causing him to lose his life many times. Therefore it was impossible for Su Yan to forgive him. Not only would he not forgive him, but Su Yan would not forgive the entire Guyu sect. Although half a year had passed, Su Yan still clearly remembered the scene of the Guyu sect forcing him to jump off the cliff. Gu Jian, die. Su Yan coldly shouted and slowly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand. Senior, spare me, spare me. Elder Gu Jian knelt in front of Su Yan and begged for mercy. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to him. If Gu Jian had fought him like a man, Su Yan might have respected him a little. But now, looking at Elder Gu Jian's begging appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disdain. Shio. The sword quickly slid past. Suddenly, a low cry came from Gu Jian's throat as a blood mist drifted away. Elder Gu Jian had fallen. The speed of the sword was as fast as lightning as it slid past Gu Jian's throat. The sword was still trembling in the void, causing a series of explosions. The dazzling light was also trembling unceasingly. When the surrounding people saw this, they kept quiet out of fear. Even when they looked at Su Yan, a feeling of worship rose in their hearts. Su Yan ignored the gazes of these people. Instead, he looked at the gate of the Guyu sect and shouted, "That day the Guyu sect forced me to jump off the cliff. I swore that I would massacre the Guyu sect one day. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." Su Yan's words were directed at the other disciples of the Guyu sect. When the disciples heard Su Yan's words, their bodies trembled. Looking at the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand, they all roared and took off their Guyu sect uniform and ran to the foot of the mountain. A bunch of scoundrels. Su Yan looked at them running away and snorted disdainfully. He turned to look at Buttface and asked, "Buttface, how are your injuries recovering? Although I've recovered to my peak, I can still fight." Buttface looked at Su Yan and said firmly. His eyes also emitted a ray of unswerving determination. He seemed to know what Su Yan was going to do next, and the blood in his body started to boil. Su Yan nodded heavily and pointed his sword at the gate of the Guyu sect. "Well then, Buttface, today you and I will fight side by side and flatten the Guyu sect." Flatten the Guyu sect. Buttface growled, and the two of them rushed forward at the same time. The elders of the Guyu sect had been killed by Su Yan. The disciples who had not run away were just SOSO and weak. They could not resist Buttface and Su Yan at all. The two of them entered a no-man's land and killed their way into the Guyu sect's inner palace. Su Yan knew very well that the inner palace was where the Guyu sect's palace master was in seclusion. He wanted to kill this person today to take revenge for that day and flatten the Guyu sect. "Su Yan, you are so ruthless." Just as Su Yan and Buttface were in the middle of their massacre, a loud and clear voice suddenly exploded in the sky. When Su Yan heard this voice, he licked his lips slightly and revealed an evil smile. "Guyu sect master, Gu He, you are finally willing to show yourself. A black shadow leaped out from the inner palace of the Guyu sect. It was as fast as lightning, and in a flash, it was in front of everyone. This person was none other than the Guyu sect master, Gu He. Back then he was also involved in forcing Su Yan to jump off the cliff. Gu He looked at the corpses of his Guyu sect disciples all over the ground. There were also several elders of his Guyu sect lying on the ground. His old face suddenly twitched and a burst of anger surged. Su Yan, you actually dared to destroy my Guyu sect. Gu He looked at Su Yan and shouted angrily. Su Yan smiled coldly. Gu He, you asked for this. If it weren't for my luck, I'm afraid I would have died at the bottom of that cliff. How could I be standing here? So you asked for all of this? You asked for it, huh? Gu He snorted and shouted, Su Yan, do you really think that there is no one in my Guyu sect? You alone can flatten my Guyu sect. Is there anyone here? A trace of coldness flashed across Su Yan's face. Looking at the corpses around him, a mocking gaze surged in his eyes. Gu He was already angry. Seeing Su Yan's contemptuous look, he became even more furious. Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be the Guyu sect master in vain. Asterisk bang. Asterisk as Gu He spoke, his body trembled and a powerful force suddenly surged. Spirit Sea Realm. It's the Spirit Sea Realm. This Gu He has actually reached the Spirit Sea Realm. When everyone saw the power surging from Gu He's body, a look of astonishment appeared on everyone's face. A Spirit Sea Realm cultivator could definitely be considered a top expert here. How could they not be surprised? However, to Su Yan, the Spirit Sea Realm was just an ordinary existence. After all, there were too many Spirit Sea Realm experts in the Monster Palace. Su Yan, I have to admit that your cultivation speed is fast. However, a mere Celestial Realm cultivator dares to barge into my Guyu sect. You're courting death. Gu He was really angered by Su Yan. With a cold shout, he no longer spoke nonsense with Su Yan. He patted his storage bag and immediately took out a long sword and attacked Su Yan. Senior, be careful. When Buttface saw Gu He's sharp attack, his heart suddenly trembled. He wanted to block for Su Yan. However, he heard Su Yan shout coldly, Buttface, back off. When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, he hesitated for a moment. However, in the end he still chose to believe in Su Yan and retreated to the side. Arrogant person. A mere Celestial Realm cultivator wants to fight me alone? Gu He originally thought that Su Yan and Buttface would attack together. He didn't expect that Su Yan would actually ask Buttface to back off. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, he held the long sword in his hand and attacked. It was obvious that Gu He's long sword was not an ordinary item. The moment he raised the sword, a burst of bright light suddenly burst out. At the same time, waves of sword cries shook the air. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked Su Yan with his sword. The speed was as fast as an arrow leaving the bowstring. As the long sword was waved, Gu He's strength of a level 2 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator suddenly erupted. When the sword came down, the momentum was even more grand. It was like a cheetah pouncing straight up. Wherever the sword passed, there were countless explosions. The sword light flickered like stormy waves. When the people at the side saw this, they were all dumbfounded. This Gu He is indeed worthy of being the sect leader of the Guyu sect. This sword can actually erupt with such a powerful attack. That's right. Looks like this Su Yan is most likely doomed. When everyone saw Gu He make his move, they all secretly broke out in a cold sweat for Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Gu He's powerful move, he no longer had the calm expression from before. After all, Gu He was at the Spirit Sea Realm. The power and speed that he erupted with were not something that those Sky Realm cultivators could compare to. Under the pressure of Gu He's powerful aura, Su Yan even felt his entire body trembling slightly. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, waves of bright light flowed out from his eyes. Level 2 Spirit Sea Realm. I wonder if I can withstand it now. Su Yan licked his lips. His eyes turned and a bright red light immediately appeared. At the same time, his body also burst out with a burst of light. Die. Gu He shouted angrily as his sword slashed down towards Su Yan's mind. His eyes revealed a ruthless expression. However, when the sword slashed down, Gu He saw that Su Yan had already dodged it. Gu He could not help but be shocked. Looking at Su Yan, who had retreated a few meters, he said with a face full of surprise, how can your speed be so fast? How could it be so fast? Su Yan laughed coldly. Naturally, he would not tell Gu He that he had always been proud of his speed. When Gu He saw Su Yan's expression, the surprise on his face quickly turned into anger. Chapter 319. Will I die without a doubt? I'd like to see what kind of ability the sect leader of the Guyu sect has. Su Yin coldly said. His plain and simple words slowly drifted across the huge square, causing the atmosphere that filled the square to become slightly turbulent and chaotic. In the square, the onlookers all looked at Shi Yan with different emotions. They weren't unfamiliar with this young man called Xiao Yan. After all, they had wanted to capture him for the Guyu sect, causing Su Yin to set off a wave of excitement in the demon-subduing sect. Of course, at that time when this name was mentioned, most people would feel a little disdain and ridicule. When Guyu Zong said that Su Yin had already been killed, they felt that it was a reasonable thing to do. After all, Su Yin was still too weak at that time. Offending the Guyu sect and being chased was a matter of course. However, when everyone looked at Su Yan's white-robed body, their gazes were extremely complicated. Even when they heard Su Yan's words, no one felt that there was anything wrong. Although it was impossible for Su Yin, who was only at the sky phase stage, to deal with someone at the spiritual sea stage, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. As the unreachable sect leader of the Guyu sect, no one had ever dared to be so rude to him. Now that a mere sky phase stage cultivator dared to speak to him in such a manner, the anger on Gu He's face became even more intense. Su Yin didn't pay any attention to Gu He. His hand slowly gripped the hilt of his sword and suddenly pulled it out. The ghost howl sword brought about an oppressive wind as it slanted towards the ground. The wind from the sword blew up the dust on the ground. Faint spiritual qi lingered on the surface of his body. Su Yin waved his sword and pointed it at Gu He. Gu He, you forced me to jump off a cliff in the past. Today it's time to repay this hatred. Bang! As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly leapt up. He waved the ghost howl sword and attacked Gu He. In front of everyone's eyes, that robust body was like an angry demonic beast. The ghost howl sword slashed down and a series of ghost howls burst out. At the same time, there were traces of black fog lingering above it. A mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator actually dares to make the first move. Gu He calmly looked at Su Yin, who was charging straight at him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Gu He calmly watched for a long time. When he saw that Su Yin had arrived in front of him, Gu He finally made a move. The tip of his foot gently tapped the ground. His body was like a fallen leaf in a wild wind, drifting and flickering. In an instant he crossed paths with Su Yin. In the instant they crossed paths, the long sword in Gu He's hand slashed horizontally in an extremely natural manner. With the help of his body movement technique, a few tiny wind blades burst forth, slicing towards Su Yan's neck. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. His rapidly charging figure came to a halt. He slightly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand. With a loud bang, it directly collided with Gu He's long sword, causing a burst of resplendent fireworks. The speed of the two was so fast that it surprised all the onlookers. When the two swords collided, Su Yin suddenly felt a sense of oppression coming from the sword. He slightly raised his eyes to look at Gu He, licked his lips and said, "The second step of the spiritual sea, you really do have some skills." As he spoke, Su Yin suddenly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and leaped forward. The ghost howl sword released a ferocious spiritual energy and smashed towards Gu He's abdomen. The spiritual energy was so strong that it instantly created a strong wind that blew up Gu He's clothes. Feeling the oppressive spiritual energy behind him, Gu He frowned slightly. I never thought that this brat, who is only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, would actually have such a fast speed. But so what if he has speed alone? As Gu He spoke, the long sword in his hand suddenly thrusted out. The light green long sword left behind a green arc in the air. The sharp sword tip seemed to have pierced through the air. Following a crisp ding sound, the tip of the sword pointed straight at Su Yan's ghost howl sword that was smashing towards him. When the two came into contact, the strong spiritual energy contained on top of it caused the slender long sword to be pressed into an extremely hair-raising arc, die. At this moment, Gu He suddenly let out a furious roar. A powerful spiritual energy burst out from his long sword. With a loud bang, the powerful energy directly spread out from the ghost howl sword. Not good. Su Yin was shocked. He immediately felt his palm shake, and the ghost howl sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. However, in the end it was still suppressed by Su Yin. At the same time, his body suddenly retreated a few steps. Su Yin was very clear about the difference in strength between him and Gu He. If he wanted to defeat Gu He, he had to rely on his own speed. As Su Yin retreated, he suddenly slapped his storage pouch. A few flying swords instantly burst out and attacked Gu He. The speed of the flying swords had always exceeded Gu He's imagination. Furthermore, Gu He did not expect that Su Yan would be able to suddenly burst out with so many long swords. Due to a moment of carelessness, a flying sword directly pierced through Gu He's clothes. "Good brat, you actually have such a skill." Gu He was shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger erupted in his heart. "Humph, it seems that if I don't show you some colors, you will really think that I, Gu He, am someone that you can compare to." Just as Gu He's voice fell, he suddenly let out a roar and waved the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the air around him seemed to tremble. A burst of whistling sound burst out. Simultaneously, a powerful energy surged and directly contracted into Gu He's long sword. What a powerful energy! "Yeah, I'm afraid that Su Yan is doomed this time." Seeing the powerful energy erupting from Gu He's long sword, the spectators below whispered to each other. "Go to hell." Gu He let out a roar and waved his long sword. The huge energy that had contracted suddenly rushed towards Su Yan like a powerful wave. Seeing such a powerful attack from Gu He, Su Yan frowned and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, the energy that Gu He released was too powerful. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Su Yan. There was no way for him to avoid it. At the same time, Su Yan could feel the power of this energy. This was because when the power surged, Su Yan's body started to tremble slightly. Not only that, Gu He did not stop because of this. Instead, he sneered and instantly raised the long sword in his hand. With a leap, he charged towards Su Yan. "Go to hell, Su Yan." Gu He smiled coldly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He believed that Su Yan would not be able to withstand his double attack. Su Yan would die without a doubt. When the spectators below saw this scene, their bodies shrunk together. They did not dare to blink. They stared at this scene and saw that Su Yan was still standing there motionlessly. Everyone was sweating profusely. Buttface, who was standing at the side, also gasped when he saw this scene. He wanted to help, but he realized that he was too late. He could only look at Gu He with anger in his eyes. Bang! A loud explosion rang out. Elder Gu Jin's powerful attack directly rushed towards Su Yan's body. Bursts of bright light burst out and enveloped Su Yan's entire body. "Is he dead?" Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. A sneer appeared on Gu He's face as he snorted, "You overestimate yourself. A mere celestial stage cultivator actually dares to threaten to flatten my Guyu sect." "Is that so?" Right at that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the resplendent light. At the same time, the light slowly faded, and Su Yan's body once again appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes could not help but shrink as they looked at Su Yan in surprise. Especially when they stared at the frosty light outside Su Yan's body. Everyone was even more surprised. "Look, what is that?" "Yeah, that light circle seems to be able to absorb Gu He's power." Gu He looked at Su Yan in surprise. He did not believe that Su Yan, who was merely in the celestial stage, could actually withstand such a powerful attack from him. Looking at the playful expression on Su Yan's face, Gu He was even more furious. "Su Yan, I will definitely kill you." Gu He roared as his body rushed towards Su Yan. However, the movement of the long sword in his hand did not stop because of this. His feet lightly stomped on the air as waves of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the long sword. In an instant, a large number of sharp wind blades were formed as they ruthlessly cut towards Su Yan's body. Feeling the power coming from the sword, Su Yan did not slow down in the slightest. He raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and welcomed Gu He. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a black mist suddenly surged out. Compared to Gu He's power, it was slightly weaker. However, when the two collided, Gu He was actually unable to do anything to Su Yan for a moment. This made Gu He even angrier. He suddenly waved the long sword in his hand and slashed down. A huge energy sword cut through the air as if it was tearing through space. The resplendent arc of light split from the tip of the sword, and the 5 sword shapes connected head to tail, like a meteor falling from the sky. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but frown. He did not dare to panic in the slightest. He hurriedly raised his sword and charged forward, directly colliding with Gu He's powerful attack. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body suddenly staggered backwards. Following that, Gu He pressed forward again, the corner of his mouth revealing a cold smile. "Su Yan, do you think you can stop me?" As he spoke, Gu He waved the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down towards Su Yan's head. Su Yan was suddenly shocked. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on. At the same time, his body quickly retreated. Unfortunately, just as Su Yan retreated, Gu He pressed forward again. Gu He's speed was comparable to Su Yan's. In particular, the powerful energy contained in the long sword made Su Yan frown. If this continues, I will definitely die in Gu He's hands, Su Yin thought to himself. Looking at Gu He's body that was constantly surging towards him, the blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank. One sword to decide the universe. Su Yin shouted angrily. He did not dodge but directly attacked Gu He. Gu He did not expect that Su Yin would burst out with such a sharp sword. His pupils shrank and his body pulled back a few steps. At the same time he did not dodge. Instead, he waved the long sword in his hand and blocked Su Yan's attack. Do you think this is it? When Su Yan saw Gu He's indifferent face, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint sneer. With a shout, Su Yan's body suddenly burst out with a bright brilliance. That brilliance surged up. Awoo! Suddenly a low roar was heard. It turned into 9 huge dragons and directly attacked Gu He. 9 dragons soul-snatching. Su Yan shouted angrily. His left hand directly attacked Gu He's body. Gu He did not expect that Su Yan would attack from 2 sides. For a moment he could not dodge. Bang! After being hit by Su Yan, Gu He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. What a good Su Yan. He actually managed to injure me. Gu He looked at Su Yan in astonishment. His eyes were filled with anger. You are fine. Su Yan completely ignored Gu He's words. Seeing that Gu He was safe and sound, he could not help but frown. Chapter 320. Brat, do you really think that the spiritual sea realm is something that you, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, can compare to? Gu He blocked Su Yan's strongest attack, and a powerful aura suddenly emitted from between his brows. At the same time, a sharp light flowed out from his eyes. When this sharp light surged over, Su Yan actually felt his body and mind tremble when he saw it. What's going on? Su Yan turned around and looked at Gu He. He had a strange feeling. Gu He's aura seemed to have surpassed the aura of a spiritual sea realm cultivator. This aura seemed to be the aura of a perimeter realm cultivator. Su Yan took a closer look. Gu He was indeed only a spiritual sea realm cultivator. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Go to hell. While Su Yan was still in a daze, Gu He's body suddenly rushed forward. The long sword in his hand chopped down horizontally, erupting with a powerful chi that was like a hurricane sweeping over. Su Yan was shocked in his heart. What a powerful attack. While Su Yan was shocked, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and his figure quickly retreated. But just as Su Yan's figure retreated, Gu He's eyes turned, and his left hand suddenly struck out again. A powerful attack burst out, and a powerful light suddenly emerged from the majestic spirit energy. Su Yan couldn't dodge in time. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan was directly hit by this move. Suddenly he felt a huge pain in his body. His body flew back dozens of meters and with a loud bang he fell to the ground. Puchi! At the same time Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Gu He's body floated over and looked down at Su Yan, who was on the ground with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Arrogant brat, do you really think that my Guyu sect is something that you, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, can break through? As Gu He spoke, he waved his hands and a majestic spirit energy suddenly surged out. At the same time a powerful force surged out. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body also began to secretly surge. Die. As Gu He spoke, he instantly waved the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down on Su Yan. A huge force burst out, like a stormy sea, directly pounced towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. When the onlookers saw this scene they were all dumbfounded. They were shocked by the sudden change in the situation. Su Yan looked at the aura emitted from Gu He's body and frowned. Especially when he saw Gu He's move, Su Yan could feel the strength of this force. There was no chance to dodge it. Looks like I can only fight. Su Yan clenched his teeth and the cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. Looking at the powerful force that was surging towards him, Su Yan suddenly opened his hands and shouted angrily, "Mysterious Cold Shield, second layer, Mysterious Ice Divine Shield activate." Bang! Under this loud sound, Su Yan's frosty halo suddenly emitted a bright light. Boom! Facing Gu He's powerful attack, the entire square was covered by the resplendent light. The surrounding people couldn't help but take a few steps back. What? Gu He also didn't expect Su Yan to be able to block his attack. He was stunned for a moment and then looked at Su Yan with a sharp gaze. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly turned into a white light. The ghost howl sword in his hand swept out, emitting a black fog, which directly flew towards Gu He's body. That fog seemed soft, but it was incomparably sharp. As it cut through the air, it burst out with a crisp sound. Gu He was stunned, and his figure hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, because Su Yan's reaction speed was extremely fast, Gu He couldn't react in time and was hit on the shoulder by the black fog. At the same time, blood flew out. Gu He frowned in pain. Looking at the blood on his shoulder, his face immediately became gloomy. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you can actually injure me." Huff! Su Yan continuously released a few powerful attacks. He was already panting and didn't have time to answer Gu He's words. He only looked at Gu He, and his eyes revealed traces of coldness. Seeing Su Yan's situation, Gu He laughed coldly and said, "Good, good. Su Yan, I want to see how long you can last." While Gu He was speaking, bang! Suddenly a powerful energy burst out from his body. With a wave of his hand, it directly exploded on Su Yan's body. "Senior, be careful." Seeing this attack, Buttface was shocked and hurriedly shouted to Gu He. Seeing Gu He's attack, Su Yan's face also darkened. He thought to himself, "A Stage 2 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator is indeed much stronger than me. If this continues, I will definitely lose. I have to think of a way." As Su Yan spoke, his eyes suddenly shrank. He stepped on the sword dragon and dodged Gu He's attack. However, Gu He's attack came again. After dodging a few times, Su Yan felt that the spiritual chi in his body was about to dry up. "Su Yan, I want to see how long you can last." Gu He laughed coldly. Holding the long sword in his hand, he suddenly slashed towards Su Yan. However, this time Su Yan didn't dodge at all. He looked at Gu He and laughed coldly. Seeing Su Yan like this, Gu He couldn't help but frown. However, the speed of his hand didn't slow down at all. His sword slashed towards Su Yan's body. Although this sword didn't look fancy in the slightest. However, its speed was extremely fast. As the sword slid past, there were countless loud sounds. Not only that, but at the same time, the powerful spiritual chi rotated in the air, emitting waves of powerful light. The onlookers at the side were already stunned. Sky Realm, Spirit Sea Realm. In their hearts, it was impossible for a Sky Realm cultivator to be a match for a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. However, Su Yan only relied on the strength of a Sky Realm cultivator to hold on for such a long time in Gu He's hands. This was already a miracle to them. At this moment, looking at Su Yan's body, they couldn't help but feel respect. Now that they saw Su Yan gasping for breath and saw that Su Yan was about to be cut in half by Gu He's sword, they even felt some pity in their hearts. They didn't know why, but their emotions also became somewhat gloomy. This was because they felt that Su Yan wouldn't be able to dodge this time. Su Yan would definitely die. They felt pity for Su Yan. That's not right. Just as Gu He's sword was about to slide past Su Yan's body, a shout suddenly burst out from the crowd. "That's not right. Look, Su Yan's body is changing." What? Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened. Woo! At this moment, a dragon's roar burst out. With a wave of the huge dragon's body, Gu He's long sword was sent flying. What the hell is going on? This? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. There were also some people who saw through the trick and shouted excitedly, "Illusion technique, this is illusion technique." What? Illusion technique? Wasn't it lost a long time ago? That's right, how could Su Yan do it? Everyone was stunned, but when they thought about how Su Yan didn't die, the gloominess in their hearts started to become active again. Looking at the huge dragon's body that Su Yan had transformed into, all of them were filled with anticipation. Illusion technique, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to have mastered the illusion technique. Gu He looked at the huge dragon's body in front of him and couldn't help but frown. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Awoo! Su Yan let out a low roar and activated the dragon's body, directly charging towards Gu He. The speed of the dragon's body that was transformed was hundreds of times faster than before. Gu He couldn't help but be shocked and his body hurriedly retreated. However, just as he took a step back, Su Yan's body caught up with him. The huge dragon's body swung its claws towards Gu He's body. Originally, it was a situation where Su Yan had been avoiding. Now it had reversed and appeared in front of Gu He. Gu He's sword was sent flying by Su Yan's attack just now. At this moment he was also dodging in a sorry state. Good. Su Yan, I really didn't expect you to have such a move. While Gu He was dodging continuously, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. His eyes suddenly shrank and his hands began to move. Rumble. The moment he moved his hands, there was a sudden explosion. At the same time, a powerful force surged. Not only that, but the entire ground was trembling slightly. When the surrounding crowd felt this powerful force, they couldn't help but be shocked. Especially when they felt the trembling of the ground, they couldn't help but retreat. Seeing this, Su Yan's dragon head also raised and let out a low roar. Su Yan, I can't help but admire you. You're very strong. If it was another rank 2 spiritual sea realm, perhaps they wouldn't be able to defeat you today. Unfortunately. Gu He sneered. He waved his hands and suddenly slammed them on the ground. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth. The entire ground suddenly surged. That's right, the entire ground surged. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. This is the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Each and every one of them was tongue-tied. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. Seeing this, Su Yan slightly frowned. He was very clear that after entering the spiritual sea realm, one could use the power of heaven and earth to cultivate the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. Of course, the cultivation of the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill was also divided into ranks. From rank 1 to rank 9, and now, looking at Gu He's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, it was probably cultivated to rank 5 and above. Rank 5. As Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly shrank. Landslide and Earth Rends. Chapter 321. The entire ground surged up, and the powerful rocks shot out like countless flying swords. Not only that, the entire ground was like a huge mountain pressing down on Su Imo. Su Yan raised his dragon head, wanting to dodge. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to do so. Let's go all out. Su Yan roared in his heart. His body no longer retreated. He turned his dragon body and pounced towards Gu He's huge attack. Uproar! The dragon body collided with the ground. Suddenly, countless rays of light burst out, and the rumbling sound resonated through the heavens and earth. The moment Su Yan's dragon body was put on, the entire huge upright ground suddenly exploded. Countless mud and stones, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, exploded and shot out. The surrounding buildings were all smashed and destroyed one by one. Not only that, some of the spectators were too weak to dodge in time. They were directly hit and died. Everyone closed their eyes under this resplendent light screen. This phenomenon lasted for a few breaths of time before it returned to normal. The spectators slowly opened their eyes. Looking at the mess in front of them, they were all confused. Is he dead? Everyone saw this and did not dare to go near. They could only stare blankly at the scene. Looking at the huge dragon figure disappearing from the horizon, they felt a little sad. I did not expect this illusion technique to be so strong. At this moment, a black-robed figure slowly stood up from the ground. Everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. However, when they saw this person clearly, they were a little disappointed. Because this person was Gu He. Gu He looked at the mess in front of him and could not help but smile bitterly. This Su Yan is indeed a genius. If he is given a few more days, I wonder how strong he will be. Cough, cough, cough. As Gu He spoke, he kept coughing. It was obvious that he was not lightly injured in this attack. Is he dead? Everyone looked at the calm ground. There was no more movement and their hearts sank. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, a cough was heard. A white figure slowly crawled out from the deep hole in the ground. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. When they saw the white figure's face clearly, the white figure was stunned. Everyone immediately shouted excitedly. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. Ah, that's great. That's right, it's Su Yan. He didn't die. He's not dead. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. They didn't know why they were so excited when they saw that Su Yan wasn't dead, but they were just excited. Only Gu He looked at Su Yan, who was in front of him, and frowned. Immediately after, anger rose in his eyes as he shouted, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Puchi. Su Yan had already returned to his human form. His current situation was obviously not much better. He coughed dryly and spat out a mouthful of blood. But even so, Su Yan's eyes were still glowing. Second stage spiritual sea realm is indeed powerful. Su Yan frowned slightly. Looking at Gu He's figure, he raised the ghost howl sword with difficulty. When Gu He saw Su Yan, anger surged in his eyes. Su Yan, I didn't expect you, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, to be able to force me to such an extent. Good. If I don't kill you today, I'm not worthy to be the sect master of Guyu's sect. Gu He roared and rushed towards Su Yan. Humph, Gu He, you forced my Tianya that day. Today I'll settle this with you. Su Yan endured the intense pain in his body and stood up. His eyes emitted a bright light. He might know that he couldn't defeat Gu He today. But even so, Su Yan couldn't back down. This was the pride of a man. Good. When Gu He heard Su Yan's words, he also said good 3 times. The corner of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Su Yan, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish today. After saying that, the two of them brandished their swords and attacked each other at the same time. At this moment, the spiritual energy in their bodies had been exhausted. It was a competition of physical strength. The swords came and went, faintly emitting waves of sharp light. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Die! Gu He roared and slapped Su Yan's shoulder with his palm. Su Yan's entire body was sent flying by the impact. Su Yan, you won't be my match. Gu He approached Su Yan and sneered. Puchi. Su Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered at Gu He. Is that so? As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly rushed out and pounced towards Su Yan. Humph. Seeing this, Gu He immediately shouted angrily and waved his palm to attack Su Yan. Bang! The palm hit Su Yan's body, but this time Su Yan didn't retreat at all. Instead, he gritted his teeth and hugged Gu He again. Gu He didn't expect Su Yan to use such a hooligan move. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly hugged by Su Yan. Let go of me. Gu He was hugged tightly by Su Yan. He was furious and kept slapping at Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan hugged him tightly and didn't move an inch. Bang! 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 Facing Su Yan's hooligan attack, Gu He flew into a rage and continuously slapped at Su Yan. Each of his palm strikes contained a powerful energy, causing a series of loud sounds to erupt. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. Puchi. Under this huge attack, Su Yan kept spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth. Die. Gu He didn't expect Su Yan to be able to hold on for so long. With a furious roar, he raised his palm and smashed it at Su Yan with all his might. No one dared to look anymore. With a cry of surprise, they closed their eyes. However, the corner of Su Yan's mouth revealed a sinister smile. His blood-stained lips split open, making him look exceptionally sinister. He spat out a weak word, die, just as Su Yan finished speaking. Swish. Suddenly, a few white lights flashed in the sky. Bang! A few flying swords swept past Gu He's throat. This. Gu He's body suddenly shrunk. He never thought that Su Yan would actually have such a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, Su Yan finally let go of Gu He. Looking at Gu He's body that was slowly going limp, Su Yan's mouth revealed a cold smile. Impossible, impossible, how could I be defeated by a mere celestial phenomenon stage? Impossible, impossible. Gu He growled in a low voice with a face full of astonishment. Then, with a flash, his entire body turned into a ray of white light and disappeared. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned and then fainted. Senior. Seeing that Su Yan had fainted, Buttface suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly ran over and checked Su Yan's breathing. Seeing that he was only unconscious, he felt relieved. A fierce battle ended just like that, although Su Yan had also fallen unconscious. However, everyone knew that Su Yan, a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, had defeated a cultivator of the 2nd stage of the spiritual sea realm. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw this. They just stood there, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. They were unable to accept this fact. Of course, they also noticed that at the moment Gu He fell, he did not leave behind a body. Instead, he turned into white light and disappeared. This made them feel shocked, but no one thought about what had happened. All of their gazes were focused on Su Yan. Su Yan nodded his head. Su Yan, where did you go? He couldn't have gone to the Spirit Stone Mountain alone, right? On the 2nd day, Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, and Ratley discovered that Su Yan was not in the room at all. The three of them were anxious and finally thought that Su Yan might have gone to the Spirit Stone Mountain. However, when they rushed to the Spirit Stone Mountain, they did not find Su Yan at all. This made them even more anxious. After all, they were very clear about Murong Fu's methods. What they were most worried about now was that Murong Fu would take action against Su Yan. After all, among the 4 of them, Su Yan was still the weakest. Of course, they did not know that Su Yan had stepped into the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. Senior Brother Mu, what should we do now? After coming down from the Spirit Stone Mountain and not finding Su Yan's figure, Dong Qinghao asked Makaryu Ice worriedly. Because Su Yan was not here among the 3 of them. Makaryu Ice was the strongest and still became the backbone of the 3 of them. I don't know either. Makaryu Ice also frowned. At this moment, they heard a voice coming from the side. Have you heard? Su Yan flattened the Guyu sect by himself. I've heard of it. That battle was really exciting. When the 3 of them heard these people around them, they looked at each other and then flew in the direction of the Guyu sect without hesitation. When they arrived, they happened to see the last scene. Looking at Su Yan's thin body, they felt a burst of emotion in their hearts. Take Su Yan back to heal. When Makaryu Ice saw Su Yan's injured condition, he picked up Su Yan's body without hesitation and walked down the mountain. Who are you? When Buttface saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop Makaryu Ice and the other two. We are Su Yan's senior brothers. Makaryu Ice opened his mouth. He had seen Buttface's sad expression just now and knew that Buttface and Su Yan must have some kind of friendship, so he did not stop him. When Buttface heard this, he still did not believe them. When Dong Qinghao saw that Buttface did not believe them, he said, "You can just come with us. Su Yan's injuries are too serious, we can't waste too much time." Okay. When Buttface heard this, he nodded and followed the few of them. Soon the 5 of them returned to the inn where they were staying. Makaryu Ice checked Su Yan's injuries and frowned. Su Yan's injuries are too serious this time, and his meridians are all destroyed. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to recover. Then what should we do? Dong Qinghao asked anxiously. Makaryu Ice pondered for a moment, then looked at Ratli and asked, "Junior brother Rat, how long before the auction starts?" 3 days. Ratli counted without thinking. Chapter 322. The Heaven and Earth Organization. When everyone heard Makaryu Ice's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Everyone knew very well that the Heaven and Earth Organization's power was not weaker than the Monster Palace's. Moreover, the Monster Palace had never been in contact with the Heaven and Earth Organization. It was obviously inappropriate to go down and look for the Heaven and Earth Organization. Of course, Makaryu Ice was also aware of this. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan lying on the bed with a helpless expression, he said, "Su Yan's tendons and veins are all broken. It's a miracle that he's still alive. If we want to wake him up, we have to find the Heaven and Earth Organization's help." After saying that, Makaryu Ice paused and continued, "The Heaven and Earth Organization's Wanxiang Divine Skill, Cloud Mist Technique, has a miraculous healing effect. Therefore, I'm afraid that the only person who can save Su Yan now is the Heaven and Earth Organization's Sect Master." In fact, everyone knew that Su Yan's injuries were very serious. However, when they thought of the Heaven and Earth Organization, they still felt a little helpless. After all, the Heaven and Earth Organization was not comparable to the Guyu sect at all. In addition, the Monster Palace had never had any friendship with the Heaven and Earth Organization. It was definitely impossible to ask the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization to help Su Yan. "Senior Brother Mu, is there really no other way besides this?" Ratli asked Makaryu Ice. Makaryu Ice shook his head. "Other than this, I really can't think of any other way. But can the Heaven and Earth Organization really help?" Ratli said gloomily. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qinghao waved his hand and shouted, "No matter what, we can't just stand by and watch Su Yan like this. Even if the Heaven and Earth Organization has to go through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I still have to go." "Yes." As soon as Dong Qinghao finished speaking, Buttface said resolutely, "I, Buttface, don't know anything. I just know that I have to save Senior." "Yes." Makaryu Ice nodded. "In that case, we should set off as soon as possible. The longer Su Yan's injury is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for him." "Yes." The 4 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. At the same time, the 4 of them no longer cared about anything else and directly brought Su Yan to the Heaven and Earth Organization. As for Murongfu's matter, it had been pushed to the back by the 3 of them. Of course, even though they had pushed the matter to the back, it didn't mean that Murongfu had forgotten about their existence. On the contrary, when the 4 of them left the Monster Palace on the first day, Murongfu had already sent people to keep a close eye on the 4 of them. The news that the 4 of them were going to the Heaven and Earth Organization quickly spread to Murongfu's ears in the Monster Palace. Faction Master Su Yan challenged the Guyu sect alone. Although he defeated the Guyu sect's sect master, he was also seriously injured. Now Makaryu Ice and the others are taking him to the Heaven and Earth Organization, hoping to borrow the Heaven and Earth Organization's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, the Cloud Spell, to treat Su Yan. Lei Gao looked at Murongfu, who was sitting on the Palace Master's seat, and respectfully reported to him. Lei Gao used to be the strongest person in the West Palace. Unfortunately, ever since the incident at the Ancient Demon Pagoda, he had completely followed Murongfu and was willing to submit to Murongfu. When Murongfu heard Lei Gao's words, his face sank. "I didn't expect that in just a few days, Su Yan had reached the 9-star celestial phase realm. This monstrous cultivation speed really can't be left alive." Furthermore, he was able to destroy the Guyu sect with just the 9-star celestial phase realm. After hearing what happened outside with Su Yan, Murongfu's killing intent towards Su Yan grew stronger and stronger. He never expected that not only did Su Yen break through to the 9-star celestial phase realm, but he was also able to kill Gu He, who was at the second stage of the Spirit Sea realm. This made him feel a sense of threat once again. The killing intent in his heart towards Su Yen also grew stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the position of the palace master of the Monster Palace, Murong Fu would have already personally made a move against Su Yen. Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu's gloomy expression and asked carefully, "Palace Master, what should we do now? Should we send someone to kill Su Yen?" Murong Fu hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "No, after all, my current power is not comparable to the heavenly pig demon king and Luo Yaofeng. The two of them do not know about the death of Princess Chu." However, this did not mean that the two of them were not thinking about the position of Palace Master. If the Monster Palace made too big of a move, it was hard to guarantee that the two of them would find out. If the two of them found out, then things would be much more troublesome than Su Yen and the others. "Oh." Lei Gao nodded, glanced at Murong Fu and continued to ask, "Palace Master, what should we do now? What should we do?" When Murong Fu heard Lei Gao's words, he frowned and hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Aren't they going to the Heaven and Earth Organization?" The Heaven and Earth Organization was located in Nanjiang. It would take a day to travel from the Hidden Demon region, even if they used the teleportation array. This round trip would take 2 days. 2 days. Lei Gao obviously did not understand Murong Fu's meaning and looked at him with a puzzled expression. When Murong Fu saw Lei Gao's puzzlement, he did not keep him in suspense. After all, in the entire Monster Palace, Lei Gao was the only person he could use. Although Murong Fu was ruthless, he was still good to the people who followed him. He looked at Lei Gao and said with a meaningful smile, "Lei Gao, oh Lei Gao, even if the Heavenly Cloud sect is willing to help, they won't be able to make it back to the auction in time, right?" "Yes." Lei Gao nodded. He felt that Murong Fu's words made sense, but he still did not understand what Murong Fu was planning and was still puzzled. When Murong Fu saw his expression, he shook his head and scolded with a smile, "Lei Gao, why don't you use your brain? If they can't rush back to the auction, it will be equivalent to disobeying orders. When the time comes, I will find a reason to pursue them. Not only that, if they can't rush back, I will accuse them of betraying the sect. At that time, I am afraid that we won't even have to do anything. Betraying the sect is a big crime in the entire 5 counties. At that time, as long as we announce that the 4 of them have betrayed the sect, they will become rats crossing the street and be killed by everyone." Ha ha ha. As Murong Fu spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. He was truly impressed by his own intelligence. When Lei Gao heard Murong Fu's laughter, he could not help but have goosebumps. He had a better understanding of Murong Fu's ruthlessness. Murong Fu laughed for a while, then waved his hand and said to Lei Gao, "Lei Gao, listen to my orders. From today onwards, you will bring the Palace Master's verbal order. If the 4 of them can't rush back to the auction, announce that they have betrayed the sect, and add the Monster Palace's reward." "Yes." Lei Gao nodded without hesitation. After all, he was by Murong Fu's side. He also knew how big of a threat Su Yen was. After all, everyone saw Su Yan's abnormal cultivation speed. Lei Gao also wanted to get rid of Su Yen and the others as soon as possible so that he could be the Monster Palace's elder. He did not want to hide behind the scenes and not do anything. As he watched Lei Gao leave, the sneer on Murong Fu's face became more and more obvious. His eyes emitted a cold light. "Su Yen, you want to go against me? Do you think you have the ability? So what if your cultivation speed is fast? This time, I will definitely make sure that you don't return to the Monster Palace." "Haha, Su Yen, aren't you very powerful? This time let's see how powerful you are." Murong Fu laughed as he spoke. His eyes emitted a wave of hatred, especially when he thought of Su Yan's cultivation speed. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He could not wait to kill Su Yen immediately. Of course, Su Yen and the others were not aware of this matter yet. Makaryu Ice and the others were worried about Su Yan's injuries. It could be said that they did not stop for a moment. After a day of rushing, they finally arrived at the Heaven and Earth Organization. Speaking of which, it was the first time that they had come to the Heaven and Earth Organization. Usually, they had only heard of the existence of the Heaven and Earth Organization. They had never been here before. After all, the Monster Palace and the Heaven and Earth Organization had never interacted. At this moment, the 4 of them looked at the magnificent mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Their eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was because the more powerful the Heaven and Earth Organization was, the more difficult it would be for them to ask them to save Su Yen. They even hoped that the Heaven and Earth organization would be as powerful as the Guyu sect. If that was the case, the four of them could use their power to force the Heaven and Earth organization to help. Unfortunately, the Heaven and Earth organization was the most powerful sect in the 5 counties. Even the Monster Palace was far inferior to it. Even the Black Ghost Cave could not compare to the Heaven and Earth organization. What should we do now? The few of them looked at the heavily guarded mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth organization. They could not help but look at Makaryu Ice. Since Su Yen was unconscious, Makaryu Ice had become the backbone of the group. After all, Makaryu Ice was the strongest among them. Not only that, but he also had more experience than the others. Without Su Yen, he naturally became the backbone of the group. Makaryu Ice looked at the magnificent mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth organization and frowned. Although he had heard that the Heaven and Earth organization was the most powerful sect in the 5 counties, it was only a rumor. At this moment, Mu Lubing saw the Chen Yun sect occupying the lofty mountain. That heavily guarded gate gave off a faint oppressive feeling. Only then did Mu Lubing truly realize the strength of the Chen Yun sect. Regardless of whether it was its aura or boldness, it was much stronger than the Supreme Demon Palace. Along the way he originally wanted to use force. However, when he saw the Chen Yun sect, he immediately dispelled the thought in his heart. After looking at the Heaven and Earth organization for a long time, he hesitated for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, we have no way out. Since we are here today, if the Heaven and Earth organization really does not help, then we will force our way in." Yes. When Dong Qinghao and the other 2 heard Makaryu Ice's words, they all nodded seriously. Looking at the unconscious Su Yen, they could not help but clench their fists. Their eyes emitted a sense of determination. Their feelings told them that they absolutely could not watch Su Yen die like this. Yes. Makaryu Ice looked at the 3 of them and nodded. Then today I will use peaceful means before using force. If it really does not work, then today we will force our way into the Heaven and Earth organization. Okay. Chapter 323. The Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Naturally, the sect's territory was also the best in the 5 counties. It was located at the top of a giant mountain in the southern border. At a glance, one could even see wisps of clouds lingering around it. It gave people a feeling of paradise on earth. Not only that, but the strictly guarded mountain gate and the huge stone tablet with the words Heaven and Earth Organization emitted a magnificent aura. The 4 of them were just observing from afar, so they didn't feel much. Now that they were closer, they could feel the strength of the Heaven and Earth organization. But even so, it still couldn't stop them from moving forward. Because they knew very well that no matter what, they had to save Su Yen today. Who are you? How dare you break into the Heaven and Earth organization? Before they got close, the guards of the Heaven and Earth organization soon noticed them. They stepped forward and shouted sternly. There was a faint surge of spiritual power. It was the aura of a Sky Phase Emperor. This made them more aware of the strength of the Heaven and Earth organization. Even these ordinary guards had the strength of a Sky Phase Realm cultivator. Makaryu Ice was shocked, but he wasn't afraid. After all, he was a level 4 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. He wouldn't be scared by a Sky Phase Realm cultivator. Of course he wasn't afraid. Makaryu Ice still politely cupped his hands and said, "I am Makaryu Ice, an elder of the Monster Palace. I have something to ask of your sect. I hope you can inform them." Makaryu Ice was polite because of his respect for the Heaven and Earth organization. However, the guards didn't pay attention to Makaryu Ice's politeness. When they heard Makaryu Ice mention the Monster Palace, they looked at each other and looked at Su Yen lying behind them. They quickly understood what was going on. They didn't give face at all and shouted, "The Heaven and Earth organization has never had anything to do with the Monster Palace. Get lost." Although Dong Qinghao usually had a frivolous smile on his face, he was more agitated than anyone else when it came to Su Yen. When he heard the guard's words, he was about to fly into a rage, but he was stopped by Makaryu Ice. "Brothers, although my Monster Palace has never had any dealings with your esteemed sect, I have always respected your esteemed sect, so I hope that you can inform them," Makaryu Ice said politely. "There's nothing to report. Just get lost." The guards didn't give them any face and didn't put Mu Lubing and the others in their eyes. Makaryu Ice, Ratli, and Dong Qinghao were all geniuses of Monster Palace. They had never been treated like this before. Buttface only cared about Su Yan's safety. When he heard the guard's words, he couldn't take it anymore. A mere celestial stage guard dares to be so arrogant. "Look at me." Buttface shouted angrily and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Makaryu Ice. The guards were really afraid that they would attack. After all, they could see that the strength of these people was stronger than theirs. Although they had the support of the Heaven and Earth organization, no matter what, if these people attacked them now, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. At that time, if they were to be beaten to death, even if the Heavenly Cloud sect stood up for them, it would be of no use. However, when they saw Makaryu Ice's actions, they immediately regained their confidence. This was because they could see that Makaryu Ice was afraid of the Heaven and Earth organization. Since this was the case, they were sure that these people wouldn't dare to attack. They smiled coldly and said, "The Heaven and Earth organization is not something you can associate with. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." You, Dong Qinghao, Ratli, and Buttface looked at these arrogant guards and were full of anger. They wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Makaryu Ice. This made them very unhappy. They looked at Makaryu Ice and said, "Senior Brother Mu, it's useless to beg these people today. Let's attack." Makaryu Ice didn't say anything and still stood in front of them. When the guards saw Makaryu Ice's reaction, they thought that Makaryu Ice had admitted defeat. They were even more proud. They waved their hands and shouted, "Hurry up and get lost. The Heaven and Earth organization is not something you can casually barge into." "That's right. You even brought a corpse with you. Do you want the Heaven and Earth organization to save your life? No way." The guards were sure that Makaryu Ice wouldn't dare to attack. The more proud they were, the more disdainful they were. They looked at Makaryu Ice and the others with more and more disdain. However, they didn't notice that Makaryu Ice's smiling face was becoming more and more gloomy. "Senior Brother Mu, bang!" Just when Dong Qinghao and the others were about to persuade Makaryu Ice to attack, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Makaryu Ice's body had turned into a white light and flashed by. The guard who was the most arrogant just now immediately showed a terrified expression. He stared at Makaryu Ice in front of him and said, You, bang." Before he could finish his words, he had already fallen to the ground with a loud bang. Only then did the guards beside him come to their senses. They looked at Makaryu Ice in astonishment. You actually dare to attack us?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Makaryu Ice laughed coldly. He suddenly waved his hand and attacked them. He even shouted coldly, "A mere sky-face stage cultivator dares to be so arrogant. You're courting death." Makaryu Ice was at the fourth step of the Spirit Sea realm. Dealing with these sky-face stage cultivators was as easy as flipping his hand. These guards didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of Makaryu Ice. In an instant, several guards were killed by Makaryu Ice. "Brothers, let's go. Today we will charge into the Heaven and Earth organization." Makaryu Ice's expression was cold. He didn't even look at the guards. He shouted and immediately flew up the mountain. Dong Qinghao and the others were just complaining about Makaryu Ice's cowardice in their hearts. They didn't expect Makaryu Ice's actions to be so unexpected. Hearing Makaryu Ice's words, the few of them finally reacted. Looking at Makaryu Ice's departing figure, the corners of their eyes surged with excitement as they shouted, "Brothers, charge!" With a wave of shouts, the few of them rushed towards the Heaven and Earth organization at the same time. Very quickly, the news that someone had charged into the Heaven and Earth organization immediately spread throughout the Heaven and Earth organization. Many disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization came to surround the four of them. Although the Heaven and Earth organization was the strongest force in the 5 counties. However, this didn't mean that the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were all powerful. Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, Ratli, and Buttface were all masters of their generation. With the four of them together, even if they charged into the Heaven and Earth organization, they were still unstoppable. They continued to rush up the mountain. However, very quickly, the resistance that the four of them encountered became stronger and stronger. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were becoming stronger and stronger. The moment the few of them arrived at the outer hall of the Heaven and Earth organization, they finally couldn't continue forward. A few black figures flashed out. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were all from the spiritual sea realm. The four of them couldn't help but frown. "How dare you charge into the Heaven and Earth organization? You're courting death." One of the disciples shouted angrily. He immediately waved his weapon and attacked Makaryu Ice. Following that, the other spiritual sea realm masters also moved their bodies and attacked Dong Qinghao, Ratli, and Buttface. Although Makaryu Ice and the others were all masters of their generation, these Heaven and Earth organization disciples were obviously the best of the best among the Heaven and Earth organization disciples. Their strength surpassed the four of them. In just a few breaths of time, the few of them were subdued by the spiritual sea realm masters of the Heaven and Earth organization. "Humph, How dare you charge into the Heaven and Earth organization with just a few people? You're courting death. The few of them looked at Makaryu Ice and the others who were subdued and shouted angrily. However, they weren't in a hurry to kill them. Instead, they pushed them into the inner hall. When Makaryu Ice and the others saw these people, they felt a little despair in their hearts. Now that they saw that these people didn't kill them, they immediately felt a surge of hope in their hearts. Senior Brother Mu, why do you think these people didn't kill us directly? Ratley opened his mouth and asked. I don't know either. Makaryu Ice shook his head. At this moment, Buttface suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, could it be that they're afraid of us? So, bullshit. Before Buttface could finish his words, they heard an angry shout. The spiritual Sea Realm Master who grabbed Buttface slapped him directly. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, we're afraid of you, mere ants. After offending our Heaven and Earth organization, you dare to say that our Heaven and Earth organization is afraid of you? Let me tell you, you injured so many of our Heaven and Earth organization's disciples. Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily? Just wait for our Heaven and Earth organization's judgment. As that person spoke, his face suddenly turned cold. The few of them who were now prisoners couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw this person's expression. Soon the four of them along with Su Yen were brought into the inner hall. Young Palace Master, these people are the traitors who broke into our Heaven and Earth organization. When they arrived at the inner hall, the guard who was holding down Dong Qinghao and the other three looked at a young girl who was sitting in the middle of the hall and spoke slowly. Young Palace Master. When Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, Ratley and Buttface heard his words, they couldn't help but raise their heads and look toward the center. However, before they could raise their heads, the spiritual Sea Realm disciples shouted angrily and pressed their heads down. How dare you raise your heads after offending our Heaven and Earth organization? Although Makaryu Ice and the others were somewhat unwilling, they had fallen into the hands of others and could only submit. Then they heard a gentle and beautiful voice. Why did you break into our Heaven and Earth organization? This voice was extremely gentle and beautiful, and the four of them couldn't help but feel intoxicated when they heard it. However, they were also very clear about their purpose in coming here, and they quickly came to their senses. Makaryu Ice opened his mouth and said, Young Palace Master, we didn't mean to break into your sect. It's just that one of our friends was seriously injured and wanted to ask your sect for help. However, we were stopped by the guards at the foot of the mountain. We were worried about our friend's safety, so we rashly broke into your sect. Worried about your friend's safety? The young Palace Master obviously didn't buy Makaryu Ice's words at all. She smiled coldly and said, but even so, you have offended our Heaven and Earth organization, so you must be punished. Chapter 324. The Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. This was an indisputable fact. However, when Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, Ratley and Buttface went up the mountain, they more or less held some hope that they would be able to turn the tide. However, at this moment they really knew that they were wrong. The strength of the Heaven and Earth organization was beyond all of their imagination. Even though they were all outstanding talents of their generation, they were just clowns in front of the Heaven and Earth organization. This time they were really like fish on the chopping block. In front of the powerful forces of the Heaven and Earth organization, they were simply like weak children. They didn't even wait to see the so-called young Palace Master's true identity before they were already imprisoned in the Heaven and Earth organization's prison. No matter how they shouted, it was a pity that they were ignored. Their hearts were filled with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Of course, the one they were most worried about was Su Yen. This was because Su Yen was not locked up in this prison like them. If he was locked up in the prison, it would be better. After all, Su Yen was severely injured at this moment. It could be said that he did not have the strength to truss a chicken. Any warrior could take his life. Young Palace Master, those troublemakers have been imprisoned in the Black Prison. Now how should we deal with this kid? The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization who had imprisoned Dong Qinghao and the others returned to the main hall. When they saw Su Yen, who was still placed on the top of the hall, they opened their mouth and asked a young girl sitting in the middle of the hall. This young girl was wearing a white veil, making it impossible for others to see her face. However, just from that pair of enchanting eyes, she gave off a mesmerizing feeling. However, within that gaze there was also a sense of deterrence. That enchanting body lazily sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. No one could guess what she was thinking. Yun Wanqing was most irritated by the sect's affairs. Her bright eyebrows slightly furrowed. She glanced at the person lying in the middle of the hall and casually said, "This person is seriously injured. I don't think he will survive. Just throw him into the beast garden and feed him." Yes, young palace master. The disciple didn't dare to disobey. He immediately lifted Su Yan's body and walked out. However, just as that person lifted Su Yan's body, a voice rang out. Yun Wanqing looked at the aura faintly leaking from Su Yan's body and couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Under Yun Wanqing's command, the disciple hurriedly stopped in his tracks. With a leap, Yun Wanqing had already arrived in front of Su Yan. She stretched out her fair arm and placed it on Su Yan's meridians. Her expression immediately darkened. What the hell is going on? Why does this kid have the aura of our heaven and earth organization? Yun Wanqing's face was filled with surprise, but because she was wearing a veil, the other disciples couldn't see her expression. They didn't know what she was thinking and could only wait quietly by the side. Yun Wanqing checked Su Yan's meridians again. The shock on her face became more and more intense. Not only did she feel the aura of the heaven and earth organization on Su Yan's body, but it was also the purest aura of the Yun family bloodline. Qing. At this moment, a shout came from outside. Then a young man in white clothes came into the hall. Yun Wanqing looked at that person. Although her face was covered by a veil, one could still see the slight displeasure in her big eyes. Qing, I heard that someone dared to break into our heaven and earth organization. Did you do anything? The young man said with a grin and an indignant expression. His originally uneven face looked even more ugly. The bridge of his nose was uneven, and there were countless lumps on his face, which would make anyone who saw him feel fear in their heart. Yun Wanqing only took a glance at him before hurriedly turning her head around. She didn't dare to look at him again. She suppressed the nausea in her heart and coldly said, "They were just some little brats from the monster palace. They were already subdued, so what could I do?" "Oh Qing, it's good that you're fine." While speaking, Yunmu noticed that a few disciples were carrying Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan's unconscious appearance, anger suddenly welled up in his heart. He shouted, "Is this the youngster who broke into our heaven and earth organization? Someone come, send him to the beast garden to feed the demonic beast. He dared to break into our heaven and earth organization." Yes. Although Yunmu's appearance was ugly, it was clear that he had a lot of influence in the heaven and earth organization. Once he gave the order, the other disciples hurriedly complied and carried Su Yan out with alarmed expressions. Clearly they were more afraid of Yunmu than Yun Wanqing. Wait. Just as those people were about to carry Su Yan out, Yun Wanqing's complexion sank and she stopped them. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, his complexion sank. He looked at Yun Wanqing in confusion and asked, "Qing, what do you mean?" "Nothing, I still have some use for this youngster." Yun Wanqing coldly said, then waved her hand at the disciples. "Carry this youngster into the inner hall. I will act freely so no one can act blindly without thinking." After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she took the lead and entered the inner hall, not giving Yunmu the slightest bit of face. This caused Yunmu's complexion to become even more unsightly. He looked at Su Yan's handsome face and for some unknown reason, hatred appeared in his heart. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 provinces. Regardless of whether it was the disciples, elders, or strength, they were much more formidable than other sections. Without mentioning the tens of thousands of disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization, there were more than 10 elders. Their strength was all above the spiritual ocean realm, and there were even some who were in the perimeter realm. At this moment, they were all gathered in the inner hall and looking at Su Yan with extremely unsightly expressions. Naturally, Yunmu and Yun Wanqing were among them. Everyone looked for a long time before one of the people sitting on the seat of the Great Elder, Cloud King, slowly opened his mouth. If my guess is correct, this person is Su Yan who single-handedly flattened the Guyu sect. When Yun Wanqing heard the words of the Great Elder, Cloud King, she nodded slightly and said, "Great Elder, I have already sent people to investigate this person. This person was previously a disciple of the Su family in Twin Heaven City, then entered the Concealed Sword sect. After being expelled from the Concealed Sword tomb, he joined the Monster Palace. And the day before yesterday he had indeed exterminated the Guyu sect. This is also the reason why he was injured." After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she glanced at Su Yan and said, "However, the crux of the matter is that when I was investigating this person just now, I discovered that he surprisingly has the presence of our Heaven and Earth Organization." The few elders had clearly also sensed the presence of the Heaven and Earth Organization on Su Yan's body, which was also the reason why they were at a loss. The Great Elder, Cloud King, glanced at Su Yan, then turned to Yun Wanqing and said, "Little niece Wanqing, your father is in seclusion. Since you are the young palace master, you should be in charge of this matter." Tell us what you think. Yun Wanqing nodded and didn't stand on ceremony. She directly said, "The disciples of the Monster Palace brought him up the mountain because they wanted to use our Heaven and Earth Organization's cloud technique to help Su Yen repair his meridians. Originally, our Heaven and Earth Organization wouldn't do such a thing, but for some reason this Su Yan's body has the presence of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Now that he is unconscious, I want to use the cloud technique to wake him up. Only then can we find out why his body has the presence of our Heaven and Earth Organization." Although Yun Wanqing was still young, she had the prestige of a young sect master and immediately voiced her thoughts. "Oh." But just as she finished speaking, before any of the elders could react, Yunmu, who was sitting next to her, opened his mouth. "Junior Sister Qing, these people have trespassed into our Heaven and Earth Organization. How can we still save him?" "Save?" Yun Wanqing smiled faintly. "Senior brother Yunmu, you clearly misunderstood my intentions. I don't want to save him. I only want to use him to wake him up and understand why his body has the presence of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Isn't that simple? Just use the soul-searching technique and search his memories. Why do you need to make things so difficult?" Yunmu said disdainfully. "Soul-searching." When Yun Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, her complexion instantly sank, and she looked at Yunmu with disdain. "Senior brother Yunmu, do you think that our Heaven and Earth Organization can be compared to those sects of Black Devil Cave? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't we end up with the same reputation as those people of Black Devil Cave? So what?" Yunmu coldly smiled. Clearly he didn't care about his reputation at all. He snorted disdainfully. "This youngster offended my Heavenly Cloud sect, which is a capital offense. Us using the soul-searching technique is already being merciful to him. Benevolent." Yun Wanqing sneered. She loathed Yunmu even more, but she didn't feel like quibbling with him. Instead, she nodded slightly. "All right, senior brother Yunmu, we will use the soul-searching technique according to your suggestion. But if we find out that this youngster is related to our ancestor, what will you do?" When Yunmu heard her words, he was instantly startled and didn't know how to reply. When the elders present heard that, the great elder Cloud King finally opened his mouth. "All right, you two nephews shouldn't quarrel. Let's do as little nephew Wanqing said and use the cloudy mist technique to wake this youngster up. Let's see why his body has the presence of our Heaven and Earth Organization. It won't be too late to make a decision after that." Since the great elder had spoken, how could the others dare to object? They all nodded their heads in agreement. When Cloud King saw that everyone had agreed, he no longer hesitated. He personally leaped forward and used the cloudy mist technique to treat Su Yen. With the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization personally taking action, Su Yan's injuries slowly healed in less than an hour. After a while, Su Yen slowly opened his eyes. However, before he could open his eyes, a voice rang out. A voice echoed in his mind. "Youngster, don't wake up so quickly." When Su Yen heard the voice, he couldn't help but be startled. Immediately, excitement flashed across his face. "Master, is that you?" Chapter 325. "Kit, don't get too excited. Open your eyes after I'm done," Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. "Oh." When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's tone, he also realized the importance of this matter. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "Master, what's going on?" Sword Sage bitterly smiled and said, "Actually, I'm not too sure what's going on either, but I felt the aura of the Heaven and Earth Organization." "The Heaven and Earth Organization?" Su Yan immediately frowned. "Heaven and Earth Organization? How did he end up in the Heaven and Earth Organization?" "Su Yan, although I'm not sure what's going on just now, I felt the aura of the Heaven and Earth Organization's Wanxiang divine skill, the fog technique. Since the fog technique has been cultivated to the pinnacle, it's obvious that it's an important figure in the Heaven and Earth Organization," Sword Sage explained to Su Yan. "Not only that, but I also faintly heard them talking about the Heaven and Earth Organization's aura on you. Obviously, the reason why the Heaven and Earth Organization used the fog technique to save you was to investigate the Heaven and Earth Organization's aura on you." "The Heaven and Earth Organization's aura on me?" Su Yan was startled. When he saw Sword Sage nod, he suddenly understood and told Sword Sage about his encounter with Uncle Joe, the Medicine King, and the others at Spirit Stone Mountain. Su Yan had absolute trust in the hidden Sword Sage. Furthermore, the hidden Sword Sage was much more experienced than the others. Therefore, Su Yan didn't hide anything about what had happened in the Spiritual Stone Mountain. No wonder, no wonder. When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, the worry on his face immediately disappeared. He smiled and said, "Su Yan, then you can wake up now." Su Yan was clearly frightened by Sword Sage's words. Although he nodded, he still didn't dare to open his eyes. Instead, he carefully asked, "Master, am I going to wake up just like that?" "It's fine," Sword Sage smiled. "Su Yan, just wake up, I'll tell you what to do." "Oh." Su Yan nodded and opened his eyes in relief. As soon as he opened his eyes, Su Yan saw the various elders in the inner hall. He could faintly feel the powerful aura emitted from their bodies. His heart couldn't help but be startled. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground. "Su Yan, hurry up and thank the great elder for saving your life," someone said to Su Yan the moment he stood up. Su Yan didn't doubt why this person knew him. Instead, he looked at the most senior person present and cupped his hands. "Thank you, First Elder, for saving my life." "Forget it." The Cloud King waved his hand and said, "Su Yan, the reason why I saved you is because you have the aura of the Heaven and Earth organization on you. You better tell us the truth. Otherwise, just the fact that you trespassed into the Heaven and Earth organization is already a capital offense." Capital offense? Su Yan was startled. He didn't understand what the Cloud King meant. After all, he was unconscious at that time. He didn't know that Makaryu Ice, Dong Qinghao, and the others took him and trespassed into the Heaven and Earth organization. However, before Su Yan had time to wonder, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind. "Su Yan, tell him that you are Ninth Uncle's disciple. Remember to act well." Act well. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, his brows creased, but he soon understood. Looking at the people present, Su Yan quickly determined that they were probably the elders of the Heaven and Earth organization. Thud, he knelt down and said, "Disciple Su Yan kowtows and salute to the elders." Everyone was startled by Su Yan's sudden action. Only Yunmu, who had been prejudiced against Su Yan from the start, saw that Su Yan wanted to recognize him, immediately shouted, "Who dares to pretend to be a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization?" When Su Yan heard this voice, his brows creased and he raised his head to look at Yunmu. "Ah, why are you so ugly?" Su Yan was instantly frightened by Yunmu's ugliness. What? Yunmu hated people calling him ugly the most, so when Su Yan said it in front of so many people, he flew into a rage and shouted in a stern voice, "Su Yan, you are courting death." While speaking, Yunmu suddenly waved his hand and sent a palm strike towards Su Yan. 7th Layer Spirit Ocean Realm. When Su Yan saw Yunmu attack, his pupils shrank and he hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow and could only stare blankly at Yunmu's attack. Bang! At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Su Yan. When Su Yan saw the alluring figure, he couldn't help but be startled, but he quickly recovered. You. When Yunmu saw that it was surprisingly Yun Wanqing who had stopped him, he became even more furious. Yun Wanqing didn't pay any attention to Yunmu's furious expression. She only cast a glance at Su Yan and coldly said, "Senior brother Yunmu, this matter hasn't been clarified yet, so why are you in such a hurry to attack?" After saying that, Yun Wanqing didn't look at Su Yan again and coldly said, "Su Yan, explain clearly to me why you have offended a disciple of my Heaven and Earth organization." Although Su Yan had been saved by Yun Wanqing, Yunmu was still furious. When he saw Yunmu's arrogant appearance, Su Yan became somewhat angry and coldly snorted. "Offended? Why should I offend a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization? I am the disciple of the founder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Ninth Uncle Yun. Could it be that I am not a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization?" "What, Ninth Uncle Yun?" Upon hearing Su Yan's words, everyone stood up and angrily looked at Su Yan. "Youngster, what nonsense are you spouting? My Heaven and Earth organization's ancestor has already passed away, so how could you dare to pretend to be his disciple?" The surging auras of all the elders were like raging waves as they pounced towards Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help but crease his brows, but his eyes still flickered with unswerving determination. He smiled faintly and said, "Why should I pretend to be his disciple? What proof do you have?" When the benevolent-looking first elder heard Su Yan mention Uncle Yunjio, a trace of viciousness involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Proof? This question stumped Su Yan. After all, on that day Ninth Uncle Yun only left Su Yan with a few memories, and the most important thing was that Ninth Uncle Yun wanted him to take care of the Heaven and Earth organization in the future, so how could he have any proof? However, just as Su Yan was hesitating, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind. "Su Yan, tell them that there is fog in the clouds, and there are clouds in the fog, transform into formlessness, spread throughout the world, save all living beings." Su Yan was stunned, he didn't understand the meaning of these words. "Youngster, you can't take out any proof, right? Then don't blame us for being impolite." At this time, several elders shouted at Su Yan with angry faces. There is fog in the clouds, and there are clouds in the fog, transform into formlessness, spread throughout the world, save all living beings. Seeing their expressions, Su Yin directly told them what Sword Sage said to him, then looked at everyone with a cautious expression. After all, Su Yin couldn't understand the meaning of these words. However, just as Su Yin finished speaking, the angry expressions of those who were looking at Su Yin suddenly changed, replaced by joy. Ah! Especially the great elder, he burst into laughter. Sure enough, you are the old ancestor's disciple, sure enough. The other elders also looked at Su Yin with excited expressions. Haha, I hadn't expected that the old ancestor would have left behind a direct disciple. We didn't know about it, we are ashamed, we are ashamed. Su Yin looked at the sudden change in their expressions and was puzzled. He wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Even Yun Wanqing and Yunmu were puzzled. They looked at the great elder and asked, Great elder, what exactly is going on? Aha! The great elder was clearly delighted. Looking at the puzzled Yun Wanqing and Yunmu, he said with a smile, Since there is no one else here, I will tell you. What Su Yin said just now was the true essence of the cloudy mist technique created by the old ancestor of our heaven and earth organization. Because no one has been able to cultivate the cloudy mist technique to that level, even many disciples of our heaven and earth organization don't know about its true essence. Not only that, even us old fellows can't understand it. We only know about it from the records. Since Su Yin was able to speak about the true essence of the cloudy mist technique, then his claim that he is our old ancestor's disciple is definitely correct. After saying that, Cloud King didn't care whether they understood or not. He turned to look at Su Yin and asked, Little nephew Su, why don't you tell us how you became our old ancestor's disciple? Oh, it's like this. When Su Yin heard Cloud King's question, he didn't hold back and casually made up a story. He said that he came from the clouds and left the mist in a very realistic manner. Everyone present believed him without a doubt. But in the end, Su Yin mentioned that ninth Uncle Yun had already perished. This made everyone present a little sad. In the end, everyone firmly believed in Su Yan's identity. Su Yin, since you are old ancestor Yun's disciple, then you should be one generation older than us. Then, the great elder looked at Su Yin with some shame. After all, he was already over 100 years old, while Su Yin was only in his early 20s. If they were to call Su Yin martial uncle now, how would they be able to do so? After hearing Cloud King's words, the elders who were still happy also realized this problem. They all looked at Su Yin with worried expressions. Although Su Yin had never been to the Heaven and Earth Organization, he had heard about the Heaven and Earth Organization. He knew that the Heaven and Earth Organization cared about seniority the most. In the Heaven and Earth Organization, seniority was not determined by strength but by seniority. Now that he was the disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization's founding ancestor, his seniority was naturally higher than everyone present. However, he was the weakest and he was also the youngest. If they were to call him martial uncle, even he would find it difficult to do so, let alone them. Elders, you don't need to call me that. Just call me Su Yin, said Su Yin, knowing that they were in a difficult position. That won't do. Before the others said anything, the great elder said with a serious face, the Heaven and Earth Organization values seniority the most. How can it be messed up? Although Cloud King said so, he couldn't really call Su Yin martial uncle. After hesitating for a long time, he said, How about this? Nephew Su is too young. If his seniority is higher than ours, there will definitely be people who won't accept it. Chapter 326. What? Just as Cloud King's voice fell, Yunmu jumped up and looked at Cloud King with astonishment. Great elder, this youngster is only impudent. Before Yunmu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Cloud King's shout. Although Cloud King appeared to be slightly old, the imposing aura emanating from between his brows caused everyone present to tremble. Yunmu was so frightened that he couldn't help but take a step back. Cloud King didn't pay any attention to him and coldly looked at Yunmu. Yunmu, Su Yin is the disciple of the old ancestor, so his seniority is higher than mine. He has already been wronged by my generation, yet you still don't understand the difference between us. Yunmu wanted to say something, but when he was glared at by Cloud King, his entire body trembled. He didn't dare to say anything and obediently retreated to the back. However, the instant he retreated, he glanced at Su Yin from the corner of his eyes. A clear killing intent flashed through his eyes, but it was gone in a flash. Even though it was only a fleeting moment, it was still seen by Su Yin. This made Su Yin feel melancholy in his heart. I just came to the Heaven and Earth Organization and I've already provoked someone, alas. Naturally, Su Yin wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. He just felt that it was troublesome. When Cloud King asked Su Yan whether he was willing to take up the position of an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan agreed. In the end, Su Yan agreed. In fact, Su Yan wasn't willing to agree. He didn't have much interest in joining the Heaven and Earth organization, but he had no other choice. After all, Su Yan wasn't familiar with the Heaven and Earth organization. If he didn't agree, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? Because Cloud King was overseeing things, no one dared to say anything. After a simple ceremony, Su Yan officially became the 10th elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. This news instantly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Cloud sect. When everyone heard this news, there wasn't a single person who didn't have an astonished expression. In an instant, Su Yan became famous in the Heaven and Earth organization. In fact, Su Yan was quite annoyed by these things. Not to mention that Su Yan didn't want to stay in the Heaven and Earth organization. Even if he wanted to stay in the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan didn't like this feeling. But now that things had come to this, Su Yan was also helpless. After all, he was Ancestor Yun's disciple, who asked him to be the youngest elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, who asked him to only have the strength of a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. What's more, the news of him challenging the Guyu sect alone had spread throughout the entire Heaven and Earth organization. Some people admired him while others disdained him. Of course, there were more disdainful voices than admiration. After all, Su Yan's strength was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. In this talented Heaven and Earth organization, it was really nothing. However, Su Yan was still quite satisfied with his identity as an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, with this identity, the rights he enjoyed in the Heaven and Earth organization were much higher than ordinary disciples. For example, Su Yan directly released Makaryu Ice and the others with an order. Haha, junior brother Su, how did you do it? How did you suddenly become an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization? Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan, who was wearing an elder's robe. His face was filled with a cynical smile as he said cheerfully. The other people also had excited smiles on their faces. When they were sent to the Black Prison, they all felt that they were going to die. Who would have thought that there would be such a situation? Su Yan just smiled at their questions and didn't say anything. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't believe them, but that Su Yan knew that even if he said it, they wouldn't believe him. Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice and the others suddenly went from hell to heaven. They didn't care about whether Su Yan answered this question or not. They raised their cups and drank happily. In the end, except for a few people who were drunk, only Su Yan was still able to stay sober. In fact, Su Yan also drank a lot that night, but Su Yan didn't know why he couldn't get drunk today. However, even if he wasn't drunk, Su Yan still felt quite comfortable when he saw the few people gathered together happily. Of course, although he felt comfortable, Su Yan didn't forget his current situation and the burden on his body. It could be said that the Heaven and Earth organization's matter this time came too suddenly. It was so sudden that Su Yan didn't know how to face it. Heaven and Earth organization, Monster Palace, Buddha Sword Sect, Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan thought it was a bit funny that he joined so many sections. Kid, you don't have to worry about this at all. Just as Su Yan didn't know how to choose, Sword Sage's words suddenly sounded in his mind. Master. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, a burst of light suddenly surged in his eyes. He looked at Sword Sage's weak figure in his mind and asked excitedly, Master, I've been busy with the Heaven and Earth organization's matter and forgot to ask you. How did you wake up this time? Brat, why don't you want me to wake up? Sword Sage was obviously in a good mood and even joked with Su Yan. Master, you've misunderstood me. How could I? Although Su Yan could tell that Sword Sage was joking, he still said with a serious face. This was the respect for an elder. Sword Sage smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked up at the sky and explained, Actually, the reason why I woke up this time is because of your injury. I'm injured. Su Yan looked at Sword Sage and was even more puzzled. Yes. Sword Sage nodded and continued, because you were injured when Cloud King used the fog technique to save you, he also saved me. So that's how it is. Su Yan suddenly understood and nodded. Then he thought of Sword Sage's words and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fog technique, Master, this fog technique actually has such a miraculous effect. Of course. Sword Sage smiled and said, Kid, don't forget this fog technique is the Heaven and Earth organization's 10,000 elephant divine skill. The reason why the Heaven and Earth organization could become the #1 sect in the 5 counties was because of this fog technique. Is it because of the fog technique? Su Yan's pupils suddenly contracted and a ray of light surged in his eyes. He was full of expectations for the fog technique. The 10,000 elephant divine skill was originally a great secret technique. After entering the celestial phase realm and controlling the power of the celestial phase, every martial artist could cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill. However, the 10,000 elephant divine skill was extremely precious. Some martial artists couldn't even obtain a single 10,000 elephant divine skill in their entire life. Of course, the 10,000 elephant divine skill could also be divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The yellow rank was the weakest, while the heaven rank was the strongest. Alright kid, don't think too much about this. You're now an elder of the heaven and earth organization. Are you still afraid of not obtaining the fog technique? Although Su Yan didn't say it out loud, Sword Sage could see Su Yan's desire for the fog technique. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, he looked at Sword Sage and couldn't help but laugh. That's right, I'm now an elder of the heaven and earth organization. Why would I worry about not obtaining the fog technique? Speaking of this, Su Yan suddenly remembered that when he entered the celestial phase realm, he didn't seem to have cultivated the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Thinking of this, Su Yan immediately thought of the 10,000 elephant divine skill that Dong Qinghao had given him. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. Su Yan immediately recalled the memories of the 10,000 elephant divine skill that Dong Qinghao had given him. Looking at the records in his memories, his eyes suddenly turned. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body also began to revolve. Strands of spiritual energy were transmitted from his meridians. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. All of a sudden, Su Yan let out a roar as his palm suddenly surged forward. Unfortunately, when he pushed out his palm, other than the fluctuation of spiritual energy, it was completely calm. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. What's going on? There's no power at all. When Su Yan said this, Sword Sage couldn't help but laugh. Stinking brat, do you really think that the 10,000 elephant divine skill is so easy to cultivate? Some people spend dozens of years and still might not be able to cultivate a single 10,000 elephant divine skill. You think you can succeed just like that? When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he felt a little ashamed. However, when he thought of how powerful the 10,000 elephant divine skill was in his memories, Su Yan was still unwilling to give up. He once again settled down and began to cultivate according to the method recorded in his memories. Brat, cultivate well. You're already at the 9-star phase realm, but you still haven't cultivated the 10,000 elephant divine skill. You can be considered a weirdo. When Sword Sage saw that Su Yan was cultivating the 10,000 elephant divine skill, he didn't disturb him. He smiled faintly and was about to hide inside Su Yan's body. Asterisk bang. Asterisk suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Sword Sage was stunned. Looking at the powerful force that erupted in front of Su Yan, his entire body trembled. How is this possible? Su Yan looked at the countless energy blades that erupted in front of him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise to a smile. Looking at Sword Sage's astonished expression, he couldn't help but smile. Master, how is it? Stinking brat, I didn't expect you to be able to learn a profound grade 10,000 elephant divine skill so quickly. Sword Sage looked at Su Yan and laughed. Seeing Nisa's expression, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. However, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Sword Sage had followed Su Yan all the way here. He was all too familiar with Su Yan's potential. Otherwise, Sword Sage wouldn't have followed Su Yan out. Torrential storm of pear blossoms. Torrential storm of pear blossoms. Su Yan didn't notice the change in Sword Sage's expression. Instead, he was wholeheartedly immersed in practicing the 10,000 elephant divine skill. During this night, Su Yan was immersed in practicing the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Bang, however, in the middle of the night, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. He subconsciously jumped up, and a red light surged in his eyes as he cautiously looked around. Catch it for me. Catch it. Before Su Yan could react, he heard a commotion outside. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard the commotion. He didn't intend to go out and care about these things. After all, Su Yan still didn't understand the heaven and earth organization's situation. He shook his head and wanted to continue his cultivation. The commotion outside was getting closer and closer. Catch it. I didn't expect a Qilin cub to run into the heaven and earth organization. The heavens are really helping me. Yes, if you catch this Qilin, senior brother Yunqin, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Su Yan was originally continuing his cultivation, but when he heard this, he was shocked. Qilin? Su Yan thought and hurriedly touched his chest, but the little guy was nowhere to be found. Chapter 327. Su Yan had just stepped out of the entrance of the palace bestowed by the Heaven and Earth Organization when he saw the figure of the Fire Qilin running in front of him, followed by a few people. Awoo! As soon as Su Yan came out, the Fire Qilin immediately let out a low roar and directly pounced on Su Yan. It intimately nestled in Su Yan's arms, its little head constantly rubbing against Su Yan's chest. Little guy. Seeing the cute appearance of the Fire Qilin, Su Yan couldn't help but smile and pat its little head. Who are you? Following that, the few figures chasing the Fire Qilin had already arrived in front of Su Yan. The few of them looked ferocious, and when they saw Su Yan they angrily shouted. When Su Yan heard their words, his face sank and his eyes emitted a cold intent. Kid. In front of them was a young man in purple clothes. He was obviously the leader of the group. This person had been waiting for Su Yan to snatch the Fire Qilin from Su Yan's hands. However, he was pulled back by the person next to him. Senior brother Yunshin, this person is Su Yan. Su Yan. The one called Yunshin was startled, then a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I was wondering who this person was. Turns out it's our Heaven and Earth Organization's newly promoted elder. Sorry for offending you. Although Yunshin said so, his eyes were filled with contempt. However, his eyes were emitting waves of ridicule. Clearly he did not put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Su Yan glanced at him, and a cold smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of his mouth. First stage spiritual sea realm? Then Su Yan turned around and walked towards his palace. He didn't put Yunshin in his eyes at all. When Yunshin saw that Su Yan ignored him, he immediately became furious and shouted, Su Yan, you brat, stop right there. However, Su Yan didn't pay attention to him at all. Su Yan, you dare to be unreasonable in front of me? Yunshin angrily shouted and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Su Yan's shoulder. His speed was extremely fast, but unfortunately he didn't manage to touch Su Yan's body. Su Yan's body moved slightly to the side, and he still dodged his attack. Yunshin's hand failed to grab anything. He was enraged and shouted, Su Yan, I want to challenge you. Challenge. Su Yan frowned and looked at Yunshin meaningfully. When Yunshin saw that Su Yan had stopped in his tracks, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned around and said to a disciple beside him, This Elder Su has just arrived at my Heavenly Cloud sect today. He definitely does not know about the matters of my Heavenly Cloud sect. You explained to him about the challenge. Yes. The disciple nodded and began to explain the matter of the challenge to Su Yan. In fact, every sect had its own rules. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Naturally, it was no exception. In the Heaven and Earth Organization, disciples were not allowed to fight with each other. Of course, these fights were only on the surface. No one knew what was going on behind the scenes. It was precisely because of this rule that the Heaven and Earth Organization also had challenges. If a person didn't like a disciple, they could challenge that person. As long as the other party accepted the challenge, the elders of the sect would appraise them and they could compete on the battle stage. Su Yan listened to the disciple's explanation and nodded slightly. However, he wasn't in a hurry to accept Yunshin's challenge. When Yunshin saw Su Yan's expression, he sneered and said, Elder Su Yan, why don't you dare to accept my challenge? Yunshin deliberately raised Su Yan's status in order to make Su Yan accept his challenge. As long as Su Yan accepted his challenge, Yunshin had already planned it out. Yunshin had already decided to let Su Yan use the Fire Qilin as a wager. When he saw the Fire Qilin in Su Yan's arms, Yunshin knew that the Fire Qilin was definitely related to Su Yan in some way. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Su Yan's good luck. When Yunshin finished speaking, a few of Yunshin's followers who were standing at the side, shouted at Su Yan at the same time, Elder Su Yan, why don't you dare accept senior brother Yunshin's challenge? That's right. You are an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Why don't you dare accept a disciple's challenge? How could Su Yan not know that they were using reverse psychology to force him to accept their challenge? Looking at the arrogant expressions of Yunshin and the others, Su Yan sneered and said, Yunshin, do you think you are qualified to challenge me? What? Yunshin was startled. He didn't understand the meaning of Su Yan's words. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Yunshin's expression. He smiled slightly and said, Yunshin, as far as I know, in the Heaven and Earth Organization, if a disciple wants to challenge an elder, he must have the qualifications to become an elder. Do you, Yunshin, have the qualifications to become an elder? You know the rules of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Yunshin looked at Su Yan in surprise. He originally thought that since Su Yan had just joined the Heaven and Earth Organization, he definitely wouldn't know about the Heaven and Earth Organization. As an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, How can I not know the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization? Su Yan said coldly. In fact, when Su Yan had just been appointed as an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Great Elder Yun Wang had already explained some simple rules of the Heaven and Earth organization to Su Yan. In particular, Yun Wang had said the most about the matter of challenges. Yun Wang was probably afraid that Su Yan's strength was relatively weak and that too many people would challenge Su Yan, which would make Su Yan lose face. He wanted Su Yan to know the rules so that no one could challenge Su Yan. After all, in the Heaven and Earth organization, no one had the qualifications to become an elder. In other words, no one in the Heaven and Earth organization who wanted to challenge Su Yan had appeared. Yun Qin didn't expect that Su Yan would actually know the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization. Just now, he wanted to use Su Yan's ignorance of the Heaven and Earth organization's rules to challenge Su Yan. Now that he heard Su Yan's words, he was speechless for a moment. Especially when those disciples thought that he had explained so much to Su Yan. They couldn't help but look at Su Yan with some grievance and said, "Elder Su Yan, you clearly knew the rules just now. Why do you still want me to explain it to you?" "Because I'm an elder." As Su Yan spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly revolved, and a majestic spiritual power flowed out, directly suppressing the few of them. Su Yan's strength was not as strong as Yun Chen's. However, on his cold face, there was a trace of red light in his eyes. It was not angry, but it made people's hearts tremble. Even Yun Chen couldn't help but take a step back. Yun Chen looked at Su Yan's aura, and a burst of anger surged on his face again. He shouted, "Su Yan, I think you don't dare to accept my challenge. You're using your status as an elder to suppress me." "Presumptuous," Su Yan suddenly shouted. His figure flashed and he directly slapped Yun Chen's face. His speed was as fast as lightning. Yun Chen didn't even have time to react. He felt his face heat up as Su Yan slapped him. "Yun Chen, as a disciple, you actually dare to be disrespectful to an elder. Today I'll give you a little punishment. If you dare to do it again, don't blame me for being impolite," Su Yan said coldly. You. Yun Chen touched his face and looked at Su Yan with anger. He shouted, "Su Yan, you're just relying on your status as an elder. What's so great about you? If you have the ability, fight with me." Yun Chen roared angrily. However, even so, he was still quite afraid of Su Yan's status as an elder. After all, the hierarchy in the Heaven and Earth organization could be said to be very strict. If someone offended an elder, the punishment would be very serious. Su Yan smiled coldly. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to Yun Chen. However, the fire qilin in his arms was constantly restless. It seemed to want Su Yan to accept Yun Chen's challenge. Looking at the cute appearance of the fire qilin, Su Yan couldn't help but smile and said, "Little guy, you want me to accept his challenge?" The fire qilin nodded spiritually. Su Yan laughed and said, "Ha, good little guy. Since you said so, I'll accept his challenge." When Yun Chen heard Su Yan's words, a burst of excitement suddenly surged on his face. At the same time, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Just now, he didn't dare to do anything because of Su Yan's status as an elder. However, if Su Yan accepted his challenge, then it would be a different story. As long as Su Yan accepted his challenge, Yun Chen could find a reason to kill Su Yan. After all, Yun Chen was at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm, and Su Yan was only at the 9th star of the Spirit Sea realm. He didn't believe that Su Yan would be his opponent. However, Yun Chen had forgotten who had destroyed the Guyu sect, and how Su Yan had slapped him just now. He was immersed in his own excitement. When Su Yan saw him like this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Yun Chen, if you want me to accept your challenge, I can. However, since it's a competition, there needs to be a prize." "A prize?" Yun Chen was startled when he heard this. Then he laughed happily and said, "Elder Su Yan, as an elder, you can decide the prize." "I can decide?" Su Yan smiled and didn't stand on ceremony. He looked at the storage bag on Yun Chen's waist and said, "Yun Chen, my request is very simple. As long as I win, you will give me everything in your storage bag." Originally, Su Yan only wanted to ask for spirit stones. However, he thought that it would be a waste not to take something that belonged to someone like Yun Chen. Yun Chen never thought that he would lose, so he didn't even think about it and agreed. His eyes flashed and he looked at the fire qilin in Su Yan's arms and said, "Elder Su Yan, since you asked for a prize as an elder, you naturally have to give something." "Of course." Su Yan smiled. "Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. If I win, you will give me the fire qilin." Yun Chen said and looked at the fire qilin with greed in his eyes. "Of course." Su Yan smiled and stroked the fire qilin in his arms. Yun Chen was really afraid that Su Yan wouldn't agree. When he heard Su Yen agree so readily, he immediately sneered and waved his hand. Elder Su Yen, if that's the case, then you and I will go to the martial arts field together. Okay. Chapter 328. A sect disciple challenging a sect elder was definitely a big deal. The news that Su Yen had just accepted Yun Chen's challenge had already spread throughout the Heaven and Earth organization. Before Su Yen and Yun Chen arrived at the martial arts field, the entire field was already filled with people. Among them were several great elders of the Heaven and Earth organization, as well as many disciples. The martial arts field, which was usually relatively quiet, was now bustling with noise and excitement. When the great elder, the Cloud King, heard about this, he was very shocked. He rushed to the martial arts field and happened to meet Su Yen. He stepped forward and scolded, "Su Yen, why did you accept Yun Chen's challenge? Didn't I already tell you that disciples in the sect are not qualified to challenge you?" As the Cloud King spoke, an unconcealable anger appeared on his face. After all, in his eyes, there was no need for Su Yen to accept Yun Chen's challenge. If Su Yen won, he wouldn't get any benefits. If he lost, he would lose face. Su Yen looked at the Cloud King's angry face and felt grateful. He smiled slightly and said, "Great Elder, don't worry. Although Yun Chen is only at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm, I am confident that I can defeat him." Nonsense. Before Su Yen could finish his words, the Cloud King shouted angrily, "Su Yen, do you think Yun Chen is only at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm? He is the Moon Minister, the Emperor of Sky Minister. He controls the power of 7 realms." Da. Before the Cloud Monarch could finish speaking, the bell signaling the start of the competition started ringing on the martial practice platform. As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, the Cloud King was very clear about the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that Su Yen had accepted Yun Chen's challenge, the bell rang. Even if he was an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, he couldn't stop it. Alas. The Cloud King looked at Su Yen and shook his head helplessly. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, "Since it has come to this, I have nothing more to say. You have to be careful. Remember, if you can't win, you have to surrender. Don't try to be brave, okay?" "Yes." Su Yen nodded and did not say much. He knew that the Cloud King was doing this for his own good. "Haha, is this the new elder of our Heaven and Earth organization? How laughable. He's only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, yet he's actually able to become an elder of our sect. That's right. How dare he challenge senior brother Yun Chen? He really doesn't know what the word death means." Just as Su Yen stepped onto the training platform, countless disdainful voices came from below. Although Su Yen was an elder, he was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, so no one was afraid of him. Moreover, the law did not punish the majority. With so many people standing together, they did not have the slightest fear of Su Yen. The mocking voices continued to ring out. Of course, among these mocking voices, it was inevitable that the other disciples would flatter Yun Chen. "Elder Su Yen, if you admit defeat now, do you still have a chance?" Yun Chen enjoyed these flattering voices. He looked at Su Yen with a trace of disdain in his eyes. To him, Su Yen was just lucky to be favored by the great elder. That was why he was able to sit on the elder's seat. Otherwise, Su Yen would be nothing. After all, which elder of the Heaven and Earth organization had not reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm? The great elder had even stepped into the legendary square realm. Su Yan's 9-star celestial phenomenon realm strength was not enough to reach the apex. Su Yan did not pay attention to Yun Chen's words. Instead, he carefully looked at him and carefully thought about the moon phase that the Cloud King had mentioned. The celestial phenomenon realm was divided into the sun, the moon, and the stars. The sun phase was a legendary existence. No one had seen it for thousands of years. The moon phase was the highest existence. It was also extremely difficult to find. Among tens of thousands of people, there might not be one person who could successfully condense the moon phase. A celestial phenomenon realm martialist who had condensed the moon phase was much stronger than an ordinary celestial phenomenon realm martialist. This was especially true when they had condensed the Spirit Sea realm. The power of Heaven and Earth contained within the body lock was much stronger than other martialists of the same level. Su Yen thought about it and truly understood the meaning of the Cloud King's words, as well as the meaning of his anger. Moon phase. When Su Yen looked at Yun Chen, his eyes became a little more serious. Before this, Su Yen had not taken Yun Chen seriously at all. After all, after the battle with Gu Yuezong and Gu He, Su Yen could be said to be full of confidence. Now that he knew that Yun Chen was actually at the moon phase realm, he could not help but be more careful. Da. At that moment, the competition bell on the training platform beside them rang again. When the bell rang, it meant that the competition was about to begin. Elder Su Yan, are you really not willing to surrender? Yunchen asked sarcastically again. He was at the Spirit Sea realm, condensed from the Moon Phase realm. In the same level, Spirit Sea realm martialists were no match for him. Moreover, Su Yan was merely at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that he did not take him seriously at all. Cut the crap. Su Yan was originally uninterested in Yun Chen's challenge. The reason why he had agreed to Yun Chen's challenge was because he had agreed to the Fire Qilin. In addition, Su Yan had taken a fancy to the storage bag on Yun Chen's waist. Of course, with Su Yan's current status, he naturally did not take a fancy to Yun Chen's storage bag. Instead, he took a fancy to the things inside the storage bag. Spirit stones. Su Yan had always been chasing after spirit stones. Unfortunately, every time he obtained a huge amount of wealth, he would be beaten into a pauper once again. Now that Su Yan knew the importance of spirit stones, he had become a money grubber. He would not let go of any opportunity to obtain spirit stones. Clearly, the challenge with Yun Chen this time was a very good opportunity to earn spirit stones. But now, when Su Yan found out that Yun Chen was at the spiritual sea realm through the condensation of the moon phase, his thoughts changed at this moment. He looked at Yun Chen with a feverish gaze. When Yun Chen saw Su Yan's fearless expression, anger surged on his face as he shouted, "Elder Su Yan, since you are not surrendering, I have no choice but to offend you." As he spoke, Yun Chen's body suddenly leaped. His body was like a flying swallow as he flew over. At the same time, he quickly sent a palm strike towards Su Yan. That palm strike burst out and slid through the air, causing a loud explosion. Its speed was extremely fast, causing waves of whistling sounds. When the palm strike was sent out, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. As expected of senior brother Yun Chen. Just this palm strike alone is not something that can be compared to those of the same level. Yeah, this Su Yan is only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. I want to see how he can block it. That's right. What elder? I think he can't even withstand a single palm strike from senior brother Yun Chen. It wasn't just the disciples. When the great elder Yun Wang saw Yun Chen's palm strike, his expression also sank. He snorted coldly and said, "This Yun Chen is really ruthless. He used a killing move right from the start. Does he want to defeat Su Yan in one move?" At the same time, Yun Wang saw that Su Yan was still not moving. He couldn't help but worry. At the same time, the cultivation technique in his body was slowly circulating, waiting to save Su Yan at any time. Everyone saw that Su Yan was still not moving. Meanwhile, Yun Chen had already arrived in front of him, and the corners of their mouths involuntarily curled into a sneer. Has this brat been scared silly? Still not moving? Are you waiting for death? When Yun Chen saw that Su Yan was not moving, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He snorted in his heart, "Su Yan, your Fire Qilin is mine." Whoosh! Before he could finish his thought, he saw a flash of white light and his palm suddenly missed. What's going on? When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked. They looked at Su Yan, who had already leaped into the air with astonishment. They couldn't believe that this scene was real. They rubbed their eyes with all their might. At this moment, whoosh! Another crisp sound rang out, and at the same time a black light flashed past. Su Yan held the ghost howl sword in his hand and jumped down. He directly slashed at Yun Chen's head. The speed of the sword was as fast as lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Even the great elder Yun Wang was surprised. What a fast speed. This speed is probably faster than a stage 2 spiritual sea realm expert. How is this possible? He's only a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert. Yun Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was stunned, the black sword shadow still fell. Yun Chen was startled as he shouted, "Break!" At the same time, a long sword appeared in Yun Chen's hand. Obviously, Yun Chen was also a sword user. He was indeed in the spiritual sea realm. The moment the sword appeared, he swung it. Clang. The two swords collided and a loud sound exploded. A huge wave of energy surged in the air. Because Yun Chen had hastily blocked the attack, his body involuntarily retreated a few steps when they came into contact. This caused everyone present to be even more shocked. A 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert actually forced a stage 1 spiritual sea realm expert to retreat, and it was a blue spirit sea realm expert. This was because the spirit sea realm was formed by various celestial phenomena. The spirit sea realm formed by the sun phase realm was the purple spirit sea realm. The moon phase realm was the blue spirit sea realm. And the astral phase realm was the red spirit sea realm. Now, Su Yin, who was in the celestial phase realm, actually forced a blue spirit sea realm expert to retreat. How could this not be shocking? They were not the only ones. Even Yunqin was astonished. He didn't expect Su Yin to actually force him to retreat. Looking at Su Yin, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Elder Su Yin, to be able to gain the Great Elder's appreciation, you really have some skills. Seeing this, the Great Elder Cloud King was also excited. He smiled and said, to be able to gain the Great Elder's attention, you really can't be that bad. The more the Cloud King looked at Su Yin, the more satisfied he was. At the same time, he saw Yun Chen's spirit energy constantly surging on the training ground. He frowned and the cultivation method in his body slowly circulated. When Su Yin saw the spirit energy surging on Yun Chen's body, he also frowned. Elder Su Yin, you really do have some skills. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak, so... Yun Chen said with a cold smile. His body suddenly jumped up and the long sword in his hand was also quickly pushed out at the same time. As the sword swept out, it suddenly burst out with countless energy lights. Like a huge wave, it surged out and rushed towards Su Yin. Blue Spirit Sea Realm, you really do have some skills. When Su Yin saw this, he secretly said in his heart. At the same time, his body suddenly surged as he shouted, "Break!" His entire body flew up like a top, and the ghost howl sword in his hand also jumped up. Bang! Chapter 329. When the sword collided, countless energies suddenly erupted. These energies were no longer the spiritual energy in his body, but the energy of heaven and earth. Similarly, what Yun Qin released was not the spiritual energy in his body, but the energy of heaven and earth condensed in his body by the Spirit Sea Realm. With a sweep of the sword, the advantage of the Blue Spirit Sea Realm was suddenly displayed. The entire ground seemed to tremble. Not only that, even the air seemed to be burning, exploding with countless sounds. Although this move seemed simple, the truth was that it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. As the huge wave of energy surged, countless amounts of the energy of heaven and earth erupted at the same time. Su Yin raised his sword and immediately felt a wave of pressure, causing his face to darken. When the crowd saw this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This was because when they saw Su Yin forcefully receive the attack, they were really worried that Su Yin would really receive this move. If that was the case, they really couldn't describe how abnormal Su Yin was. When the Great Elder Cloud King saw this, his brows furrowed even tighter. He was ready to save Su Yin at any time. However, just as they were about to do so, with a loud bang, a loud explosion rang out. A wave of energy surged. The power of heaven and earth, it's the power of heaven and earth. The entire underground audience was in an uproar as they looked at Su Yin in astonishment. I didn't expect this brat to be so lucky. He actually controls the energy of the air within the power of heaven and earth, and can borrow the power to block it. When Yun Qin saw the sudden burst of energy from Su Yan's sword hilt, he was stunned for a moment before laughing. Haha, so you can control the energy of the air, but do you think it's enough? As he spoke, Yun Qin waved his hand, and the wave that surged out once again burst out, soaring into the sky as light spread out in all directions. Senior brother Yun Qin has unleashed all of his power of heaven and earth. Let's see how this brat will block it now. When the people below saw this scene, smiles appeared on their faces. To them, they hoped that Su Yin would lose. After all, Su Yin was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, but he held the position of an elder. Break. Bang, but before they could rejoice, a voice rang out from behind them. Then a loud explosion could be heard. Su Yin brandished the ghost howl sword in his hand, constantly erupting with boundless energy. Streams of the power of the heavens and earth flowed out. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions froze as they stared at Su Yin, dumbfounded. This brat is actually also at the moon phase heavenly phase realm. How is this possible? Although the moon phase celestial phase realm was not comparable to the sun phase realm, it was still a once-in-a-century opportunity. How could they have thought that Su Yin would also be in the moon phase celestial phase realm? This made them very surprised. The Cloud King was stunned when he saw this. He stroked his beard and said, Su Yin, you have given me too many surprises. Yun Qin was even more stunned when he saw this scene, and his face was filled with astonishment as he said, how is this possible, how is this possible? Just as he was astonished. Bang, with a loud bang, Su Yin immediately took a step forward. His sword pierced through the air and arrived in front of Yun Qin. Yun Qin was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand directly pierced through Yun Qin's shoulder. Yun Qin cried out in pain, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Looking at the blood gushing out of his shoulder, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Looking at Su Yan, there was a faint murderous intent in his eyes. Very good, very good. Su Yan, a mere 9 stars realm can actually hurt me. Very good, very good. Yun Qin laughed ferociously. Suddenly, the cultivation method in his body was quickly activated, and boundless energy erupted. The purity of the energy was much stronger than the spiritual energy surging in Su Yan's body. This was because this was the true power of the heavens and earth. This power was enough to overturn mountains and seas. Moreover, there was not only one type of energy surging in Yun Chen's body, but 7 types of energy, representing 7 different powers of the heavens and earth. Cloudy Mist Technique. Yun Chen's energy surged, but he was not in a hurry to attack Su Yan. Instead, he used the Cloudy Mist Technique to heal his own wound. The moment he activated the Cloudy Mist Technique, a curtain of light suddenly fell, and his wound quickly healed. Looking at this miraculous effect, Su Yan could not help but be tongue-tied. He thought to himself, this Cloudy Mist Technique is indeed extraordinary. The desire in his heart for the Cloudy Mist Technique deepened. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. That was because Su Yan saw it clearly. The moment Yun Chen's wound healed, a powerful oppressive feeling suddenly attacked him. Su Yan could not help but frown. This Yun Chen is at the spiritual sea realm, and his body has already condensed a Dan Sea. All kinds of power of the heavens and earth have condensed in his body, and he can erupt at any time. However, I am only at the celestial realm. Although I can use the power of the heavens and earth, I can't use it at will. It seems like I can only fight. As Su Yan spoke, a ray of red light suddenly surged out from his eyes. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a frosty light immediately surged from his body. Cloudy Mist Technique Cloud World. At this moment, Yun Qin suddenly shouted, and the energy that had condensed in his body suddenly exploded like countless waves, directly attacking Su Yan. Wherever the energy passed, the air suddenly boiled and the entire ground trembled. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Everyone was also stunned. I didn't expect senior brother Yun Qin to have mastered the Cloudy Mist Technique Cloud World. Senior brother Yun Qin is indeed worthy of being the genius of our heaven and earth organization who is only inferior to senior brother Yun Mu. Everyone looked at this scene with astonishment, and there was a hint of ridicule in their eyes when they looked at Su Yan. Just now, Su Yan had already brought them too many miracles. They did not believe that Su Yan could bring them any more miracles. Great Elder Yun Wang saw this scene and was about to take action, but when he looked at Su Yan, he saw the red light surging in Su Yan's eyes, which made him hesitate for a moment, because he saw a firm belief in that pair of eyes. Asterisk bang, asterisk, and just as he was hesitating, Yun Qin erupted with a huge amount of energy, directly exploding on Su Yan's body. Countless energy rioted, and the entire battle stage was instantly destroyed. Countless smoke and flying stones were flipped over. The energy still did not stop, and like a tornado, it continued to roll down from the sky, revealing a white energy light. Everyone was stunned, including Great Elder Yun Wang. The tornado lasted for a few breaths of time before it finally stopped. Slowly, it revealed the huge crater that was created by the destruction. Yun Qin looked at the huge crater and a sneer appeared on his face. Then his body went soft and he fell to the ground. He bitterly smiled and said, "With my current strength, it seems a little far-fetched to use Cloud World, but to be able to defeat this Su Yan, asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk." Before he could finish his words, he heard a coughing sound coming from the crater. What? Everyone was startled, especially Yun Qin. His eyes suddenly opened wide as he looked at the figure that flew out from the crater. He kept shaking his head and said, This, how is this possible?" When Yun Wang saw the figure that appeared, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. Although there were many disciples watching, he still didn't dare to laugh. "Ah, Su Yan, you stinking brat, I really didn't misjudge you, I really didn't misjudge you." Hearing Yun Wang's laughter, Yun Chen's expression became more and more unsightly. He looked at Su Yan with a face as red as a pig's liver and muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Yan, how can you block my Cloud World? Cloud World is really powerful." Su Yan did not pay attention to Yun Chen's words. Instead, he looked at the new wounds on his body and thought to himself. At the same time, Su Yan admired Yun Chen a little more. Because when Su Yan used Cloud World, he knew that it was at least a profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Yun Chen was only in the first stage of the spiritual sea realm, but he could use the profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill to such a powerful extent. Su Yin had to admit that Yunshin had some strength. Of course, even so, Su Yin didn't want to let him go. Yunshin was the one who challenged him. As Su Yin thought about it, his pupils suddenly shrank and he waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Yunshin was surprised when he saw Su Yin running towards him. Anger surged on his face as he shouted, "Good, good. Su Yin, although you didn't die under my cloud world, you must be seriously injured. Let's see how you're going to be my opponent now." "Is that so?" The corner of Su Yan's mouth raised slightly. He had to admit that blocking Cloud World and using the profound ice divine shield exhausted his spiritual energy. However, Su Yin still had a way to defeat Yunshin. Everyone saw that the battle had started again and recovered from their shock. This time they no longer looked at Su Yin with ridicule in their eyes. They asked themselves if they were to block Cloud World, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. However, Su Yin was still able to fight. How could they still dare to ridicule Su Yin like this? "Su Yin, do you really think you can defeat me?" Although Yunshin was extremely weak just now, he erupted and swallowed a pill to recover his spiritual energy. He once again became berserk and his sword was extremely sharp. Su Yin wasn't weak either. Using his blood dragon pupil and his amazing speed, he wasn't at a disadvantage against Yunshin. However, both of them had exhausted their spiritual energy. Neither of them could use their sword arts or 10,000 elephant divine skills. Now they were competing with their sword arts and speed. Yunshin's sword was extremely fast, but Su Yin wasn't slow either. The two of them were in a stalemate. They fought for several hours. Suddenly Su Yin slowed down. Yunshin sneered, "Su Yin, let's see how you're going to survive this." "Is that so?" Chapter 330. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were also filled with shock. Because if Yunshin's sword moved forward, Su Yan's neck would be cut off. Everyone held their breaths as if the entire scene was frozen. Everyone only saw that the sword in Yunshin's hand was about to slide past Su Yan's neck. When Great Elder Yun Wang saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was about to save Yunshin. Suddenly a white light flashed. The Great Elder couldn't help but be stunned. Then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Good boy, you actually still have a trick up your sleeve." Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Everyone thought that Su Yin was about to be killed by Yunshin. With a crisp sound, the long sword in Yunshin's hand was struck down by a flying sword. At the same time, there were a few flying swords in front of Yunshin. They revolved around him, causing him to be unable to move. The entire situation was reversed. The speed of the reversal was so fast that no one was able to react in time. "You've lost." Su Yin looked at the astonished Yunshin as a faint smile surfaced on his cold face. I actually lost." Yunshin still couldn't accept this fact. However, looking at the flying sword on his body, he couldn't help but believe it. He kept muttering to himself, "I lost, how is this possible, how is this possible?" Su Yin didn't care about his expression. He went forward and pulled the storage bag from Yunshin's waist. Yunshin didn't care at all. He was still immersed in the pain of defeat. His eyes were dim and it was obvious that he still couldn't accept the fact that he had lost. Not only him, even all the disciples present couldn't accept this fact. Su Yin, a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, actually defeated a rank 1 Blue Spirit Sea realm. How was this possible? One had to know that the Blue Spirit Sea realm not only cultivated faster than the Red Spirit Sea realm, but the heaven and earth energy contained in the body was also much stronger than the same level. Yunshin was a rank 1 Blue Spirit Sea realm cultivator. However, with his strength, even if he was to fight against a rank 2 Spirit Sea realm cultivator, he might not lose. However, such a person was defeated. He was still defeated by a martial artist who was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could this not be surprising? Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, Ratli, and Buttface had rushed over when Su Yin and Yunshin were fighting. Everyone was surprised by Su Yan's victory. Only the four of them looked at Su Yin with the joy of victory surging in their eyes. "Su Yin, you're really something." Dong Qinghao saw Su Yin coming down and went forward to pat Su Yin. The other three also came up to congratulate Su Yin. Su Yin wasn't too happy about this victory. Right now, he was more concerned about how many spirit stones were in Yunshin's storage bag. He weighed the storage bag and threw it to Makaryu Ice. "Senior Brother Mu, this Yunshin is a rank 1 Spirit Sea realm cultivator. With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to erase the seal on him. I'll have to let you do it for me." Makaryu Ice nodded and didn't say anything else. He took the storage bag and the five of them planned to return to the palace where Su Yin was at the Heaven and Earth organization. Great Elder Yun Wang originally wanted to say something to Su Yin, but when he saw that Su Yen and Makaryu Ice were about to leave, he smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Yun Qin, who was still unconscious on the training platform. He sighed helplessly. What a pity, what a pity. A blue spirit sea realm genius is wasted just like that. Yun Wang sighed, but he didn't say anything else and also prepared to leave. However, before he could leave, an angry shout came from the horizon. Su Yen, stop for me. When Yun Wang heard this, he couldn't help but be startled and also stopped. Su Yen and the others also stopped and turned around to look. When they saw an extremely ugly face, Su Yen couldn't help but frown. In the entire Heaven and Earth organization, who else could have such an ugly face apart from Yun Mu? Yun Mu blocked Su Yan's path and revealed a treacherous smile. You, Su Yan, and the rest of you betrayed the Monster Palace and now want to hide in our Heaven and Earth organization? Betrayed the Monster Palace. When Su Yan heard Yun Mu's words, the others looked at each other. Clearly, they couldn't understand the meaning of Yun Mu's words. At that moment, Yun Wang also walked over and looked at Yun Mu. Little nephew Yun Mu, what do you mean by betraying the Monster Palace? What exactly is going on? Great Elder. When Yun Mu saw Yun Wang, he respectfully greeted him and began to explain. Great Elder, these people are disciples of the Monster Palace, but because they betrayed the Monster Palace, they are being hunted down by the Monster Palace. I think that they joined our Heaven and Earth organization to avoid being hunted down by the Monster Palace. So there is such a thing. Betraying the sect was a great crime in the entire Dry Territory. When Yun Wang heard Yun Mu's words, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at Su Yan and asked, Little nephew Su Yan, what exactly is going on? Su Yan actually didn't know much about this matter. But when he heard Yun Mu's words, he understood that this was definitely Murong Fu's scheme. He wanted to accuse them of betraying the sect and use people from all sides to hunt them down. This Murong Fu really has good methods. Su Yan sneered in his heart. He looked at Yun Wang's gloomy expression and asked, Great Elder, do you trust me? This? Yun Wang was startled by Su Yan's sudden question and didn't know how to reply for a while. Yun Wang didn't know much about Su Yan and only admired him. Not to mention that he was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization, so Yun Wang was naturally more protective of Su Yan. But after all, this matter was of great importance and Yun Wang didn't know much about Su Yan, so he didn't trust him. Su Yan, don't talk nonsense here. I have already investigated this matter clearly, so what else do you have to quibble about? Yun Mu saw that Yun Wang didn't say anything and hurriedly shouted. He was afraid that Yun Wang would show some compassion and protect Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Yun Mu's words, he couldn't help but smile. Then his complexion sank and he shouted at Yun Mu, Impudent Yun Mu, no matter what, I am an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. You surprisingly dare to be disrespectful to me. Su Yan's eyes went wide, and an imposing aura spread out from between his brows. Yun Mu was startled by Yun Mu's shout. Then anger appeared on his face and he shouted, Su Yan, you, alright, don't quarrel. Yun Wang stopped the two of them and looked at Su Yan. Su Yan, you asked me whether I believed you or not. I can tell you that I believe you, but you have to at least prove yourself, right? When Yun Mu heard Yun Wang's words, he smiled in disdain. What else is there to prove? This matter has spread like wildfire in the entire 5 counties. This is the decree of the Monster Palace's palace master, so how could it be false? After saying that, Yun Mu looked at Yun Wang and said, Great Elder, you have to think thrice. Offending the Monster Palace for these people isn't worth it. That Monster Palace's Princess of Chu isn't someone to be trifled with. Only a few people in the entire Monster Palace knew about the death of the Princess of Chu. It was even more impossible for them, who were outsiders, to know that the Princess of Chu had actually died long ago. The reason why these people didn't care about the Monster Palace was because of the presence of the Princess of Chu. After all, an expert of the perimeter layer wasn't someone to be trifled with. When Yun Wang heard Yun Mu's words, his brows creased again. If it had been any other matter, it would have been fine, but betraying the sect was a major crime. Even if he was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, he couldn't cover it up. However, when he thought about how Su Yan was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization, as well as Su Yan's display of strength, Yun Wang felt awkward. Su Yan looked at Yun Wang's awkward expression and Yun Mu's complacent expression, and a hint of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took off the elder attire of the Heaven and Earth organization and handed it to Yun Wang. Su Yan, you. Yun Wang was still thinking about how to deal with this matter when he suddenly saw Su Yan's actions. He couldn't help but be startled, not understanding the meaning behind Su Yan's actions. Su Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, Great Elder, if you believe me, then give me 1 year's time. Within 1 year, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Su Yan, you traitor, what qualifications do you have to talk about conditions with our heaven and earth organization? Yun Mu shouted before Yun Wang could reply. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to Yun Mu. Instead, he looked at Yun Wang and calmly waited for his decision. Su Yan was gambling that Yun Wang would believe him. If Yun Wang didn't believe him, then everything pointed to disaster. Su Yan was secretly circulating the cultivation method in his body to recover his spirit energy while guarding against Yun Mu. Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, Buttface, and Ratley hadn't said a word since the beginning, but they could see the seriousness of the matter. They knew that whether they lived or died today depended on a single thought from Yun Wang. The four of them nervously looked at Yun Wang. Not only them, but even Yun Mu was nervously looking at Yun Wang. He was very clear that if Yun Wang chose to believe Su Yan, then it would be impossible for him to get rid of Su Yan. Yesterday, Su Yan had joined the Heaven and Earth Organization. Yun Mu hated Su Yan, and he had been thinking about how to get rid of Su Yan the entire night. Originally, he had been bitterly searching for a way to get rid of Su Yan, but today he had heard that Su Yan had betrayed the sect. It gave him a reason and an excuse, but he had never expected that Yun Wang would surprisingly protect Su Yan. This made Yun Mu's hatred towards Su Yan become even more intense. While waiting for Yun Wang's decision, Yun Mu fanned the flames from the side. Great Elder, you have to think clearly about the crime of betraying the sect. It is a serious crime, so you have to think about whether you can bear it. Chapter 331. The reason why Yun Mu dared to speak to Cloud King like that wasn't without reason. He was the son-in-law of the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect master. In other words, he was Yun Wanqing's fiancé. Not only that, but although Yun Mu was a little ugly, he was also the #1 disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. His strength had already reached the 9th rank of Spirit Ocean Realm, and he was also at the Blue Spirit Ocean Realm. Therefore Yun Mu had quite a lot of face in the sect. Even the Cloud King had to give Yun Mu some face. Of course, face was just face. Before Yun Mu officially married Yun Wanqing, his status was only that of a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When Cloud King heard Yun Mu speaking to him in such a tone, his expression sank. He, who was originally hesitating, coldly snorted. Su Yan, I choose to believe you. I will give you 1 year's time. What? When Yun Mu heard Cloud King's words, he couldn't help but be startled. Great Elder, are you crazy? These people have committed the crime of betraying the sect. Are you going to protect them? I am crazy. Cloud King looked at Yun Mu's disrespectful attitude and coldly snorted. Yun Mu, I said that I believe you, so I believe you. Don't forget that I am still the Great Elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Even if the sect master comes out, he still has to give me some face. Yun Mu didn't expect that his original plan to provoke Cloud King so that he wouldn't agree to Su Yan's request would actually work. But how could he have expected that his provocation would make Cloud King agree to Su Yan's request? As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. Although Yun Mu was somewhat unconvinced, it was just as Cloud King had said. Cloud King was the Great Elder of Heavenly Cloud Sect. Even if Yun Mu was more formidable, he wouldn't dare to rashly challenge Cloud King's dignity. When he saw the smile on Su Yan's face, Yun Mu flew into a rage, and his hatred for Su Yan became even more intense. If he wasn't afraid of Cloud King standing in front of him, he would have killed Su Yan already. Su Yan, just you wait for me, just you wait, Yun Mu said indignantly, then left. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Yun Mu. He turned around and cupped his hands toward Cloud King. Many thanks for Great Elder's understanding. The Cloud King smiled bitterly and shook his head. Su Yan, you are the disciple of the Elder Ancestor. Speaking of seniority, you are above me. This is what I should do. However, I'm afraid that before you understand the situation, staying in the Heaven and Earth Organization is... The Cloud King didn't say anything. However, Su Yan could understand the meaning behind his words. Moreover, when Su Yan had taken off the elder robe of the Heaven and Earth Organization, he hadn't planned to stay in the Heaven and Earth Organization. When he saw the awkward expression on the Cloud King's face, he said with a faint smile, Great Elder, don't worry. After a year, I will definitely give you a pleasant surprise. The Cloud King nodded and no longer hesitated. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, Su Yan, when you leave the Heaven and Earth Organization this time, you must be careful. Do you understand? Su Yan nodded heavily, then led Makaryu Ice and the others down the mountain without any hesitation. I didn't expect that we would leave the Heaven and Earth Organization so soon. After leaving the Heaven and Earth Organization's gate, Makaryu Ice said with melancholy. Regarding yesterday's incident, they also said that they didn't know what Murong Fu's plot was, and they could use the Heaven and Earth organization to take refuge. Who would have thought that because of Murong Fu's plot, they would be forced to leave the Heaven and Earth organization today? Su Yin looked at the Heaven and Earth organization and smiled bitterly. Although Su Yin didn't have any feelings for the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yin wanted the Heaven and Earth organization's fog technique very much. Now that he had left the Heaven and Earth organization, it was obvious that it wouldn't be so easy to obtain the fog technique again. Su Yin thought, and his eyes turned, and his hatred for Murong Fu became even stronger. He really didn't expect that Murong Fu would be so ruthless as to label him as a sinner who betrayed the sect. "Senior, where should we go now?" Buttface suddenly asked in the midst of their melancholy. "Where should we go?" This question stunned everyone. After all, no matter what, Murong Fu currently held the Supreme Monster Palace's Palace Lord Seal. Before they took back the Supreme Monster Palace's authority, they had to take back the Palace Lord Seal. They would have to bear the crime of betraying the sect. The crime of betraying the sect was a serious crime, and everyone had the right to punish it. If they were to appear, they would definitely be hunted down by many people. Moreover, with Murong Fu's means, he would definitely spread the news and let everyone in the 5 counties know that they had committed the crime of betraying the sect. Then all the powerful people in the 5 counties would hunt them down. Murong Fu, this move is really ruthless. Su Yin thought and gritted his teeth hatefully. Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, and Rat Li's faces also showed a burst of anger. Only Buttface was a little better. After all, Buttface didn't understand Murong Fu and the Monster Palace. However, he already knew that betraying the sect was a crime. This was a serious crime. Of course, he still chose to believe that Su Yin and the others wouldn't betray the sect. Looking at the surging hatred on their faces, Buttface suggested in a low voice, "Senior, why don't we go to the place where I used to cultivate?" "The place where you used to cultivate?" Su Yin frowned and looked at Buttface. Because the two of them had met in a hurry, Su Yin didn't ask Buttface what had happened during this period of time. Buttface nodded and began to speak. "Senior, since you were forced off the cliff by those people from the Guyu sect, I swore that I would avenge you. It was also after that I started to cultivate like crazy. At that time, I was afraid that the people from the Guyu sect would find trouble with me, so I found a place to hide. Although it was desolate and uninhabited, the spiritual chi was really rich. It was a good place to take refuge. Desolate and uninhabited." When Su Yin heard Buttface's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Now that they had been accused of betraying the sect by Murong Fu, there would be a lot of people looking for them. The more desolate the place was, the better. This way they wouldn't be hunted down. Although the few of them were walking together and their strength was very strong, the continent of the 5 counties was so big. Who knew how many powerhouses there were? Su Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. Without thinking, he said directly, "Buttface, you lead the way." "Okay." Buttface nodded his head and didn't hesitate. He walked ahead of the rest of the group. Dong Qinghao and the others followed closely behind Su Yin and Buttface. Because the 5 of them had been accused of betraying the sect, the 5 of them didn't choose to use the teleportation device to avoid some trouble. Along the way, they relied on their physical strength to fly. After flying for a few days and nights, they arrived at the place that Buttface had mentioned. When Su Yin saw this place, he couldn't help but be stunned. This place was actually the boundary of Tianshuang City. Not only was it the boundary of Tianshuang City, but it was also the mountain where Su Yin had entered the Hidden Sword Tomb for the test. Indeed, after the Hidden Sword Tomb arranged the test, very few people came here. In addition, this place was on the outskirts of Tianshuang City and there were no treasures to speak of. Therefore, this place could indeed be considered desolate and uninhabited. "Senior, this is the place. What do you think?" Buttface turned around and said to Su Yin. When he saw that Su Yin seemed to be more familiar with this place than he was, he couldn't help but be surprised. He asked, "Senior, why do you seem to be more familiar with this place than I am?" Dong Qinghao and the others didn't notice the change in Su Yan's expression just now. When they heard Buttface's words, they came back to their senses and looked at Su Yin with a puzzled expression. Su Yin smiled slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he pointed ahead and said, "Buttface, is Tianshuang City dozens of miles from here?" "Yes." When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Yin in surprise. "Senior, how do you know?" "Because I'm from Tianshuang City," Su Yin said with a smile. At this time, everyone was suddenly enlightened from their doubts. Especially Buttface, who touched his head honestly and said, "Ha ha ha, so this is Senior's hometown. I was leading the way for you just now. I'm really ashamed. Su Yin smiled and didn't say anything more. Instead, he led Buttface and the others into the depths of the mountain. Previously, Su Yin didn't know where Buttface was referring to. Naturally, he didn't understand. Now that he had come to this mountain, Su Yin was naturally familiar with it. It could be said that this mountain was where Su Yin really opened his cultivation path. After all, it was here that Su Yin won first place in the competition of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Then he entered the Hidden Sword Tomb and really started Su Yan's cultivation path. Things changed with the passage of time, but the mountain was still that mountain. However, everything had changed. Now, Su Yin was no longer the little spirit-channeling martial artist. He was at the 9-star celestial phase, a king of a generation. If Su Yin returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, it wouldn't be too much to ask him to be an elder. Of course, Su Yin didn't intend to choose to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yin now understood that he wasn't expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. He was now considered a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, he didn't want to bear the crime of betraying the sect. If he returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, he wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Moreover, he might implicate the Hidden Sword Tomb for no reason. If that was the case, Su Yin would have committed a great crime. As they slowly walked in, they could feel that the spiritual qi here was getting denser and denser. Su Yan's brows furrowed even tighter. Su Yin couldn't be more familiar with this mountain. He knew very well that when he was here, the spiritual qi wasn't so dense. Buttface, how long have you been cultivating here? Su Yin suddenly asked Buttface. Buttface was stunned by Su Yan's sudden question. He thought for a while and said, "Since the day you fell off the cliff, I've been cultivating here. I only occasionally go to the Hidden Demons area in Heaven Shuang City to buy some things. Usually I'm here." When you came here, was the spiritual qi here so dense? Su Yin asked again. Buttface was stunned again. He thought carefully and said, "It doesn't seem so. When I first came here, the spiritual qi here wasn't abundant. However, as time passed, the spiritual qi became denser and denser." Dong Qinghao and the others didn't know why Su Yin suddenly asked these questions. Now that they heard Buttface's words and looked at Su Yan's surprised expression, they seemed to understand. Chapter 332. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard from the top of the mountain. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The cultivation method in his body quickly revolved, and he quickly rushed forward. He was sure that this was not a simple place. The speed of the other 4 people was not slow either. They followed closely behind Su Yin and swept forward. However, when they arrived at the mountain, everything was calm. There was not even the slightest movement. That's strange. What is going on? Su Yin looked at the mountain in front of him, which was completely still. He could not help but frown. This mountain had nothing special to begin with. It was not tall and the trees were not big. There were only some shrubs and there were no strange stones. There was really nothing special about it. However, this place was filled with rich spiritual qi. If this spiritual qi existed in the first place, it could be attributed to the environment of the mountain. However, this mountain did not have the slightest bit of peculiarity. In just a few short months, it actually produced such rich spiritual qi. If Su Yin did not know about the existence of this mountain, it would be fine. However, Su Yin knew this mountain like the back of his hand. He knew very well that this mountain did not have the slightest bit of peculiarity. If there was anything special about it, it could only be said that this was once a training ground for the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although Buttface and the others heard what Su Yin said, they also felt that it was strange. However, the few of them did not know the mountain as well as Su Yin, so they did not feel that anything was wrong. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a crisp sound could be heard. At the same time, a white figure flashed in front of them. All of them were stunned at the same time. Could it be? At this moment, Sword Sage's shocked voice could be heard in their minds. Hearing Sword Sage's voice, Su Yan's body trembled. He asked in his mind, "Master, did you discover something? I'm not sure if it is true or not." Sword Sage shook his head and pondered for a moment. At this moment, whoosh! With another flash, the fire Qilin, who had been sleeping in Su Yan's arms, suddenly jumped out of Su Yan's arms. He directly rushed forward. Su Yan and the others were still in a daze. Sword Sage shouted, "Brat, quick, follow the fire Kirin." Yes. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he nodded. His pupils shrank and he quickly followed the fire Kirin. Dong Qinghao and the others couldn't hear what Sword Sage was saying to Su Yan. However, they also saw the fire Qilin running out. At the same time, he circulated his qi and dashed towards the fire Qilin. Although the fire Qilin looked petite, its running speed was not slow at all. Using its nimble body, it constantly moved forward in the mountain forest. Fortunately, the strength of Su Yan and the others was not weak. They used all their strength to follow behind the fire Qilin so that they would not lose track of it. In this way they followed the fire Qilin for about half an hour. The fire Qilin still had no intention of stopping. Instead, it ran faster and faster. After a while they lost track of the fire Qilin. They stopped at the same time and looked in front of them, but there was no trace of the fire Qilin. What's going on? They looked at each other, puzzled by what happened in front of them. Because they clearly saw the fire Qilin in front of them, but in just a flash the fire Qilin disappeared. Bang! At this time, there was a sudden explosion and a flame rushed straight to the sky. A powerful force burst out and the power fluctuated. The 5 people were shocked and did not dare to have the slightest neglect and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, even if the 5 of them used all their strength to retreat, it was still a little too late. Bang! All of a sudden they were hit by this huge energy, and the 5 of them were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Pucci, at the same time, the 5 of them couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. The 5 of them coughed a few times and slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at the scene in front of them, their faces were filled with horror. Looking at the scene in front of them, they even forgot about their injuries. At the place where the flames had surged into the sky, there was a huge palace. Yes, it was a palace. As soon as the palace appeared, it gave off a majestic aura. 8 huge pillars stood tall in the sky, and there was a faint trace of energy swirling around them, making people feel respectful. Shura Shrine, it's actually the Shura Shrine. At this time, Sword Sage's shocked voice burst out from Su Yan's mind. Shura Shrine. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, not understanding the meaning behind it. But before he could ask, he heard Sword Sage's nervous voice. Quickly, quickly retreat. If the Shura Shrine appeared here, then the people from the Shura Shrine must not be far from here. You guys quickly hide. Master, what the hell is going on? Su Yan asked in surprise because he had never seen Sword Sage so nervous before. Don't ask so much, hide first. Sword Sage said anxiously, obviously worried about something. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan no longer hesitated and hurriedly shouted to Dong Qinghao and the others, quickly go. The few of them still hadn't recovered from the shock in front of them. Hearing Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned, but seeing Su Yan's serious expression, they seemed to have understood something and didn't ask any more, and followed Su Yan and retreated. The few of them retreated a few hundred meters away, until they hid in a cave, and their expressions relaxed slightly. Junior brother Su, what the hell is going on? As soon as they landed, Makaryu Ice asked Su Yan. The other 3 also looked at Su Yan in surprise. Su Yan didn't immediately answer their questions. Because he didn't know what was going on, he asked Sword Sage in his mind, Master, what the hell is going on? Sword Sage still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the shrine just now. Carefully looking around, he replied, Su Yan, there are too many things mixed in here and it's related to the 9 continents. With your current strength it's useless to know too much. 9 continents. Su Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously not satisfied with Sword Sage's answer. Sword Sage naturally knew that Su Yan wasn't satisfied, so he chuckled and continued, Su Yan, you shouldn't be dissatisfied. I can tell you, this matter is beyond your imagination, and it will only be bad for you to know this now. And, hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled and immediately realized that he was being disrespectful, so he apologized to Sword Sage. Master, I'm sorry. Sword Sage didn't wait for Su Yan to finish his words and waved his hand. Su Yan, don't say these words, I can understand your feelings. Su Yan wasn't a pretentious person, so after hearing Sword Sage's words he didn't waste any more words, and instead looked at the place where the flames were soaring to the sky and asked, Master, the fire Qilin is probably still there, what should I do? Hearing Su Yan's words, Sword Sage frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while he said, Su Yan, don't be anxious, the appearance of the Shura Shrine will definitely attract the attention of various forces. When the time comes, this place will definitely become a battlefield. What you need to do now is wait for those forces to appear. While speaking, Sword Sage's eyes suddenly turned, and a sharp light surged in them. Su Yan, if possible, this Shura Shrine may be an opportunity for you. Opportunity. Su Yan was puzzled, he clearly felt Sword Sage's panic just now, how could it be an opportunity now? Sword Sage smiled, Su Yan, you are in the Sun Realm, you need to condense the power of heaven and earth in 10,000 meridians to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm, but to condense the power of heaven and earth in 10,000 meridians is actually that simple. If you cultivate normally, It will take you 100 years to condense it, but the appearance of the cultivation shrine may be an opportunity. Master, what is going on? Su Yan still didn't understand Sword Sage's words. After all, he really couldn't connect the Shura shrine with his condensing of the Spirit Sea realm. Sword Sage looked at Su Yan's anxious expression and smiled. Su Yan, don't be anxious, observe for a while, and when the time comes, I will naturally explain to you. Although Su Yan was confused after hearing Sword Sage's words, he didn't ask any more, because he knew that Sword Sage wouldn't harm him. Junior brother Su, what is going on? Dong Qinghao saw that Su Yan didn't answer for a long time, so he asked again. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan recovered from his conversation with Sword Sage, narrowed his eyes and said with a serious face, I'm afraid that this place will become the battleground of the 5 counties. What? When they heard Su Yan's sudden words, they couldn't help but be stunned, and looked at Su Yan with astonishment. They were all people of the 5 counties, and they were also the genius disciples of the Monster Palace. Although they didn't know everything about the 5 counties, they still knew a thing or two. It was like a chaotic battle between the 5 counties. This hadn't happened for thousands of years, which meant that the 5 counties had been peaceful for thousands of years. They couldn't believe that just the appearance of a single palace would cause a chaotic battle between the 5 counties. Speaking of which, Su Yan actually didn't believe it either. However, he believed in Sword Sage's knowledge and he wouldn't be wrong. A great battle was going to happen here. Shura Shrine, it really is the Shura Shrine. Chapter 333. This aura. Although they could feel that the voice was quite far away, it was still so. His voice was filled with vigorous energy and vigorous aura, causing the bodies of Su Yan and the others to involuntarily tremble. Even though it was so far away, they could still feel the power of this person. I didn't expect the Shrine of Shura to appear here. It seems that this time the 5 counties will not be peaceful. The voices of several people talking could be heard again. Moreover, it was getting closer and closer. Su Yan and the others couldn't help but hold their breaths. At this time, Dong Qinghao and the others also believed what Su Yan said. Su Yan said that there would be a war in the 5 counties. Although they believed in Su Yan, the 5 counties had been peaceful for too long. They couldn't accept it. Now that they felt this powerful force approaching them, from the bottom of their hearts, they could faintly feel that something was wrong. As the voice walked away, Dong Qinghao tried to lower his voice and asked Su Yan, Junior brother Su, what should we do now? When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he recalled Sword Sage's words. His pupils suddenly shrank and a bright light surged in his eyes. He clenched his fists and said, since this Shura shrine can attract the attention of so many experts, it means that there must be treasures here. If we didn't come here, it would be fine. But since we are here, we naturally can't miss it. As Su Yan spoke, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. His eyes emitted a determined gaze, and a faint aura of a king faintly emitted from between his brows. Everyone was stunned. Everyone felt that powerful force just now. When they thought of that terrifying aura, they only felt a little worried. At most, they just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Who would have thought that they would want to get a share of this shrine? Everyone was stunned when they saw the gleam in Su Yan's eyes. The blood in their bodies began to boil slowly. Dong Qinghao took the lead and said, that's right. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to leave. As Dong Qinghao spoke, a frivolous smile hung on his face. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. Then Makaryu Ice and Ratley followed suit. There was no need to mention Buttface. It could be said that he was the only one who didn't obey Su Yan. Su Yan's decision was equivalent to his decision. Just now, Su Yan was really worried that his brothers would be afraid. After all, just the aura of their words had caused their bodies to twitch. It was enough to imagine how powerful those people were. It was normal to be afraid. Now, Su Yan didn't think that these people would be as fearless as him. This made Su Yan feel moved in his heart. Of course, being moved was one thing. The friendship between men didn't need to be expressed in words. Su Yan didn't say anything pretentious. He looked outside and then turned to the others and said, let's go, let's leave here first. After all, it's not suitable for us to hide here and observe the situation in the Shura Divine Hall. Okay. They nodded at the same time and followed Su Yan to walk toward the Shura Divine Hall again. Just now they were focused on escaping and didn't observe much. Now that they looked back, they realized how far they had run just now. They approached the Shura Divine Hall cautiously. The closer they got, the more they felt a terrifying aura surging toward them. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. Su Yan also lowered his voice and said, everyone be careful. The appearance of the Shura Divine Hall can set off a war in the 5 continents. Today, the powerful people who came here must be beyond our imagination. We have to be careful. Okay. They nodded at the same time. They put away their calm expressions and became serious. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly burst out. A powerful force surged from the Shura Divine Hall. This force fluctuated and spread out. They were more than 1,000 meters away, but they could still feel the terror of this force. Perimeter State, it's definitely an expert of the Perimeter State. Makaryu Ice was shocked and whispered. At this moment, Su Yinyu's eyebrows suddenly shrunk together. Radius State. It could be said that this was the strongest existence in the 5 continents. He didn't expect these people to come here at this moment. At this moment, Su Yin finally understood how powerful the Azura Divine Palace was. It was actually able to attract so many experts. It must be known that the higher a warrior's realm, the more precious their time was. This was because the higher the realm, the harder it was for them to break through. Some people would cultivate in seclusion for decades. If there wasn't something that could move them, they wouldn't appear at all. From the aura just now, Su Yin could tell that there was more than one expert of the Perimeter State here. This made Su Yin look forward to the Shura Divine Hall even more. This feeling of anticipation appeared when Su Yin approached the Shura Divine Hall. This inexplicable feeling wasn't the same as when Sword Sage said that Su Yin could use this to break through his realm. It was the kind of trembling that came from the heart, from the blood vessels. It was just like how Su Yin was moved by the sword well of the Hidden Sword Tomb, the Monster Palace, and the 10,000 Demons Ancient Tree. This strange feeling made Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrink. However, Su Yin didn't rush to the Shura Divine Hall. From the terrifying aura just now, Su Yin knew that there was more than one expert of the Perimeter State gathered here. The Perimeter State. Even 100 Su Yin wouldn't be a match for them, not to mention that he didn't know what the other party's goal was. Of course, Su Yin wouldn't be stupid enough to court death at this time. This was also what Su Yin was most worried about at this moment. Because these people were so strong, Su Yin felt an unprecedented pressure. Dong Qinghao looked at the terrifying aura surging and asked, "Junior Su, what should we do now?" Su Yin frowned, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind, "Kid, don't worry. This is just the beginning. There will be more experts gathered here later. With your strength, you won't be able to enter the Shura Divine Hall." "Master, what should I do?" Su Yin asked. "Return to the Hidden Sword Tomb," Sword Sage said simply, but Su Yin was stunned. What? Return to the Hidden Sword Tomb? Although Su Yin knew that he was still a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yin still needed the help of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yin didn't want to go back to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Sword Sage smiled and said, "Su Yin, I don't want you to go back to the Hidden Sword Tomb to ask for help from the disciples. Don't think that the Hidden Sword Tomb is too strong. The Hidden Sword Tomb is still too weak to participate in the Shura Divine Hall." "Too weak?" Su Yin frowned and asked, "Master, why should I go back to the Hidden Sword Tomb? You should know that I'm still carrying the crime of betraying the sect in the Monster Palace. If I go back, it doesn't matter." Sword Sage waved his hand and said, "If you can really open the Shura Divine Hall this time, not to mention the crime of betraying the sect, the entire 5 counties will worship you as a saint." Saint? Su Yin didn't understand the meaning of Sword Sage's words. At the same time, he was looking forward to the mysteries of the Shura Divine Hall. Not only that, but Su Yin also understood that Sword Sage deliberately kept a lot of secrets from him. Of course, Su Yin had absolute trust in Sword Sage. He knew that Sword Sage must have his reasons for not telling him this. Looking at the terrifying energy in front of them, Su Yin was clear that with the strength of the few of them, they would definitely be in trouble if they went forward. He turned his eyes and didn't hesitate. He looked back at Dong Qinghao and the others who were waiting for him to make a decision and said, "Come, follow me to the Hidden Sword Tomb." To the Hidden Sword Tomb. When they heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't understand why Su Yan suddenly wanted to go to the Hidden Sword Tomb. In their eyes, the Hidden Sword Tomb was just a small sect. This was indeed the case. Compared to the Supreme Demon Palace, the Hidden Sword Tomb was indeed a small sect. Su Yan looked at their puzzled expressions and didn't keep them in suspense. He smiled and said, "To be honest, my real identity is actually a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb." A disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. This made everyone even more stunned. Looking at their stunned expressions, Su Yin didn't explain much. After all, their feelings for each other didn't need to be explained. As for their feelings for the Monster Palace, they didn't need to be explained. "Senior brothers, no matter what, let's go to the Hidden Sword Tomb first." Su Yin didn't explain too much. Instead he said directly, "Okay." The trust they had for Su Yan was like that of a friend who had gone through life and death together. They didn't ask too much about the things that Su Yan was hiding because they knew that everyone had their own secrets. What's more, they trusted Su Yan from the bottom of their hearts. Now that they had to make a decision, they really didn't know what to do. At least in their hearts, they believed that following Su Yan was absolutely the right thing to do. They decided and no longer hesitated. They were ready to go to the hidden sword tomb. However, when Su Yan decided to leave, he thought that the fire Qilin was still in the Shura shrine. He couldn't help but worry. Boy, you don't have to worry about the fire Qilin at all. With his wit, he'll be fine. Sword Sage comforted Su Yan in his mind. Okay. Su Yan nodded. Looking at the Shura shrine, his eyes surged with a bright light. He clenched his fist and said secretly, "Little guy, wait for me to come back." After that, Su Yan no longer hesitated and flew directly to the hidden sword tomb. The closer he got to the hidden sword tomb, the more excited Su Yan was. Chapter 334. PS2, I've finally stopped recently. I don't think I'll take any more leave this month. PS3, there will be a big climax in the plot recently. PS4, those who have been reading can join the group and chat with everyone. 455212786. I'm in it too. Everyone can chat together. Chapter 335. Was she okay? The sword burial mound was the place where Su Yan left the most memories. His feelings for the sword burial mound even surpassed those of the Su family. Because he had been in the Su family for so long, Su Yan did not feel the taste of home. However, in the sword burial mound, this was not only the place where Su Yan opened his path of cultivation, but also gave him a lot of warmth. In his heart, Su Yan had long regarded the sword burial mound as his home. When he was expelled from the sword burial mound, Su Yan was sad for a long time. If it were not for Su Yan's strong mind, he would not have been able to reach where he was today. Soon, under the lead of Su Yan, they had already arrived in front of the mountain gate of the sword burial mound. Stop. As soon as they approached, the guards of the hidden sword tomb immediately stepped forward to stop them. Su Yan originally wanted to go directly to the sword burial mound, but when he saw the guards who stopped him, he could not help but be stunned. At the same time, looking at the unfamiliar guards in front of him, Su Yan remembered that he was no longer a disciple of the sword burial mound. His heart was sour and he suddenly had mixed feelings. Of course, this feeling was just a flash. After all, no matter what, he was expelled from the sword burial mound that day because Sword Sage made a mistake. It was just that Sword Sage wanted him to go down the mountain to experience it. As for the guards of the sword burial mound stopping him, he was not angry. Su Yan regarded the sword burial mound as his home, so these people were his family. Why would Su Yan be angry with them? He withdrew the surging spiritual power in his body and floated down from the air. He was about to go forward and salute. When the guards saw Su Yan, a ray of light suddenly surged in their eyes. They looked at Su Yan in shock and asked uncertainly, You are Senior Su Yan." Su Yan was stunned when he heard their words. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "You know me. You really are Senior Brother Su Yan. You really are Senior Brother Su Yan." When those people saw Su Yan admit his identity, they all looked at each other with excitement blooming on their faces. It was as if they had seen the person they had always admired in their hearts. Su Yan didn't expect that there would still be people who remembered him after he left the hidden sword tomb for so long. He felt very gratified. At the same time, he politely cupped his hands to the excited guards and said, "Junior brothers, Su has returned to the hidden sword tomb because of an urgent matter. I hope you can pass on the message." Report. The leader of the guards was stunned when he heard Su Yan's words. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Su Yan, you're a member of the hidden sword tomb. There's no need to report. Please come in, come in." Yes. Su Yan nodded. Although he didn't show anything on his face, he felt very warm in his heart. After all, at that time Su Yan was expelled from the hidden sword tomb. Everyone heard and saw it. He didn't expect the hidden sword tomb to treat him with such courtesy. The hidden sword tomb couldn't be compared to the super sects like the Monster Palace, Black Ghost Cave and Heaven and Earth organization in the 5 counties continent. However, the hidden sword tomb was still the #1 sect in Tianshuang City that everyone respected. Moreover, the hidden sword tomb's sect master, Sky Sword Sage, had already stepped into the circle state. Therefore, the hidden sword tomb's strength had increased a lot. Of course, the outside world didn't know about this. After all, every sect had its own secrets. If Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the hidden sword tomb and had witnessed Sky Sword Sage's breakthrough, he wouldn't know about the hidden sword tomb's power. Therefore, in terms of power, the hidden sword tomb was definitely one of the top sects in the 5 counties continent. After all, the Monster Palace only had one person in the Circle State. The strength that could make the Monster Palace enter the top 3 in the 5 counties continent. The Circle State represented the pinnacle of the 5 counties continent. As long as one stepped into the Circle State, no matter who it was, they would have to look up to it. As the saying goes, 1 year of spirit guidance, 3 years of life soul, 10 years of holy bloodline, 100 years of celestial phenomenon, and 1,000 years of spirit sea. From this, one could see how difficult it was to step into the Circle State. 1,000 years? How many thousand years did one have in life? The lifespan of every warrior in the Dry Realm was only a few hundred years. Every time one advanced a level, their lifespan would increase. Of course, all of this was according to the cultivation speed of a normal warrior. Su Yan's monstrous cultivation speed was another matter. After being treated like a family member, Su Yan felt gratified. Because he was worried about the Shura temple, he didn't chat much with the guards. He directly stepped onto the hidden sword tomb. Although he was anxious, Su Yan didn't panic along the way. Su Yan didn't know why Sword Sage wanted him to return to the hidden sword tomb. He hadn't returned to the hidden sword tomb for such a long time. Now that he was at the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery of the hidden sword tomb. However, he didn't see a single person along the way. In the past, he would meet disciples everywhere he went. This caused Su Yan to frown involuntarily. Strange, why is it so quiet today? Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise on the training field of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately stepped forward and quickly walked towards the training field. He arrived at the training field. There was a sea of people here. Countless disciples of the hidden sword tomb had gathered. Slowly, Su Yan also saw many familiar voices. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Of course, the one Su Yan wanted to see the most when he returned to the hidden sword tomb was Lin Huatu. Unfortunately, after searching the crowd, he didn't see Lin Huatu. He didn't even see Lu Fei or Fatty Lu. Bang! At this moment, in the center of the crowd, there was a loud noise. A red-clothed figure was hit by a burst of energy, and his entire body was suddenly sent flying backwards. Huatu. Su Yan looked at the red figure. His eyes suddenly turned. He stepped forward and caught her. Lin Huatu was suddenly hugged by the broad shoulders. She instinctively struggled. However, when she saw Su Yan's figure, her eyes suddenly flashed. A trace of charm flashed across her face, and then she fainted. No one had noticed this moment. A man in white stood on the training field. He laughed arrogantly. Haha, it seems that the number 1 disciple of the hidden sword tomb is only SOSO? In such a big hidden sword tomb, no one can beat you. You still dare to call yourself the number 1 sect in Sky Twin City? When Su Yan heard this, his eyebrows suddenly shrank. There was a surge of anger in his eyes. However, Su Yan now knew that he was still a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Even if Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan would never allow these people to slander the hidden sword tomb. Bang! However, before Su Yan could step forward, there was a loud noise on the stage. A huge body appeared on the training field. This person's body was 3 times the size of Su Yan. His fat arms were even bigger than his thighs. In the hidden sword tomb, who else could have such a body other than Lu Fei and Fatty Lu? You dare to bully my hidden sword tomb? You're courting death. Lu Fei was still hot-tempered. As soon as he got on the stage, he roared and directly swung his arms at the opponent. Needless to say, when Lu Fei punched out, that huge arm could be said to be majestic. When the person fighting saw Lu Fei's punch, he was also shocked. His figure quickly moved back to avoid it. Lu Fei pressed forward, not giving the opponent the slightest chance to fight back. Soon the two of them were in a stalemate. At the same time, the strength of the two people also burst out. Lu Fei was at the peak of the Sky Realm, the same as Su Yan. And the person fighting him was at the first stage of the Spirit Sea Realm. Lin Hualu was also at the first stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, but he was no match for him. It was obvious that this Spirit Sea Realm had some tricks up its sleeves. Su Yan watched for a while. Although Lu Fei's attacks were fierce, he knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. His eyebrows suddenly shrank. Coincidentally, he saw an elder watching from the side, the departing sword elder. In the past, in the hidden sword tomb, he was an elder who doted on Su Yan. Su Yan let Dong Qinghao support Lin Hualu, and strode towards him, departing sword elder. At this moment, the departing sword elder was paying attention to the competition on the training platform. When he heard someone suddenly call out to him, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. However, when he saw Su Yan, his entire body stiffened on the spot. His slightly weathered face was trembling slightly due to excitement. Su Yan. The departing sword elder was so excited that he didn't care about his status. He directly hugged Su Yan and said excitedly, "Su Yan, when did you come back?" Su Yan smiled faintly and briefly told him about some of the things that happened after he came back. When the departing sword elder heard the purpose of Su Yan's return, he frowned. At the same time, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. He muttered to himself, "Shura Shrine, I didn't expect the Shura Shrine to appear in the Five Counties continent." When Su Yan heard the departing sword elder's words, it was obvious that he was familiar with the Shura Shrine. Looking at his expression, Su Yan seemed to have guessed the purpose of Sword Sage's return. When the departing sword elder heard Su Yan's words, he immediately stood up and said, "Su Yan, I'll go look for Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader now." Su Yan didn't expect the departing sword elder to be more anxious than him. He didn't even care about the competition here. Su Yan glanced at the training platform. Seeing that Lu Fei was about to lose, he shook his head and said, "Departing sword elder, there's no need to rush. Let's settle this matter first." Settle this matter first. The departing sword elder glanced at the competition platform and seemed to understand something. However, when he thought about Su Yan's identity, he suddenly frowned. Su Yan could see the worry in the departing sword elder's heart. He smiled and said, "Departing sword elder, don't worry. I, Su Yan, have always been a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. I have always been." Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful. At the same time, it also represented his perseverance and conviction. When the departing sword elder heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved. He nodded his head heavily. Bang! At this moment, Lu Fei's huge body was sent flying. Su Yan frowned when he saw this. He wanted to save Lu Fei, but when he thought about Lu Fei's huge body, he decisively gave up on that thought. Chapter 336. Oh, Wells. The young man on the stage, Deng Yu, had defeated several disciples of the hidden sword tomb. This made him extremely confident. He looked down at the crowd with an arrogant expression. The arrogance on his face made the disciples of the hidden sword tomb angry. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, the other party's strength was right there. Even the two strongest disciples of the hidden sword tomb had been defeated by him. If the other disciples went up, they would only be asking for humiliation. This competition was a friendly competition between the hidden sword tomb and the heavenly Shen sect. It was friendly. But it was full of gunpowder. After all, this was related to the sect's reputation. When a Buddha receives a whiff of incense, people fight for a breath of air. Not to mention that the hidden sword tomb was the #1 sect in Sky Twin City. If they couldn't win back this, it would greatly affect the future development of the hidden sword tomb. Oh, Wells. Is there no one else in the hidden sword tomb? Deng Yu once again shouted arrogantly. The disciples of the hidden sword tomb were filled with anger, but there was nothing they could do. The several elders of the heavenly profound sect who came to visit this time looked at the elders of the hidden sword tomb with unconcealable excitement on their faces. When they heard Deng Yu's clamor, their faces were filled with disdain. The elders of the hidden sword tomb wanted to go up the stage themselves. Unfortunately, this was a duel between disciples. If the elders went up the stage, they would inevitably lose face for the sect. Deng Yu stood on the high stage and looked at the disciples of the hidden sword tomb with contempt. After waiting for a long time and seeing that no one came up to challenge him, he shouted again, "What? Is there no one else? Is this the #1 sect of our Sky Twin City?" In the face of Deng Yu's clamor, the disciples of the hidden sword tomb finally couldn't help but shout, "Deng Yu, why are you so arrogant? If our senior brother Su Yan was here, you wouldn't have the qualifications to speak." Su Yan. Although Deng Yu was from the heavenly profound sect, he was not unfamiliar with the name Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's deeds in the entire Sky Twin City were enough to shock the entire city. His heavenly profound sect was also a power in Celestial Twin City, so he naturally knew a little about Su Yan. Deng Yu couldn't help but frown when he saw Su Yan's abilities. However, when he thought about his recent adventures, he sneered, "Ha, Su Yan, this kid is no longer a disciple of your hidden sword tomb. Even if he is, do you think he can beat me?" Who said that senior brother Su Yan isn't a disciple of the hidden sword tomb? The disciples of the hidden sword tomb looked at Deng Yu's arrogant appearance and roared in anger. In their minds, Su Yan would definitely defeat Deng Yu. In their minds, Su Yan had created too many miracles. This also subconsciously established in their hearts that as long as Su Yan was there, no matter what, he would be able to defeat Deng Yu. When Deng Yu heard the roars of the hidden sword tomb's disciples, he sneered, "What a joke. Fine, today I will consider that Su Yan is one of your disciples, but where is he? Where is he?" When the disciples heard Deng Yu's words, they suddenly became silent. After all, everyone knew that Su Yan had left the hidden sword tomb long ago. No one knew where he was now. Deng Yu saw that the disciples of the hidden sword tomb were silent. The smile on his face became wider and wider. He waved his hand and shouted, "Humph, I thought that the hidden sword tomb was very powerful. It turns out that this is all there is to it." The disciples of the hidden sword tomb's face turned red. They looked at Deng Yu on the high platform and gritted their teeth. However, there was nothing they could do. They were now hoping that Su Yan would appear on the high platform. Unfortunately, Su Yan's departure was a fact, and this made them suppress the expectations in their hearts. When Deng Yu saw this, he sneered and was about to step down. Of course, he didn't forget to attack the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. "Is there no one else? If there is no one else, then I will leave. Don't blame me for not giving the hidden sword tomb a chance. If there are any disciples who want to come out now, I will accompany you. Then let me accompany you in battle." Just when Deng Yu was about to leave, a white shadow flashed in the air. Hearing this deep voice, everyone's faces froze. Especially the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, they all looked at the white robe. When they saw his face, their faces were filled with excitement. "Su Yan, it's senior brother Su Yan. Am I dreaming? Why is senior brother Su Yan here? Dream, I must be dreaming. Senior brother Su Yan can't be here. He has already left." All the disciples were excited, but most of them couldn't believe it. They didn't expect Su Yan to appear here. In the excitement of the crowd, Su Yan's body slowly floated down. His white robe fluttered in the wind and he looked indescribably handsome. "Deng Yu of the Heavenly Shen sect? Let me, Su, experience your skills." Su Yan looked at Deng Yu and said indifferently. When he said this, there was finally an uproar below. Both men and women were screaming. "Oh, we're not dreaming, we're not dreaming. It's really senior brother Su Yan. He's back. Su Yan, Su Yan." Soon the crowd was shouting Su Yan's name. Deng Yu was just casually speaking. How could he have thought that Su Yan would really appear? Looking at the dignified aura emitted from Su Yan's forehead, the arrogance on Deng Yu's face was immediately restrained by a lot. You're Su Yan." Thinking of Su Yan's miraculous performance in the Twin Heaven City, Deng Yu's voice even trembled a little. This made the originally listless disciples of the hidden sword tomb recover their momentum. Seeing this scene, the departing sword elder couldn't help but stroke his beard and secretly smiled. Su Yan is indeed worthy of being the most valued person by the sect master. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Su Yan looked at Deng Yu and nodded slightly. "That's right, I'm Su Yan, a disciple of the hidden sword tomb." When Su Yan said this, he especially emphasized the word, "disciple of the hidden sword tomb." Those sonorous words once again caused the crowd to boil. Countless people cheered for Su Yan. Deng Yu looked at Su Yan's calm smile and didn't know why he was a little nervous. He looked at the elders of the heavenly profound sect. Seeing the elders nodding, his mind calmed down a little. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Okay Su Yan, I'll treat you as a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. I accept your challenge." Su Yan nodded and touched his nose slightly. "Deng Yu, you've already fought for a few rounds. For the sake of fairness, I'll let you have 3 moves first." As he spoke, the cultivation method in Su Yan's body slowly surged. The strength of a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage was suddenly exposed. 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. When Deng Yu saw Su Yan's strength, he was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha, Su Yan, I thought you had some kind of 3 heads and 6 arms. So it's only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage." 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. When the disciples of the hidden sword tomb saw Su Yan's strength, they couldn't help but frown. Although Su Yan had created miracles time and time again in the hidden sword tomb. However, in their hearts, the celestial phenomenon stage was definitely not a match for the spirit sea stage. This was the world of martial artists. It was a deep-rooted idea that could not be changed. Senior brother Su Yan, why is he only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage? That's right, then this time, some of the disciples of the hidden sword tomb immediately doubted Su Yan's strength. Of course, there were people who doubted it, and there were also people who believed in Su Yan's words. The first to bear the brunt of it was Lu Fei, who had just been thrown off the stage by Deng Yu. Needless to say, although Lu Fei had lost because of his body of fat, he didn't suffer any injuries. When he stood up and saw Su Yan, he was first overjoyed, but when he heard everyone's suspicions towards Su Yan, he immediately shouted, "Since we have chosen to believe in Su Yan, then we will believe in him to the end. Have you all forgotten the miracle that senior brother Su Yan has created for me?" Hearing Lu Fei's words, all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb were startled, and then they all nodded. Yes, we have to believe in senior brother Su Yan. Believe in senior brother Su Yan. Everyone immediately began to shout, their auras like rainbows and their voices like thunder. The passion of all the disciples in the hidden sword tomb was once again ignited. Previously, when Deng Yu thought of Su Yan's miraculous performances, he was a little worried. However, when he saw that Su Yan was only a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, he immediately regained his composure. Hearing the shouts from below, a disdainful smile immediately appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Su Yan, if I were to defeat you, would it be very embarrassing for you? I advise you to obediently get off the stage. Don't embarrass yourself. Is that so? The corner of Su Yan's mouth slightly raised and a trace of a cold smile. Deng Yu, I said that I would let you make 3 moves. Make your move. Let me make 3 moves. When Deng Yu heard Su Yan's words just now, he didn't feel anything, but now that he knew that Su Yan was only a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, Deng Yu couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. The Spirit Sea realm was far stronger than the celestial phenomenon stage. It was fine if he didn't let Su Yan win. But now, a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator actually said that he wanted to let him reach the Spirit Sea realm. Thinking about it, Deng Yu's face surged with anger and he shouted, Su Yan, you are courting death. Su Yan ignored him, narrowed his eyes and stood in place. Good. Su Yan, since you want to die, then don't blame me for being impolite. The more Deng Yu looked at Su Yan, the calmer he became and the angrier he became. He was in the Spirit Sea realm and Su Yan was not afraid of him. How could Deng Yu not be angry that he dared to treat him like this? Su Yan, you are courting death. Deng Yu shouted angrily. Suddenly, the spirit energy in his body surged, and the strength of the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm suddenly exploded out. The disciples of the hidden sword tomb who were shouting immediately stopped shouting. The anger in the entire training grounds also became serious. Chapter 337. Because of Su Yan, Deng Yu wanted to let him have 3 moves, which made him extremely angry. As soon as he made his move, he used his full strength. He was also a swordsman and his sword could be said to be majestic. As the sword tore through the air, it created waves of explosive sounds, and the sword shadows flashed like countless sharp blades. The moment the countless sharp blades swept out, they also expanded explosively, like the raging waves of the Eastern Sea. When everyone saw this powerful move, they all broke out in a cold sweat for Su Yan. However, Su Yan was still standing at the same spot and his body moved slightly. Die. When Deng Yu saw that Su Yan was so confident, he was originally a little worried, but now that he saw that Su Yan did not dodge or give way, his eyes immediately lit up. With a roar, his sword directly slashed towards Su Yan's head. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly sounded out, and Deng Yu's eyes immediately revealed a look of excitement. However, the moment he saw what was in front of him clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. In front of him, there was not even the slightest bit of Su Yan's figure. 1 move. At this moment, Su Yan's slightly lazy voice slowly came from behind him. What? Deng Yu was startled. He turned around and saw Su Yan standing behind him safe and sound. His scalp immediately went numb. This? How is this possible? How did he dodge it just now? The many disciples watching the battle below also looked at Su Yan in shock. Only the elders stood up when they saw this scene, their faces filled with shock. This brat is only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could he have such a fast speed? Senior brother Su Yan. Senior brother Su Yan. Of course, the disciples of the hidden sword tomb immediately woke up from their stupor and looked at Su Yan as they continuously shouted. Just now, when they saw that Su Yan was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, they were more or less worried. However, seeing Su Yan's current performance, all the disciples had already chosen to completely trust Su Yan. Hearing the shouts of the people below, Deng Yu became even more angry out of humiliation. With a backhand slash, the sword chi was like a rainbow, directly sweeping towards Su Yan's waist like lightning. The sword cry shook the air and a powerful chi burst out. Unfortunately, Su Yan's body still flashed. Deng Yu's attack missed. However, Deng Yu did not hesitate. Instead, he turned around and attacked again. Deng Yu had used this move extremely quickly. Even Su Yan hadn't been able to react in time. His blood dragon pupil suddenly shrunk and his body rapidly retreated, narrowly avoiding this attack. At this moment, Deng Yu's eyes were already red and he didn't back down at all. Seeing that Su Yan had dodged, he swung his sword again, aiming for Su Yan's throat. It had to be said that Deng Yu's strength was definitely strong enough. He continuously attacked with his sword without any pause. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to do so. Su Yan's speed was fast. However, under such a dense attack, it was inevitable that he would be in a difficult situation. Seeing this, Deng Yu was overjoyed. His attacks became more frequent, and each attack was stronger than the previous one. Su Yan slightly frowned. It was too late for him to dodge. Seeing this, Deng Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He sneered and said, "Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this." "Is that so?" Su Yan sneered. Clang, with a loud sound, a wisp of black fog suddenly surged and blocked the long sword in Deng Yu's hand. Deng Yu couldn't help but be stunned. 3 moves have passed, Su Yan said coldly. Then he grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. His body suddenly surged and slashed towards Deng Yu. Although his strength was weaker than Deng Yu's just now, in terms of speed it was many times faster than Deng Yu's. Seeing this, Deng Yu was slightly stunned. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly raised his sword to block. Bang! Suddenly the 2 swords collided with a loud sound. At the same time, a powerful force swept out. Deng Yu and Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. The crowd below held their breaths as they watched this scene. They knew that the real battle had only just begun. Deng Yu's several moves had been dodged by Su Yan, so he was already filled with anger. As the 2 retreated, Deng Yu suddenly snorted and waved the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, countless amounts of energy condensed around it. As the energy condensed, the surrounding air seemed to tremble. "Su Yan, let's see how you block this." As the power fluctuated, Deng Yu suddenly roared and leaped into the air, swinging his sword horizontally. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound bloomed in the air. Under this sound, the whistling air directly condensed and turned into countless wind blades that constantly pressed towards Su Yan. Like a storm, the entire martial arts field was covered. When the crowd below saw this scene, they were all astonished. They knew very well that this was Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. However, they didn't expect that Deng Yu could control the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such an exquisite extent. The countless wind blades swept out. It could be said that Su Yan couldn't dodge at all. Deng Yu couldn't help but smile. This is the 10,000 elephant divine skill, the infinite wind blade. In addition, I control the power of heaven and earth, which is the power of wind. Let's see how you dodge this. Dodge. Su Yan looked at the smile on Deng Yu's face and sneered. "I never thought of dodging." "What?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the crowd couldn't help but be stunned. Standing on the martial arts field, they could still feel the power of the infinite wind blade. However, Su Yan said that he never thought of dodging. Was he going to take it head-on? Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they thought about it. They couldn't believe that a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse dared to take the 10,000 elephant divine skill head-on. All the elders also stood up. They also wanted to see how Su Yan could take Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. Especially the elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect. As the elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect, they naturally knew the power of Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. The 10,000 elephant divine skill was divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. However, below these 4 ranks, each 10,000 elephant divine skill was different. As the cultivation of each 10,000 elephant divine skill increased, the power it could release would also be different. It could be divided into ranks 1 to 9. Each rank was not only related to a cultivator's strength, but also related to the cultivator's cultivation of the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Just like that day when Su Yan cultivated the torrential pear blossoms of Dongqinghao's Dongqing clan. Sword Sage said that Su Yan couldn't master the torrential pear blossoms. However, Su Yan grasped the essence of the torrential pear blossoms in just a moment. The elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect also knew that Deng Yu had cultivated the everlasting wind blade to the 3rd rank. Moreover, this everlasting wind blade was a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Now that it had been cultivated to the 3rd rank, the power it contained was not something a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse could withstand. They simply didn't believe that Su Yan could block this everlasting wind blade. Even these elders felt that Su Yan was just being arrogant. Bang! Just when they thought that Su Yan was being arrogant, a frosty light suddenly surged from Su Yan's body. That's right, this was the profound ice-cold cover. Everyone saw Su Yan's profound ice-cold cover and a look of surprise flashed across their faces. But soon, a Heavenly Profound Sect elder laughed and said, "It's just a defensive skill and you want to block the everlasting wind blade? That's just wishful thinking." Deng Yu was frightened by Su Yan's speed just now. He was really worried that Su Yan could block his everlasting wind blade. seeing that Su Yan only wanted to use this defensive skill to block his everlasting wind blade. Deng Yu's face couldn't help but reveal a sneer. Su Yan, do you really think that my everlasting wind blade is just a decoration? Is that so? Su Yan smiled faintly and didn't comment on Deng Yu's words. He naturally knew that it was impossible to block the everlasting wind blade with just the profound ice-cold cover. Just now, when Su Yan saw Deng Yu burst out with the everlasting wind blade, he knew that this everlasting wind blade was a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Moreover, it was at least the third rank. Therefore, Su Yan already knew that the profound ice-cold cover wouldn't be able to block the everlasting wind blade that was cultivated to the third rank. But don't forget that the profound ice-cold cover still has a second layer. Su Yan looked at the everlasting wind blade that was constantly approaching him, and his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank. Profound ice-cold cover's second layer, profound ice divine shield. Su Yan shouted angrily. Bang! Suddenly, the surging frost light on his body suddenly exploded, forming a huge frost shield that surrounded his body. Bang! Bang! The countless wind blades exploded and were blocked, disappearing into the air. What? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned, and stood there dumbfounded, unable to accept what they saw in front of them. Especially Deng Yu, his whole person was stunned. This everlasting wind blade could be said to be his strongest attack, and he didn't expect it to be blocked by Su Yan like this. Impossible, how is this possible? Deng Yu kept shaking his head, and only when the frost light on Su Yan's body slowly dimmed did Deng Yu come back to his senses, and looked at Su Yan with a bit of caution. Deng Yu, do you have any other moves? Su Yan looked at Deng Yu and asked coldly. With Su Yan's current strength, although the profound ice divine shield would consume a lot of spiritual energy, it wouldn't deplete it. At most, it would consume a little more. However, Su Yan believed that with the spiritual energy in his body now, it was enough to defeat Deng Yu. Because he could see that after Deng Yu burst out with the everlasting wind blade, the spiritual energy in his body wouldn't be enough to burst out with another 10,000 elephant divine skill. Seeing that Deng Yu didn't answer for a long time, Su Yan sneered slightly. Since you don't have any more moves, then let me. Chapter 338. Su Yan's body leaped up, and the surrounding air immediately trembled, erupting with countless rays of light. Those rays of light whistled along with the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand. At the same time, countless sword blades condensed. That's right, it was a sword blade. The moment the sword blade condensed, it was as if a majestic force was swirling. It made people tremble in fear. Deng Yu was the closest to Su Yan, and when he felt the power condensed on Su Yan's body, he couldn't help but be startled. This power, why does it seem to be stronger than mine? Is he really only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage? How is this possible? Deng Yu looked at Su Yan with a face full of astonishment. When the crowd below saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, because even though they were standing far away, they could still feel the power of this power. At the same time, they could feel how powerful Su Yan's next attack would be. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion sounded. At the same time, Su Yan suddenly shouted coldly, profound rank Wuxia divine skill, torrential storm of rose flowers. With this cold shout, the light condensed on the ghost howl sword became even more resplendent. In an instant, the countless sword blades formed like a torrential rain, directly exploding in Deng Yu's direction. The speed was as fast as lightning flashing across the horizon. The light was so bright that many people couldn't help but close their eyes. Deng Yu had long been prepared for this. Su Yan was going to explode with a powerful attack. However, seeing the torrential rain of rose flowers, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly operated his cultivation technique and retreated, waving the sword in his hand to block Su Yan's attack. Unfortunately, the torrential rain of rose flowers came too quickly. In addition, the torrential rain of rose flowers was like a sword dragon, constantly attacking. Deng Yu couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Suddenly, his entire body was sent flying. Bang bang bang, the torrential storm of pear blossoms landed in front of Deng Yu. Fortunately, Deng Yu still had some strength. His retreating speed was not slow, and he narrowly avoided this attack. However, his posture of rolling and crawling was not comparable to his arrogant attitude just now. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. What a powerful 10,000 elephants divine skill. The same thought was running through each of their minds. However, they did not know that the torrential storm of rose flowers was a 10,000 elephant divine skill. They didn't know, but that didn't mean that no one else knew. One must know that Su Yan's 10,000 elephants divine skill was given to him by Dong Qinghao. As a stage 1 spirit sea realm cultivator, Dong Qinghao naturally cultivated the Wanxiang divine skill, which was unique to the Dongqing clan. But now that he saw Su Yan use this 10,000 elephants divine skill, he admitted that he was inferior. While he was astonished, a slight smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, you are indeed a genius. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you could cultivate the torrential storm of pear blossoms to the 4th stage. Of course, Dong Qinghao didn't know that Su Yan only used one night to cultivate the torrential storm of pear blossoms. If he knew, who knew what kind of expression he would have. Deng Yu looked at the countless scars in front of him from the explosion and still felt a lingering fear. You lost. At this moment, Su Yan was already standing in front of him with the ghost howl sword in his hand. Deng Yu was stunned. Looking at the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand and Su Yan's cold face, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only mutter to himself, I lost. How could I lose? Impossible. Only then did the crowd below come to their senses. Deng Yu lost. Deng Yu, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, lost just like that. Moreover, he lost in the hands of a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. A 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator defeated a stage 1 spirit sea realm cultivator without any injuries. This made everyone unable to believe and accept everything in front of them. Haha, Su Yan, you are indeed worthy of being our hidden sword tomb's number 1. However, just as everyone was in a state of shock, a voice that sounded like a duck's voice rang out. Who else could it be other than Lu Fei, that fatty Lu? Under his voice, the disciples of the hidden sword tomb woke up and shouted Su Yan's name. Su Yan didn't care about other people's gazes, but the hidden sword tomb was his home. Hearing so many of his family members being proud of him, Su Yan felt gratified and proud. I lost? Did I lose? The more Deng Yu thought about it, the more unconvinced he was. Especially when he heard the shouts of the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, he became even angrier. Seeing that Su Yan wasn't looking at him, he suddenly jumped up and swept his sword from Su Yan's back, slashing towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan didn't see this scene because he was carrying Deng Yu. However, all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb saw this scene. Looking at Deng Yu's sudden attack, all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb's faces sank and shouted, Senior brother Su Yan, be careful. Su Yan frowned and suddenly turned around. Seeing Deng Yu's attack, his eyes suddenly shrank and a trace of killing intent gushed out. Following that, his body quickly swept forward and dodged Deng Yu's attack. Not only that, Su Yan dodged and slashed back. Bang! His sword directly collided with Deng Yu's long sword, making a loud noise. Deng Yu couldn't help but step back a little. Then Su Yan jumped up and placed his sword on Deng Yu's throat. Deng Yu didn't expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fast. He was stunned. A sneaky attack? Su Yan sneered, and then a burst of spiritual power surged in his body. With just a little bit of strength, it was enough to cut Deng Yu's throat. Deng Yu was really scared now. His legs went soft and he directly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Mercy, Su Yan, mercy. Mercy? Su Yan looked at Deng Yu's cowardly appearance and suddenly lost the desire to kill him. Instead, he said coldly, Deng Yu, I can spare your life today, but in the future, don't belittle yourself. My hidden sword tomb is not something you can afford to provoke. As Su Yan spoke, the situation took a turn. He glanced at the elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect and shouted, Heavenly Profound Sect, how dare a small sect like you offend my hidden sword tomb? When Su Yan said this, his white robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes emitted a brilliant light that carried waves of majestic aura. Although those elders were stronger than Su Yan, they were speechless when they heard Su Yan's words. Haha, Tianxian Sect, the number 1 disciple of Tianxian Sect? You're nothing. When the disciples of the hidden sword tomb heard Su Yan's words, they thought of the scene where they were forced by Deng Yu. They looked at the people of Tianxian Sect and kept cursing in their hearts. Even the ordinary disciples were unscrupulously mocking the elders of Tianxian Sect at this moment. Tianxian Sect, you want to challenge my hidden sword tomb's prestige? Aren't you courting death? Hearing the ridicule of countless disciples, the elders of Tianxian Sect were angry, but they couldn't do anything. The hidden sword tomb was the number 1 sect in Tianshuang City. This was an indisputable fact. The reason why they were here today. They wanted Deng Yu to suppress the disciples of the hidden sword tomb and humiliate them. But how could they have thought that Su Yan would suddenly appear in the middle of this? One by one, they shouted angrily and then went down the mountain without caring about Deng Yu. Deng Yu saw that his sect's people were leaving and his heart suddenly trembled. He shouted, wait for me, wait for me. Deng Yu ran too fast because he was afraid. With a bang he fell on his face. He was extremely embarrassed, which immediately caused the crowd to burst into laughter. As the people of Tianshan sect left, all the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb surrounded Su Yan, complimenting him and expressing their feelings in their hearts. Su Yan was once again standing in the heart of the storm among the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Looking at the enthusiasm of the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan greeted them one by one, including Lu Fei and Fatty Lu. But from beginning to end, Su Yan didn't see the figure in red. This made Su Yan even more depressed. Su Yan knew that Lin Hualu must have woken up just now. But now he didn't see his figure, which made Su Yan very depressed. But depression was depression. Su Yan knew that there was still business to do today. After greeting the disciples, Su Yan took Dong Qinghao, Macaryu Ice, Buttface, Ratley, and Lu Fei to follow the departing Sword Elder into the inner hall of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The departing Sword Elder was obviously after the death of the Elder in the Hidden Sword Tomb. His status in the Hidden Sword Tomb had been greatly improved, and now he was the first Elder of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan also felt a burst of joy for this. After all, the departing Sword Elder had helped him a lot in the Hidden Sword Tomb and had some friendship with him. Today, when he returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, it would be easier to find him to do things. Unfortunately, after the departing Sword Elder led Su Yan and the others into the inner hall, other than asking Su Yan about his experience along the way, he didn't say a word about the Shura shrine that Su Yan had just mentioned. This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. Before the competition with Deng Yu, Su Yan clearly felt that the departing Sword Elder cared about this matter, but why didn't he mention it now? In the end, Su Yan couldn't help but say, "Departing Sword Elder, there are no outsiders here, let's talk about the Shura Shrine first." The Shura Shrine. Upon hearing this name, the departing Sword Elder's hand that was holding the teacup trembled, and his eyes narrowed slightly before he said, "Su Yan, to be honest, this matter is very important. I don't dare to make a decision on my own. It's better to wait for the sect leader to appear before making a decision." Okay. Su Yan heard the departing Sword Elder's words and nodded slightly. He was not anxious, just now he already knew that the sect leader was in seclusion, and now someone had already informed him, presumably he would come out soon. So Su Yan was not anxious. Chapter 339. Just as his voice rang out, Sage Heavensword's figure had already entered the inner hall. His face was radiant and vigorous, and he looked much younger than before Su Yan had left. When Su Yan saw Sage Heavensword's appearance, his eyes lit up as he felt happy for this sect master from the bottom of his heart. Sage Heavensword. Could be said that he had helped Su Yan way too much in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Way too much. Even though Su Yan did not have a master and disciple relationship with Sage Heavensword, they had already been master and disciple for a long time. Now that he saw Sage Heavensword looking younger and younger, Su Yan was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. That was because he could sense that Sage Heavensword had become even stronger than before he had left. Sect Master. Su Yan stepped forward and cupped his hands respectfully. "Brat, you're finally willing to come back and take a look." Sage Heavensword strode up to Su Yan and gave Su Yan a round of kisses without any mercy. Su Yan was really not used to Sage Heavensword's enthusiasm. After all, Sage Heavensword was the head of a sect. Su Yan did not know how to reply to his words. Especially when he thought about how he had returned this time around to ask for help from the Hidden Sword Tomb, he felt even more embarrassed. "Sect Master, I've actually been thinking about the Hidden Sword Tomb. It's just that I've been busy with my cultivation, so—" Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. Sage Heavensword nodded his head slightly and did not linger on this issue. Instead he turned around and looked at Dong Qinghao, Macaryu Ice, Buttface and Ratley. However, he only took a glance at them. He did not mention a single word about their identities. Su Yan could not help but feel touched. After all, Dong Qinghao and the others were outsiders. A sect could accept outsiders. However, if the outsiders were not on good terms with the sect, there would always be some animosity. The sudden arrival of so many outsiders was definitely a huge taboo for the sect. On the other hand, Sage Heavenly Sword did not suspect the identity of Dong Qinghao's group. In fact, he did not even ask about it. Clearly he fully displayed his trust in Su Yan. Thus, how could Su Yan not make a move? After all, on the surface, Su Yan was no longer a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Sect leader. Su Yan was touched and wanted to say something. However, before he could say anything, the Heavenly Sword Sage waved his hand and said, "Su Yan, don't mention anything. In my heart, you have always been a disciple of the Sword Collection Mound." Hearing this, Su Yan dared to move even more. Taoist Heavenly Sword faintly smiled. Then he turned to Elder Departing Sword and said, "Departing Sword, go and take out Shura's essence." Shura's essence. Su Yan was originally moved by Taoist Heaven Sword's words. But now, after hearing Taoist Heaven Sword's words, his expression suddenly changed. He became abnormally solemn and serious. He wanted to ask something. Reverend Heaven Sword's expression abruptly changed. If one were to say that Taoist Heavenly Sword was as kind as a teacher. Right now, Taoist Heavenly Sword was as strict as a teacher. His pair of sharp eyes looked at Su Yan as he cautiously said, "Su Yan, don't ask too much about the Shura Shrine. If you don't tell me, I won't know, and I don't have the qualifications to know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You just have to remember this. The appearance of the Shura Shrine, if not handled properly, I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be destroyed." Reverend Heaven Sword had a solemn expression as he spoke. An imposing aura was faintly emitted from between his brows. His serious words made Su Yan and the others realize how powerful and important the Shura Shrine was. Reverend Heaven Sword didn't stop. He paused for a moment before solemnly saying, "Su Yan, there are many things in the 5 counties that you don't know. Since the Shura Shrine has appeared here today, there are some things that you must know." Su Yan was confused by Reverend Heaven Sword's words. He wasn't the only one confused. The others were also confused. Just now, Reverend Heaven Sword had said that there were some things that they couldn't know. Now he was saying that there were some things that he must know. However, Reverend Heaven Sword didn't pay attention to their confusion. He continued, "Su Yan, do you know the origin of the 5 counties?" Once these words left his mouth, the others looked at each other. They recalled the origin of the 5 counties. They were all born in the 5 counties. It could be said that the 5 counties was their home. When Reverend Heaven Sword asked them where their home came from, how could they not be surprised? Of course, what was more surprising was that no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't tell the origin of the 5 counties. Perhaps they had once thought about this question. However, the 5 counties had existed for too long. It was so long that they had forgotten its origin. In their vague memories, they only thought that the 5 counties existed together with the heavens. Reverend Heaven Sword seemed to know that they couldn't answer his question. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Actually, I can't blame you. After all, many people don't know about this matter. If I wasn't the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb, I definitely wouldn't know about this matter." As Reverend Heaven Sword spoke, he looked at the astonished people. He knew that they must be very interested in the origin of the 5 counties. He didn't keep them in suspense. He nodded and said, "Actually, your usual understanding isn't wrong. The 5 counties has existed since ancient times. It's a part of the Tianjin continent. However, the 5 counties has another identity." When Reverend Heaven Sword said this, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. His face became even more solemn. There was actually a faint trace of fear in his eyes. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. What was Reverend Heaven Sword's identity? He was the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although the Hidden Sword Tomb wasn't considered a big sect in the 5 counties. However, Reverend Heaven Sword was an almighty of the circumference realm. Such a mighty figure could cause the entire 5 counties to tremble with a stomp of his feet. Now, there was actually fear in his eyes. What exactly was it that could make an almighty of the circumference realm feel fear? They looked at Reverend Heaven Sword with puzzlement in their eyes. Their interest in the other identity of the 5 counties became even stronger. Fortunately, Reverend Heaven Sword didn't make them wait for long. He only paused for a moment before he continued, "The other identity of the 5 counties is the battlefield of Shura." The battlefield of Shura. When they heard this name, they couldn't help but be startled. Obviously, they couldn't understand the meaning behind it. Reverend Heaven Sword already knew that they wouldn't know about it. He continued slowly, "The battlefield of Shura. That's right, it's the battlefield of Shura. If we count it, it should be thousands of years ago. No, it might even be tens of thousands of years ago. The 5 counties is the battlefield of Shura. At that time, the 5 counties didn't exist at all. There were no sects, no buildings. There were only endless wars. Bloody incidents would happen here every day. At that time, every river here was dyed with blood. Every blade of grass was emitting the smell of blood." Reverend Heaven Sword tried his best to speak in a calm tone. However, everyone could still feel the murderous aura and the bloody scene from his casual narration. This made everyone even more puzzled. At the same time, Su Yan finally understood why Sword Sage had asked him to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Along the way, he hadn't told him about this reason. Obviously, Sword Sage already knew about the Shrine of Shura after they arrived at the Hidden Sword Tomb. Reverend Heaven Sword would definitely tell him about this matter. This made Su Yan faintly feel the importance of this matter. Of course, what he wanted to know now was the origin of the battlefield of Shura. Reverend Heaven Sword didn't let them wait for long. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. The reason why the 5 counties became the battlefield of Shura is mainly because of the Shrine of Shura. Because of the Shrine of Shura. When they heard about the battlefield of Shura, they tried to imagine that the battlefield of Shura might be related to the Shrine of Shura. However, when they thought about it, they felt that it was a little unrealistic. After all, the Shrine of Shura was at most a sect. The 5 counties were a continent. How could a sect turn the entire continent into a battlefield? Now that they heard Reverend Heaven Sword's words, all of them were shocked and surprised. At the same time, they faintly felt an ominous feeling towards the Shrine of Shura. However, they didn't ask Reverend Heaven Sword any questions. They were all smart people. Since Reverend Heaven Sword had said these things, he would definitely tell them the reason behind it. Sure enough, after Reverend Heaven Sword saw the changes in their expressions, he continued, "You all should be clear that the Shrine of Shura is a sect, right?" "That's right. The Shrine of Shura is a sect. The reason why the 5 counties became the battlefield of Shura is also because of the Shrine of Shura. As for how powerful the Shrine of Shura is, I can only tell you that it's very, very powerful. As for why the Shrine of Shura is able to turn the 5 counties into the battlefield of Shura." At this point, Reverend Heaven Sword suddenly stopped. The astonishment of the few people reached the extreme. When they heard Reverend Heaven Sword's words, they couldn't help but prick up their ears. However, when they heard Reverend Heaven Sword's answer, they were all disappointed. "I don't know why the Shrine of Shura is able to turn the 5 counties into the battlefield of Shura." Su Yen and the others were not the only ones who were disappointed. Even Reverend Heaven Sword had a look of disappointment in his eyes. When Reverend Heaven Sword saw everyone's disappointed expressions, he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be disappointed. This is a riddle in the hearts of the Almighties in the 5 counties. If you must find the answer, I'm afraid you can only explore the Shrine of Shura. The appearance of the Shrine of Shura is clearly an opportunity. So, the appearance of the Shrine of Shura will definitely attract the attention of the Almighties." These words were not said by Reverend Heaven Sword but by Su Yen. Chapter 340. Danger. When Su Yen heard Taoist Heavenly Sword's words, his pupils suddenly shrank. When he saw the Shura Shrine, he already knew that the Shura Shrine wouldn't be so simple. At the same time, he also knew how dangerous it would be if he wanted to set foot in the Shura Shrine. After all, a single shrine had attracted so many origin boundary powerhouses. It was easy to imagine how dangerous this trip would be. Therefore, Su Yen didn't care about the danger at all. Su Yen was more concerned about how to enter the Shura Shrine and how to break through his spiritual sea realm in the Shura Shrine. "Sect Master, how exactly are we going to enter the Shura Shrine?" Su Yen asked Taoist Heavenly Sword. His eyes were shining brightly. Clearly, he didn't put the danger in his eyes. Actually, this didn't mean that Su Yen wasn't afraid of the danger. Instead, Su Yen knew that no matter what, he had to enter the Shura Shrine. It wasn't that Su Yen had to condense his spiritual sea realm in the Shura Shrine. More importantly, it was impossible for Su Yen to give up on the little fellow, the fire Qilin. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the fire Qilin was only a sacred beast that they wanted to keep as a pet. However, in Su Yen's eyes, this little fire Qilin was his friend, his savior. Therefore, Su Yen definitely wouldn't give up on the little fellow. It was also because of this that Su Yen had to enter the Shura Shrine no matter how big the risk was. Since going to the Shura Divine Palace was a fact that couldn't be changed, what could he do if he was afraid? This was also the reason why Su Yen wasn't afraid of the risk. The reason why Taoist Heavenly Sword brought up the risk of entering the Shura Shrine was to test their minds. Seeing that they weren't afraid, he nodded his head in praise. Then he said, "We can't be too hasty about entering the Shura Shrine. We have to wait." Wait. Su Yen was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning behind Taoist Heavenly Sword's words. "Yes." Sage Heavenly Sword nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Elder Departing Sword walked in from outside. Just now, Elder Li Jian had left empty-handed, but now he was holding something in his hand. This item was an Elder Departing Jian's hand. The moment Elder Departing Jian entered, the entire inner hall seemed to have turned cold. Furthermore, the object in his hand was constantly emitting a brilliant light. Everyone looked at this ball-like thing and couldn't help but be surprised. The Departing Sword Elder didn't care about the gazes of Su Yen and the others. Instead, he directly walked towards Taoist Heavenly Sword and said, "Head Senior Brother." "Yes." Taoist Heavenly Sword glanced at the item and nodded slightly. Then he took the item from the Departing Sword Elder and walked towards Su Yen. "Su Yen, this is Shura's soul essence." Shura's essence. When they heard the name of this thing, they all looked at it with astonishment. It was obvious that they did not know what this thing was. Yes. Taoist Heavenly Sword didn't keep them in suspense. He nodded and began to introduce the origin of this Shura soul essence. Shura soul essence, as the name suggests, it came from the Shura shrine. That's right, this Shura soul essence is a special soul power contained in the Shura shrine. It is also a necessary item to open the Shura shrine. A necessary item to open the Shura shrine? Su Yin asked in astonishment. Yes. Taoist Heavenly Sword nodded and continued, this Shura shrine is rumored to contain all the power of the Shura shrine. Of course, whether this is true or not is unknown. However, it is a necessary item to open the Shura shrine. Standing to the side, Dong Qinghao, who had been silent all this while, couldn't help but ask, you mean to say that if we want to enter the Shura shrine we must rely on this thing? However, Taoist Heavenly Sword shook his head and said, that's not the case. Although this thing is a necessary item to open the Shura shrine, due to the fact that the Shura shrine is incomparably enormous, one must not rely on this thing to enter the Shura shrine that you all are seeing right now. This Shura soul essence can only be said to be a necessary item to open the real Shura shrine. The real Shura shrine? Hearing Taoist Heavenly Sword's words, the crowd became even more astonished. Su Yin also frowned. Headmaster, could it be that there are several Shura shrines and some of them are real and some are fake? You can say that, but you can also say otherwise. Taoist Heavenly Sword narrowed his eyes and continued, after all, such a long time has passed. No one knows exactly where the real Shura shrine is. However, I can tell you this clearly. Su Yin, if you are to go to the Shura shrine this time, you must bring this Shura soul essence with you. It can save your life during a crucial moment, Taoist Heavenly Sword said and handed the Shura soul essence to Su Yin. Su Yin was startled. Then he realized that Taoist Heavenly Sword wanted to hand the Shura soul essence to him. Although Taoist Heavenly Sword did not describe in detail what use the Shura soul essence had. However, Su Yin knew very well that the Shura soul essence was definitely a precious treasure. Now that Taoist Heavenly Sword suddenly handed it over to him, Su Yin felt overwhelmed by the favor. Taoist Heavenly Sword smiled faintly and said, Su Yin, you said that you have always been a member of my hidden sword tomb. This time I can see your determination to enter the Shura shrine. Since that's the case, what's wrong with giving this Shura soul essence to you? Su Yin looked at the Shura soul essence. He could faintly feel a strange power coming from it. This power was familiar to Su Yin, yet it was also somewhat unfamiliar. This made Su Yin even more certain that the Shura soul essence was definitely not an ordinary item. As the saying went, one should not receive a reward without any effort. Su Yin instinctively did not want to accept it. However, when he thought of the Fire Qilin's safety, he did not hesitate. Su Yin cupped his hands towards Taoist Heavenly Sword and accepted the Shura soul essence. When Su Yin received the Shura soul essence, Su Yin immediately felt a strange power coming from it. This power entered Su Yin's body in an instant, giving Su Yin an unprecedented sense of comfort. What's going on? Su Yin could not help but be stunned. He wanted to ask Taoist Heavenly Sword what was going on. However, before he could say anything, Taoist Heavenly Sword said, Su Yin, the truth of the Shura soul essence and the truth of the Shura shrine still require you to find out for yourself. Now you should set off for the Shura shrine. Okay. When Su Yin heard Taoist Heavenly Sword's words, he did not continue asking. Instead, he nodded heavily. However, when he recalled the various auras of the perimeter realm experts in the Shura shrine, he could not help but frown. Once again, Su Yin could not help but frown slightly. Although Su Yin did not say anything, Taoist Heavenly Sword could tell what Su Yin was thinking. He smiled and said, Su Yin, don't worry. You have always been a disciple of the Sword Vault. The Sword Vault will always be with you. When Su Yin heard these words, he could not help but feel touched. After all, no matter what, Su Yin was expelled from the Sword Vault by the Sword Vault's old ancestor. Su Yin knew this in his heart. However, Taoist Heavenly Sword did not. Now that he could say these words, how could Su Yin not dare to make a move? Of course, Su Yin did not know that when Sword Sage entered Su Yan's body, he had already left a message for Taoist Heavenly Sword. Therefore, Taoist Heavenly Sword had always thought that Su Yin was a disciple of the Sword Vault. It was also because of this that Taoist Heavenly Sword said those words when Su Yin returned. The only one who did not know was Su Yin himself. However, Su Yin did not care about these things. He simply packed up and carefully put the Shura soul essence into his storage pouch. He then looked back at Dong Qinghao and the others and said, Senior brothers, let's go. Okay. When Dong Qinghao and the others heard Su Yan's words, they nodded and followed Su Yan. When they were about to leave, Taoist Heavenly Sword suddenly called out to Su Yan and said, "By the way, Su Yan, I forgot to tell you that those above the spiritual sea realm cannot enter the Shura shrine. So, you guys have to be extra careful inside. Those below the spiritual sea realm cannot enter." When Su Yan heard this, he could not help but sneer. After all, this was good news for Su Yan and the others. If some spiritual sea realm powerhouses appeared in the Shura shrine, they would not be able to escape. With their strength, they would not be able to resist. Taoist Heavenly Sword saw through Su Yan's thoughts and nodded slightly. "Su Yan, don't worry. When you reach the Shura shrine, I will naturally have a way to send you in." Okay. Although Su Yan did not know what method Taoist Heavenly Sword had used to send him into the Shura shrine, he did not ask too much. He was thinking about the Fire Chilan's safety in the Shura shrine. They did not stay any longer. After bidding farewell to Taoist Heavenly Sword and Elder Departing Sword, they walked towards the foot of the sword burial mound. As the saying went, "Come and go in a hurry." This was exactly what they were feeling at the moment. Others might not have felt anything, but Su Yan looked at the hidden sword tomb at his home. He had only stayed here for a few hours before he had to leave again. And this time he did not know what dangers lay ahead. This made Su Yan somewhat emotional. On the contrary, Fatty Lu Fei's face bloomed with joy as soon as he left the sword burial mound. "Ah, I have long wanted to leave the sword burial mound to find you." Unfortunately, Elder Departing Sword did not agree. "This time I can finally come out," Lu Fei said very conscientiously, as if he had no feelings for the sword burial mound at all. Of course, this was only what others thought. Su Yan knew Lu Fei very well. He was a person who valued friendship. Therefore, Su Yan did not feel anything when Lu Fei said this. Instead, he looked at Lu Fei's bloated and fat body and frowned. "Fatty, when can you lose weight?" "Lose weight?" Lu Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "I am afraid I will have to wait for my next life. This body is my capital." After saying that, Lu Fei patted his broad chest, making Su Yan speechless. However, when he thought of Lu Fei's fight with Deng Yu today, he did gain a lot of advantages because of his strong body. Therefore, he did not care about Lu Fei's fat problem anymore. Chapter 341. When they were in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had seen how powerful Lu Fei's mouth was. However, he did not expect that Lu Fei's mouth had not lagged behind after so many days. It had become even more powerful than before. Moreover, Lu Fei was a natural socializer. It did not take long for him to become brothers with Dong Qinghao and Makaryu Ice. Even Makaryu Ice, who had always been taciturn, was fooled by Lu Fei's mouth. Only Su Yan understood Lu Fei. As long as Lu Fei came to bother him, he would roll his eyes and ask Lu Fei to look for trouble. This guy would automatically find someone to chat with. However, along the way with Lu Fei's company it was a little more fun. Originally, this trip to the Shura shrine was a dangerous one. However, because Lu Fei kept chattering along the way, it reduced a lot of pressure. However, just when they were chatting happily, Su Yan, who was flying, suddenly frowned. Makaryu Ice and the others soon noticed something and asked Su Yan, "Junior brother Su, someone is following us." "Is there?" When Su Yan heard his words, he smiled slightly and said, "You must be suspicious. Let's go quickly." "Am I being paranoid?" Makaryu Ice and Dong Qinghao were stronger than Su Yan. Their perception was naturally much stronger than Su Yan's. They clearly felt that someone was following them. Moreover, Su Yan suddenly stopped just now, which meant that someone was following them. But now, why did Su Yan say that there was no one? "No, I have to check it out." Makaryu Ice still felt that something was wrong. He said to Su Yan and was about to go back to check. Seeing this, Su Yan hurriedly grabbed him and said, "Senior brother Mu, there is no one following us. Let's hurry up." "Hurry up." With that, Su Yan pulled everyone up and walked forward. Although they had doubts in their hearts, when they heard Su Yan's words, they only frowned and hurried forward. Su Yan also followed. But when he looked behind him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Why don't you dare to come with me? Could it be that he was still holding grudges over the past? He sighed helplessly and felt an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. However, Su Yan didn't point it out. He continued to follow Makaryu Ice and the others to the Shura lookout. The hidden sword tomb was a bit far from the Shura shrine. However, with the strength of the few of them, they arrived in less than an hour. After entering the mountain, the smiles on their faces disappeared and were replaced by cautious looks. The closer they got to the Shura lookout, the more they could feel the powerful aura swirling in the air. "Junior brother Su, what should we do now?" Makaryu Ice whispered to Su Yan. Although they left the hidden sword tomb this time with Lu Fei, Su Yan was still the leader among them. Let's get closer and take a look. Su Yin felt the strong aura emitted from the Shura lookout and said cautiously. Looking at this scene, Su Yin was very suspicious of spiritual Master Heavensword's claim that he had a way to let him enter the Shura lookout. Of course, at the same time, Su Yin was even more confused about what these area realm powerhouses were arguing about. From spiritual Master Heavensword, he knew that only spiritual sea realm powerhouses could enter the Shura lookout. If that was the case, then what was the point of gathering all these radius realm powerhouses here? Bang! Just as the area realm powerhouses were arguing, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. A flame shot up into the sky. More than a dozen area realm powerhouses' faces darkened at the same time as they looked at the flame that shot up into the sky. A few of them leaped up at the same time and directly charged towards the center of the flame. However, because everyone was in the middle of a fight as they leaped up, the area realm powerhouses were instantly entangled in a fight. When Su Yin and the others saw this scene, they were very confused. This was because they did not understand what these people were arguing about at all. At this moment, a voice came from behind Su Yin. Su Yin, you guys get ready. When the flame surges again, I will send you in. Su Yin and the others were watching seriously. They were all startled by this sudden voice. When they turned around and saw that it was spiritual Master Heavensword, they were relieved. Su Yin could not help but pat his chest and ask, Sect Master, what is that flame? Shura's soul essence. Spiritual Master Heavensword said simply. What? Su Yin was stunned and turned around to look at the flame. He did not expect that the flame was actually Shura's soul essence. Yes. When spiritual Master Heavensword saw Su Yin and the others, he nodded and said, it is indeed Shura's soul essence. These people want to snatch these Shura's soul essences so that their disciples can enter the Shura lookout. Su Yin nodded. After thinking for a while, he was puzzled and asked, Sect Master, then my Shura soul essence is. This time, spiritual Master Heavensword did not answer Su Yin's question. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and said, Su Yin, when you enter the Shura lookout, you will naturally understand what this Shura's soul essence is. When Su Yin heard spiritual Master Heavensword's answer, he could not help but frown. At this moment, Sword Sage, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted in Su Yin's mind, Kid, get ready. The next flame is about to appear. You must enter the Shura lookout as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you will be discovered. When he heard Sword Sage's words, Su Yin could not help but be stunned. Bang! However, before Su Yin could react, he heard another loud explosion from the center of the Shura lookout. At this moment, spiritual Master Heavensword suddenly leaped up as a bright light burst out from his body. At the same time, a powerful energy surged out. When this energy surged out, the numerous Radius Realm Almighties that were gathered at the Azura Shrine all looked over at the same time. Looking at the spiritual chi that was circulating around Reverend Heavensword's body, the faces of the Radius Realm Almighties sank. The black demon that Yun Tian called Black Demon a moment ago roared, Humph! To think that a small hidden sword tomb would want a share of the loot. Courting death. As he spoke, Black Demon suddenly waved his hand and a powerful energy surged out. Su Yin. When Yun Tian saw the figures of Su Yin and the others, he could not help but be stunned. Then he seemed to have understood something. Seeing that Black Demon was about to attack spiritual Master Heavensword, he quickly took action and blocked Black Demon's attack. Yun Tian, why do you have to go against me? Black Demon saw that Yun Tian had pulled him down and let out an angry roar. However, Yun Tian smiled and said, Black Demon, why are you afraid when you see someone enter the Shura lookout? Are you afraid that your sect won't be able to get any benefits? I'm afraid. When Black Demon heard Yun Tian's words, he sized up Su Yin and the others. Suddenly he laughed and said, just these few Sky State brats want to compete with my sect? Aren't you courting death? Chapter 342. The Black Demon's tone was extremely arrogant. Even though he was at the Radius State, Su Yin and the others couldn't help but feel disgusted. Of course, disgust aside, Su Yin was most concerned about Sage Heavensword's safety. Although Sage Heavensword was a powerful expert of the 5 counties, he was at the Radius State. However, with so many Radius State experts gathered here today, it was hard to guarantee that Sage Heavensword wouldn't be able to withstand them. When Sage Heavensword saw the worry in the eyes of Su Yin and the others, he smiled and said, don't worry and go in. Once you're in, it won't be that easy to hurt me anymore. Su Yin and the others didn't understand what Sage Heavensword meant. Originally, they had wanted to ask something. However, before they could do so, they heard a resounding boom. following which all of them simultaneously felt their vision darken. Suddenly they felt as though their bodies had lost their gravitational pull. They fell into a boundless dark tunnel. The endless darkness surged forward, bringing with it a sense of awe-inspiring awe. The flowing air shuttled through, and they could even feel a sense of fear. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind. Su Yan, this is the He Luo passage. Remember, you must stay calm. Otherwise you might lose your lives here before reaching the Shura Shrine. He Luo passage. Su Yan was stunned, not understanding the meaning behind it. Bang! At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in front of Su Yan's eyes. The darkness from before suddenly became as bright as day. Su Yan couldn't help but squint his eyes at the sudden light in the darkness. When he opened his eyes, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He was deeply mesmerized by everything before him. Where was the darkness and fear in this place? Flowers bloomed all over the ground, and all kinds of flowers formed a sea of flowers. Su Yan was right in the middle of it. With a single glance he was already intoxicated. Su Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. As he breathed, Su Yan looked into the distance. His eyes suddenly flashed as a red-robed figure slowly walked towards him. Senior sister. When Su Yan saw that the figure in red was Lin Huatu, who had been haunting his dreams, he couldn't help but cry out. Su Yan could not help but fall into a daze as he looked at the fluttering red robes, the enchanting figure, and the intoxicated expression on her face. She looked even more charming in this sea of flowers. At the same time, a burst of excitement welled up in his heart. He couldn't help but run towards her. Senior sister, you're finally willing to see me. Lin Hualu didn't answer Su Yan's question. Instead, he looked at Su Yan furiously and shouted, Su Yan, how dare you come back? How dare you? Hearing Lin Hualu's words, Su Yan's heart trembled. For a moment he was actually speechless. The two of them stood quietly in the sea of flowers. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other. A trace of anger and embarrassment could be felt. Su Yan, you've already left the hidden sword tomb. Why did you come back? In the end, it was Lin Hualu who broke the silence first and questioned Su Yan. Facing Lin Hualu, Su Yan simply didn't know how to answer. Lin Hualu didn't wait for Su Yan's reply and continued, Su Yan, do you know how much I've missed you? After Lin Hualu said this, tears flowed down from her eyes uncontrollably. Seeing this, Su Yan was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Looking at the tears flowing down Lin Hualu's face, his heart couldn't help but ache. He bit his hand and went forward to hug Lin Hualu's body. Lin Hualu cried out and wanted to avoid Su Yan's hug. Unfortunately, it was still too late. She was pulled into Su Yan's embrace. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Su Yan hugged Lin Hualu and apologized continuously. Amidst his apologies, Lin Hualu slowly gave up struggling. Su Yan was elated. Then he looked at Lin Hualu's beautiful face and his heart was moved. Especially when he looked at those alluring red lips and Lin Hualu's coquettish look as she snuggled in his arms. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but be moved as he slowly kissed Lin Hualu. Although it wasn't Su Yan's first time experiencing sex, it wasn't his first time kissing either. However, he didn't know why, but at this moment as he hugged Lin Hualu, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He could even feel his body gradually loosening up. Su Yan, wake up. Just as Su Yan was about to kiss Lin Hualu, Sword Sage's roar resounded in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's body couldn't help but tremble. Roar. At this moment, Lin Hualu's figure was no longer in front of Su Yan. Instead, it was a huge ghost head. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He activated his cultivation technique and slammed his palm down on the ghost head. The ghost head smiled eerily and dodged Su Yan's attack before disappearing. In front of Su Yan there was no sea of flowers. It was complete darkness. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Kid, you're under an illusion. Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. Illusion? Su Yan was stunned once again. This wasn't the first time he was under an illusion. However, Su Yan really didn't expect such a realistic illusion. There wasn't even a sign that he was under an illusion. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a little scared. Sword Sage smiled and said, Su Yan, this illusion is just an ordinary one. The more powerful ones are in the Shura Shrine. Is there anything more powerful? Su Yan was a little angry when he thought about how these illusions kept attacking his weakness. In fact, the reason why Su Yan fell for the illusion so easily was because he knew that Lin Hualu would come today. That was why he believed it so easily. Sword Sage didn't answer Su Yan's question. Su Yan suddenly woke up. If he was under an illusion, then what about the others? Su Yan was startled and hurriedly looked around. However, he didn't see anyone. Dong Qinghao, Macaryu Ice, Buttface, Ratli and Lu Fei were all gone. Senior brother Dong Qing? Senior brother Mu. Fatty Lu. Senior brother Shu. Buttface. Su Yan called out a few times but still didn't get any response. Su Yan was suddenly at a loss. There was a faint ominous feeling in his heart. He thought to himself, we haven't reached the Shura shrine yet. Don't tell me we've already lost a few brothers? Be careful. Don't worry. There are hundreds of He Luo passages. Hundreds of passages. Each one is different and the risk is different. Just as Su Yan was feeling anxious, Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan was puzzled. Master, what do you mean? It's very simple. At this moment, the few of you have already separated. Sword Sage said. What? Separated? Su Yan was suddenly stunned. At the same time, a burst of worry surged in his heart. Although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest among the few of them, no matter what, they felt safer when they were together. Yes. Sword Sage nodded slightly and continued, Su Yan, this Shura shrine is far from being as simple as you think. It's even beyond your imagination and beyond my imagination. So if you want to walk out of this Shura shrine, you have to be extra careful. If you want to find your brothers, you have to walk out of this Shura shrine. Su Yan heard this and his whole body shook. He looked at the darkness in front of him and his pupils suddenly shrank. He clenched his fists and all the distracting thoughts in his mind were eliminated. He nodded to Sword Sage and said, Master, I understand. What should I do next? Bang! Just when Su Yan got rid of all the distracting thoughts in his mind, there was a loud explosion in front of Su Yan. The darkness was instantly dispelled by a ray of light. The moment the light came, Su Yan's first thought was that it was another illusion. Su Yan's pupils shrank and his mind fluctuated. He wanted to see if this was an illusion or not. After all, Su Yan himself can be said to be an illusionist. It's just that he has been busy with various important matters and neglected to practice illusions. However, because Su Yan's soul force is amazing, even if he can't control illusions, he can still break them. Under Su Yan's operation, Su Yan understood that everything in front of him was not an illusion, but a real existence. This made Su Yan feel relieved. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at everything around him. In front of him was a palace. This palace could not be said to be luxurious, let alone extravagant. It was a very ordinary palace made of stone. However, this ordinary palace gave people a gloomy feeling when looking at it. Master, what is going on? Because he was completely unfamiliar with this place, Su Yan could not help but ask Sword Sage. Unfortunately, Sword Sage did not reply. Su Yan asked again but still did not hear Sword Sage's reply. It seems like Master wants me to explore this place myself. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He did not ask Sword Sage anything and walked into the palace. The Shura shrine is definitely a mystery in the upper 5 prefectures. It existed in ancient times and had unlimited possibilities here. Su Yan walked in it and had to be careful. Just as he stepped into the Shura shrine, Su Yan felt a burst of dense aura coming from the surroundings. This aura made people tremble. Su Yan felt this aura and could not help but frown. He carefully looked around but did not see anything. This was what made Su Yan the most puzzled. He hurriedly took out the ghost howl sword and carefully looked around before continuing forward. The cultivation method in his body was also constantly revolving. At the same time, Su Yan also took out the mysterious ice-cold cover. The cold light on his body gave Su Yan a sense of security. He walked for more than half an hour but there was nothing in the Shura shrine. This made Su Yan somewhat puzzled. Bang. Chapter 343. The sudden loud noise made Su Yan's body tremble, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. When he saw the mirror image in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but frown. What is this? Su Yan looked at the situation in front of him in surprise. Along the way, the Shura shrine was just a palace. Except for the gloomy aura that constantly surged, there was nothing here. However, at this moment, a huge stone tablet appeared in front of Su Yan. Although it was called a stone tablet, it was more accurate to call it a stone slab. Because this stone tablet was always bigger than an ordinary stone tablet. It was dozens of meters high, and the same was true for its width. The Shura shrine was a mystery to many powerful people in the 5 counties. Not to mention Su Yan. Looking at the stone slab that suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Yan became more cautious in addition to being surprised. Because there was no way to know what would happen in the next second. This feeling made Su Yan feel disgusted, but there was nothing he could do. After all, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait for the Shura Shrine's strange phenomenon to happen, or to be able to find something useful in the Shura Shrine. Uproar. Just as Su Yin was preparing for battle, another loud explosion rang out. All of a sudden, a burst of bright light surged from the huge stone slab. This time, Su Yin was already prepared, so he wasn't scared. However, he didn't know what was going on, so he immediately jumped back a few steps. His blood dragon pupil shrank and looked at the stone slab. The cultivation method in his body was also slowly circulating, ready to deal with what was going to happen next. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the stone slab. Haha, someone finally came. He only heard the voice but didn't see the person. When Su Yin heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. He shouted sternly, "Who is it? Come out." Ah. The deep voice rang out once more as it spoke to Su Yin. "Brat, I'm right in front of you." "In front of me?" Su Yin frowned again. When he looked at the stone slab in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of surprise. The surging light on the stone slab in front of him slowly condensed together, forming a human figure that appeared on the stone slab. Such a strange phenomenon. This surprised Su Yin. Of course, despite his surprise, Su Yin was more cautious. This was because the moment the figure condensed, Su Yin could feel a powerful force surging from it. This power was extremely strange. It didn't seem as strong as a Radius Realm expert's, but it also seemed to be stronger than a Radius Realm expert's. "Who are you?" A cold light surged in Su Yan's eyes as he asked the stone slab in front of him. When the person on the stone slab heard Su Yan's words, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Who am I? I don't know who I am either. Since you don't know who you are, then don't blame me for being impolite." Su Yin shouted coldly. His body suddenly surged as he grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and instantly slashed towards the stone slab. Everything here was just too strange. It was so strange that it exceeded anyone's imagination. Hence, when Su Yin saw the person on the stone slab and heard him say that, he immediately made the decision to break him. Only by destroying everything. Only by returning everything to normal would Su Yin not be worried. Therefore, Su Yin used his full strength in this attack. As he chopped down with his sword, a large amount of black gas suddenly burst out. The black gas rose up and formed countless sharp blades that collided with the stone slab. The ghost howl sword attacked with a majestic aura. It was like the Eastern Sea Dragon that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Bang! It hit the stone slab and suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. When the ghost howl sword came into contact with the stone slab, Su Yan's face suddenly surged with a look of shock. Because he saw that the stone slab didn't move at all. It had to be known that although Su Yin hadn't reached the spiritual sea realm and could not truly use the power of heaven and earth, he could still control the power of heaven and earth. Although this sword strike couldn't overturn mountains and seas, it still had the power of tens of thousands of kilograms. A normal stone slab would definitely shatter under Su Yan's attack. However, at this moment the stone slab in front of him didn't move at all. Not only that, but when Su Yin was about to put away the ghost howl sword, Su Yin suddenly felt a strange power surge towards him. Bang! A strong rebounding force attacked him. Su Yin was shocked and quickly moved back. Unfortunately, he was still one step too slow and was directly hit by the rebounding force. His body suddenly shook and flew a few meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Although Su Yin had the protection of the dark ice-cold shield, he wasn't injured. However, this fall was also very disorientated and in a very sorry state. What a strange stone. Su Yin looked at the stone slab and rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger from his chest. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and was about to continue attacking. Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind, "Kid, it's useless. This is a black heavy stone. With your current strength you definitely can't break it." Black heavy stone. When Su Yin heard Sword Sage's words, his body suddenly froze. Although he didn't know that this stone was a black heavy stone. However, that didn't mean that Su Yin had never heard of it. When he was in the Spirit Palace of the Monster Palace, Su Yin had read about it. This black heavy stone was a stone left behind from ancient times. It was said that it was the crystallization of heaven and earth and could be said to be indestructible. Not to mention that Su Yan's current strength wasn't enough to break it. Even if Su Yin was strong, the stone slab wouldn't be able to break it. Of course, this wasn't what surprised Su Yin. What surprised Su Yin the most was why the black heavy stone appeared here. According to the records he saw in the Supreme Demon Palace, Su Yin clearly knew that the black mysterious heavy stone had already disappeared during ancient times. When Su Yin saw the records of the black heavy stone, he just read about it. He never thought that he would see the real black heavy stone one day. One should know that the black heavy stone was not only indestructible. More importantly, the black heavy stone was the best material for forging weapons. If he could get a piece of it, the sword that he forged would definitely surpass any sword that Su Yan could have. Of course, apart from the Sky Destroyer sword and the Scorching Sun Holy Sword. After all, no matter how good the material was, it still needed a good master to forge it continuously. With Su Yan's current level of forging weapons, he couldn't even forge the Scorching Sun Holy Sword, let alone use the black heavy stone to forge the Holy Sword. Even so. But when Su Yan looked at the black heavy stone, there was still a flash of greed in his eyes. Looking at such a huge black heavy stone, he couldn't help but lick his lips. If I can bring such a huge stone out, I won't lack a material for forging swords in the future. Ever since Su Yan followed Chobo on the path of forging weapons in the Hengduan Mountain Range, other than in the Hengduan Mountain Range, Su Yan had always been forging his first sword. It was a pity that the materials left behind by Chobo were wasted. Su Yan wasted them all. Su Yan couldn't forge a sword that he was satisfied with. In addition, Su Yan had obtained many good swords from the sword well in the hidden sword tomb. In addition, Su Yan had the pagoda sword and the ghost howl sword, so he didn't lack weapons. In addition, after entering the monster palace, all sorts of things had happened. This caused Su Yan's forging to be delayed. Now that he saw the black heavy stone, the passion in Su Yan's heart was ignited again. Unfortunately, just as his passion surged, it was extinguished by Sword Sage. Kid, with your current strength, don't even think about taking away the black heavy stone. Sword Sage bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on Su Yan's head. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he thought about how his attack just now didn't move the black heavy stone at all. Instead it rebounded. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, he also gave up on the idea of continuing to attack the black heavy stone and put away the ghost howl sword. Just as Su Yan put away the ghost howl sword, the figure inside the black heavy stone immediately shouted, "Hey kid, continue attacking. Why are you standing there like a fool?" When Su Yan heard this voice, he remembered that there was another person inside the black heavy stone. He couldn't help but frown and ask Sword Sage, "Master, what's going on?" Unfortunately, hidden Sword Sage had disappeared once again. As for Su Yan's question, he didn't even bother to answer. Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed helplessly and said, "Looks like I can only find out myself." Su Yan shook his head and looked at the black arcane heavy rock. He saw the figure on top of the rock. Although it was continuously attacking, it was still unable to break out of the black arcane heavy rock. Instead, it seemed to be trapped by the black arcane heavy rock. Su Yan didn't know why this person was trapped inside the black heavy stone. However, Su Yan knew that this person was definitely not a threat to him. If he wasn't a threat, why should he care about him? Su Yan thought and couldn't help but smile. He decisively chose to ignore him and prepared to leave. However, when he saw such a huge black heavy stone, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful that he didn't take it away. However, Su Yan was clear that the most important thing now was to find the little guy Fire Qilin, as well as Dong Qinghao and the others. "Hey kid, why aren't you attacking? Do you believe that I won't kill you?" That person saw that Su Yan was about to leave and hurriedly shouted. When Su Yan heard his shout, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Kill me. Come out of the black heavy stone first." What? When that person heard Su Yan's words, he was furious and roared, "A mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm kid dares to challenge your Shura demon lord grandpa's dignity? You're courting death." Chapter 344. Brat, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Brat, do you believe that if you dare to take another step forward, I will kill you? Brat, die. The self-proclaimed Shura overlord kept roaring. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't even pay attention to him and continued walking forward. He saw that Su Yan didn't even turn his head. The arrogance on the Azura demon venerable's face finally dissipated. He shouted, all right, brat, I admit defeat. You are actually not afraid of me, the Azura demon venerable. Come back, I will tell you a secret." Secret? When Su Yan heard Shura demon lord's words, he frowned and asked, "What secret?" "Come here first." When Shura overlord saw that Su Yan finally stopped, his arrogant and domineering expression returned to his face. When Su Yan saw his arrogance, he sneered and turned around to walk away. When the demon eminence Shura saw this, he could no longer hold it in. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I'll tell you." "Speak." Su Yan turned around and said coldly. When the overlord Shura saw Su Yan turn around, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Humph? Kid, do you know that if it was in the past you would definitely be dead?" Su Yen saw the look of disdain in his eyes. He smiled coldly, turned around and continued to walk away. Shura Demon Eminence was really convinced this time. He hurriedly shouted, all right, I'll tell you. Only then did Su Yen stop. Shura Overlord finally lost his arrogance and asked Su Yen, boy, did you come to Shura Shrine to find Shura's devil essence? Shura Mojo. When Su Yen heard Shura Overlord's words, his body stiffened. Today, aside from wanting to break through to the spiritual ocean realm, the main reason he came here was because that little guy, the Fire Qilin, had run into this place and Su Yen had to take him out. Su Yen didn't even think about the Shura devil essence. Su Yen originally wanted to ask Sword Sage what was going on. However, when he recalled that Sword Sage had not answered him twice, he decided not to ask again. Instead, he looked at the complacent demon sage Shura and nodded, that's right, I'm here to look for Shura's demon essence. Good, very good. When the Azura demon venerable saw Su Yen nod his head, his face regained its previous arrogance. He looked at Su Yen with a mocking expression and said, brat, if you want to find the Azura demon essence, you have to listen to me obediently. I'll listen to you. When Su Yen heard this, he sneered. He didn't give him any face and turned around to leave. When the Shura Overlord saw this, he immediately shouted, hey kid, how can you not give me any face? No matter what, I'm still the dignified Shura Shrine Shura Overlord. How can you not give me any face? Kid, stop right there. I'm so angry. In the end, the Shura Overlord gave in and said in a low voice, okay, let's talk things over, okay? Hearing Shura Overlord's words, Su Yen stopped and looked at him. Tell me, what's the deal with Shura's demon essence? What, you don't know about the Shura's demon essence? When the Shura Overlord heard Su Yen's words, he was stunned. Su Yen didn't answer him. When the Shura Overlord saw Su Yen's expression, he guessed that Su Yen definitely didn't know about the Shura's demon essence. He immediately laughed. Ha, kid, I didn't expect you to not know about the Shura's demon essence. Do you want to know? Seeing the Shura Overlord like this, Su Yen didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. When the Shura Overlord saw this, he was immediately frightened. He hurriedly called out to Su Yen and said, hey, don't go. Didn't we agree to talk things over? When Su Yen heard the Shura Overlord's words, he stopped in his tracks. When the Shura Overlord saw Su Yen like this, he suppressed a wave of anger in his heart. Amidst his anger, there was also a hint of helplessness. I didn't expect that I, the dignified Shura Overlord, would actually be in such a miserable state. If it was in the past, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak in front of me. The Shura Overlord looked at Su Yen and sighed helplessly in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud right now because he was afraid that Su Yen would leave. After all, Su Yen's appearance today could be said to be his greatest hope in deciding whether or not he could leave this place. The Shura Overlord looked at Su Yen. This time he didn't waste any more words. Instead, he began to explain the uses of the Shura's demon essence to Su Yen. Kid, this Shura's demon essence is the essence of our Shura Shrine. It contains the life's essence blood of our Shura Shrine's Shura Emperor. As long as you obtain the Shura's demon essence, you can achieve a miraculous effect of being reborn, or even resurrected from the dead. If an ordinary warrior consumes the Shura's demon essence, their cultivation speed will increase by hundreds of times in the future. Moreover, there won't be any bottlenecks. When Su Yen heard the explanation of the Shura Overlord, his eyes finally lit up. The miraculous effect of being reborn, resurrected from the dead, and cultivation speed, Su Yen wasn't very interested in it. Su Yen's body had been tempered by the dragon's blood. His muscles and bones were incomparable to those of ordinary people. Needless to say, his cultivation speed was even faster. Under the heavens, who else had a cultivation speed as monstrous as Su Yen's? As for resurrecting from the dead, it was even more out of the question. After all, Su Yen didn't want to resurrect anyone now. Moreover, if he were to really fall into death's door one day, he probably wouldn't be able to use the Shura's demon essence to save himself. Therefore, resurrecting from the dead wasn't of much use to Su Yen. What Su Yen really cared about was the bottleneck. No matter how monstrous his cultivation speed was, he still had this bottleneck. This was something that every martial warriors had. Just like the current Su Yen, he was at the peak of the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. However, if he wanted to break through the Spirit Sea realm, he had to break through this bottleneck. Only then would he be able to condense the power of heaven and earth, condense the Spirit Sea, and step into the Spirit Sea realm. Therefore, breaking through the bottleneck really moved Su Yen. But even so, Su Yin still didn't spoil the Shura overlord at all. He glanced at him and said coldly, "How do I obtain the Shura's demon essence?" Although Su Yin knew that the Shura overlord might have been very powerful in the past, in his eyes, the Shura overlord was just an image trapped in the black profound heavy stone. Seeing that Su Yin was moved, the Shura overlord's face immediately revealed a complacent smile. "Hee, be careful. I knew you would be moved." The Shura overlord laughed in his heart and returned to his arrogant attitude. He looked at Su Yin arrogantly and said, "Kid, if you want to," but before he could finish his words, Su Yin turned around and left. The Shura overlord was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Let's talk about it properly. Tell me how to get the Shura's demon essence." Su Yin still maintained his cold and arrogant attitude and said. Looking at Su Yan's appearance, the Shura overlord's heart surged with anger. However, there was nothing he could do. "I never thought that the great Shura overlord would be bullied to this extent by a mere 9-star celestial realm kid." The Shura overlord didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, he couldn't get out of the black profound heavy stone now. Looking at Su Yan's cold expression, the Shura overlord tried to curry favor. "I say, kid, I'm a overlord. Can't you give me some face?" "Face?" Su Yin sneered and didn't give him any face. He looked at him and said coldly, "Tell me, how can I get the Shura's demon essence?" Seeing Su Yan's attitude, the Shura overlord sighed helplessly and said, "To be honest, I don't know how to get the Shura's demon essence." Hey, don't go. I'm telling the truth. I really don't know how to get it." Don't go. "Okay, although I don't know how to get it, I have a way to guide you to him." After the Shura overlord said this, Su Yin came back. The Shura overlord was relieved, but he didn't dare to play any tricks with Su Yin. Seeing Su Yin come back, he continued, "The Shura's demon essence has always been in the Shura shrine. But after so many years, I really don't know how to get it." "Get to the point." Su Yan's cold expression didn't change. "Okay." The Shura overlord was really afraid that Su Yin would leave, so he nodded and continued, "Although I don't know how to get the Shura's demon essence, I can guide you to him. The Shura's demon essence is the essence of the Shura king. As long as you can find the Shura shrine's main shrine, you can get the information from there to find the Shura's demon essence." "Main shrine?" Su Yin frowned and asked, "Where is the main shrine?" "Boy, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly, okay? The Shura shrine is not as simple as you think," the Shura overlord said carefully. He was really afraid that Su Yin would leave again. This time, Su Yin didn't leave because he could see that the Shura overlord was telling the truth. Moreover, Su Yin also wanted to learn more about the Azura Divine Palace through the Azura Demon Ancestor. This way, it would be easier for him to find Dong Qinghao and the others as well as that little fellow, the Fire Qilin. The Shura overlord saw that Su Yin didn't leave, so he was relieved. He narrowed his eyes and continued, "The Shura shrine is where the essence of thousands of Shura disciples are gathered. There are mechanisms everywhere, especially the main shrine. If you go rashly, I dare say that you won't be able to reach the main shrine." Su Yin didn't think that the Shura overlord was exaggerating, but his expression was still cold as he said, "Tell me, how can I reach the main shrine? If you want to go to the main divine palace, you have to gather all the demon crystals that are scattered in the Azura's outer divine palace." The Azura demon ancestor did not beat around the bush and directly told Su Yin, "Demon crystals." However, Su Yin was stunned because Su Yin had never heard of these demon crystals. Chapter 345. Where are these monster crystals? Su Yin asked with a solemn expression, not giving any face to Shura. He did not ask what these monster crystals were. This was because Su Yin did not want to waste his breath on Shura. After all, he did not know if Shura was a good or evil person, friend or foe. These monster crystals are scattered all over Shura's shrine. I don't know their exact location. After all, it has been so long. Shura said helplessly. Scattered all over Shura's shrine? Su Yin narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. This time, no matter how Shura called out to him, Su Yin did not turn back. After Su Yin walked far away, the Azura demon ancestor stopped calling out. The corner of his mouth revealed an evil smile. "Brat, ignore me. When you really gather all these demon crystals, it will be your death." Su Yin naturally did not know what Shura was thinking. Of course, Su Yin was not stupid enough to believe Shura's words. After all, the Shura shrine was too strange. Monster crystals, Shura's demon essence. Su Yin walked forward while thinking about Shura's words. At the same time, he was trying to guess what these monster crystals were. "Kid, don't hesitate. Listen to Shura's words. Finding the monster crystals will benefit you. Just as Su Yan was pondering, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind again. Master. Although Su Yan did not trust the Azura demon venerable, he trusted the hidden Sword Sage completely. When he heard what the hidden Sword Sage said, he smiled and asked, Master, what is this demon crystal? How can I find it? You can use the Azura essence in your hands to find the existence of these monster crystals. As for what these monster crystals are, you'll have to figure it out yourself. After Hidden Sword Sage finished speaking, he disappeared again. No matter how Su Yan shouted, he still did not pay attention to him. Master is acting strange today. Su Yan could not help but frown. However, he did not suspect anything. After all, Su Yan believed that Sword Sage would not harm him. Forget it. Since Master said so, I'll find the monster crystals first. Su Yan thought about it and stopped thinking about Sword Sage's strange behavior today. He took out Shura's soul essence from his storage pouch. The moment the Azura soul essence was taken out, a resplendent light burst out from it. As the light continued to flicker, there was a faint warm current flowing through Su Yan's hand. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be startled. He hurriedly circulated his chi to resist. Just as Su Yan circulated his chi, Shura's soul essence once again emitted a strong light. Shio. A clear sound was heard. Shura's soul essence suddenly emitted a ray of light. It exploded from Shura's soul essence and directly attacked forward. This is... Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Thinking of Sword Sage's words, he clenched the Shura's soul essence in his hand and followed the ray of light. The speed of the ray of light was strange. Fortunately, Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, so he was not left behind by the ray of light. Soon, under the guidance of the ray of light, Su Yan arrived at another palace in the Shura shrine. The scenery here had completely changed. It was much brighter than when Su Yan came in. Moreover, it was no longer empty. There were many chairs in the palace. In the center there was a king's chair. Not only that, there were many statues sitting on each of the chairs. The gloomy aura outside had also lessened a lot. This made Su Yan lower his guard a little. Seeing the beam of light disappear here, Su Yan frowned. Could it be that the demon crystal is inside this palace? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. He looked at the statues around him. They were very lifelike. Su Yan could see that each of the statues here was made of extremely precious materials. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Azura Temple is indeed worthy of being a sect that can start a war across the entire continent. I'm afraid that no other sect in the 5 counties can match up to them. Su Yan looked carefully. There were a total of 108 statues here. Each of them was very lifelike and there was a faint aura surging from them. This made Su Yan even more amazed. He was in awe of this completely unfamiliar Shura shrine. However, in this palace, other than these statues, there was no trace of demon crystals at all. This made Su Yan frown. Could it be that there are no monster crystals here? While speaking, Su Yan could not help but open his hand and look at the Shura's soul essence in his hand. At this moment, the Shura's soul essence had lost its previous light. It had even become dim like an ordinary stone. If Su Yan had not been holding it in his hand, Su Yan would have thought that this was Shura's soul essence. What the hell is going on? Su Yan looked at the Shura's soul essence in his hand that had lost its light. He was secretly angry. After all, Su Yan had completely lost the initiative here. He did not even know where to go next. This kind of grievance in his heart made Su Yan feel uncomfortable. Damn it. Su Yan was angry. He could not help but clench his fist and knock on a statue next to him. It was just a knock. Bang! Suddenly a loud noise burst out. The statue that was originally motionless, unexpectedly came to life. Seeing this scene, Su Yan could not help but be shocked. Who dares to break into my Shura shrine? The statue came to life, suddenly roared, holding the weapon in his hand, and without saying a word, directly slashed at Su Yan. This statue was wearing armor and holding a halberd. It was already lifelike, and now that it came to life, it was even more like a real person. Moreover, this statue itself was a little bigger than an ordinary person. It was more than 2 meters tall. When it slashed, it suddenly emitted a powerful force, like a gust of wind sweeping over. Su Yan was shocked. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and hurriedly rushed back. He avoided the statue's attack. Bang! The statue's attack suddenly smashed into the ground, and at the same time, the smooth ground was smashed into a huge deep hole. Seeing this scene, Su Yan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It has such a powerful attack. If this hit me, even if I don't die, I will be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a bright light surged in his eyes. After the statue missed its target, it once again launched an attack towards Su Yan. This time its attack was even sharper than the previous one. The ancient halberd in its hand directly pierced towards Su Yan's body, resembling a long dragon as it pierced through his body. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly operated his cultivation method to retreat. Just as he took a step back, the statue suddenly changed from a stab to a chop, and directly slashed down at an extremely fast speed. Su Yan was shocked, his eyes suddenly shrank and his body rolled back, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, because he rolled, his body was covered in a lot of dust and he looked a little miserable. This caused Su Yan to feel a wave of anger in his heart. I originally revered you as a statue in the Shura shrine, but now it seems that if I don't get rid of you, you won't let me off. Go to hell. As Su Yan said this, he suddenly shouted and leaped up, holding the ghost howl sword in his hand. Under the attacks just now, Su Yan knew that these statues were definitely not weak, at least above the 8-star celestial phenomenon realm. Therefore Su Yan did not dare to be careless. Although he did not use his full strength, he did not hold back and directly used Su Yan's normal attack, the strongest attack that he could unleash. Although the statue looked like a human, no matter what, it was not a real human. No matter how strong he was, because he was a statue, his speed was still somewhat slow. Under Su Yan's fast attack, the statue could not resist at all. Bang! Su Yan directly hit the statue's chest, and with a loud bang, the whole statue suddenly exploded, bursting with a powerful light. Su Yan frowned and took a few steps back. When the light fell, he saw that at the place where the statue exploded, there was a bright crystal left. Could this be the demon crystal? Su Yan frowned, walked forward and reached out to grab the bright crystal. As soon as the crystal was in his hand, Su Yan felt a warm current flowing through his body, and a mature smell spread to all parts of his body. Spiritual power, this is spiritual power. Su Yan was overjoyed. He could feel that this power was stronger than the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. However, Su Yan soon felt that this spiritual energy seemed to be different from the spiritual energy contained in spirit stones. What the hell is this? Su Yan frowned and suddenly thought of something. Demonic beast, beast core. Yes, the power contained in this was similar to the power contained in the beast core of a demonic beast. However, compared to the demonic beast's beast cores that Su Yan had obtained in the past, the energy contained within was much denser. Not only that, but even the shape and color were far different from the demonic beast's beast cores that Su Yan had obtained in the past. Su Yan frowned as he thought about it. Suddenly, a memory appeared in his mind. Once, Su Yan had seen records about demonic beasts. When the demonic beast's cultivation reached a certain level, the beast core of the demonic beast would change, and the power contained in it would greatly increase. And the demonic beast that had this kind of beast core was at least above the sacred beast level. Could it be that this demon crystal is the beast core of a sacred beast? As Su Yan thought about it, his body suddenly froze. Looking at the countless statues in the palace, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. So many statues, could it be that they all have demon crystals? 108 statues, 108 demon crystals, doesn't that mean 108 sacred beasts? Su Yan could not believe the power of the Shura shrine at this moment. Monstrous, terrifying.